Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Skyesports Champions Series is the road to VCT event, and it's a dream project for us. So Riot Game was super happy, and they are also super interested to make a first ever film for Indian esports.
When the planning stage happened, we didn't want to do just another tournament. We wanted to make it like a huge esports experience. The idea came together and everybody liked it, and we grabbed this opportunity.
This film was very important film for us. I think ये project पूरे gaming industry के लिए it was a new step in the right direction. Valorant के लिए we had not seen someone take this big initiative.
बहुत ही लकी हूँ कि वो लोग ने मुझे ये शूट पे लिया है. I am excited as well कि जब ये वीडियो लॉन्च होगा तब actually hype होने वाला है ये वीडियो for sure.
This film, from an execution point of view, required a specific location because that location kind of gives you the texture, the tonality, and brings about that entire dark atmosphere that was needed.
The location is very spooky actually. आने के बाद पता चला कि ये जेल है, एक सेल है, तो मेरे को लगा कुछ तो haunted place है, ऐसा लग रहा था.
I mean, speechless. First of all, the costume and then the set. एकदम professional वाला vibe आ रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि you know Bollywood movie में काम कर रहा हो या कोई. मोहित भाई है और क्या बोल सकते हैं.
शूट करने में ही मतलब यू नो लाइक गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं, तो वीडियो देखने के बाद तो क्या ही होगा लोगों का.
I'm in a jail, you know, trying to get out of this hell. वो shot complete हुआ है पूरा, मेरे को भी पता नहीं है, just vibing.
The reason we wanted to treat this film in a black and white perspective is because we wanted to capture the emotions, right? The players are going through a lot of emotions, seeing you know the dark side in their personality and how sometimes you know it's easy for us to give up hope.
We wanted to show that they're all struggling, so we had decided let's go with a black and white look, and we are also having an option that we're just gonna keep their clothes and skin color.
The psychology of this entire thing was when you're trapped into your own head, no? You don't know what is happening, whether you're fighting yourself or you're fighting your team.
Riot Games was super happy. Mohit and team given the pitch document and the storyboard. Literally, they were impressed from the day one. No one has touched the film concept and the real emotion concept. So we are aligned together to make a emotion out of it, because this kind of film has to come out to make the people to understand how we are serious about esports.
The logistical part to shoot in such a location is always the challenging part because it's an abandoned building or a bungalow, right? There's nothing here. So sorting out the food, the transport, the equipment, carrying all of that on this long staircase, it's crazy, but we made all of that happen.
Okay, you have to look at each other. गुस्सा आएगा, anger आएगा, and then anti आएगा.
There is always someone who's gonna come take you out of whatever cocoon you're living in. So that's what Anti did here.
चलोगे कैसे तुम? Media. Because now media निकल गई.
If you all can match your thing, you know, in unison and go with that confidence, Bollywood movie में जैसे कि हीरो जाते सामने.
Left, right, right.
कौन बोलेगा?
we do not want to repeat like visuals that are in the film already. So that made us look also differently. We tried different perspectives, different lightings.
When people hear gamers or players, Valorant players, they'll be like, okay, they just sit at home and they just play games. Like, no, we also get to have a lot of fun, like, come outdoors, shoot, produce with all the amazing people here. So it's very much fun and exciting.
Kudos to Mohit and team because they are making a esports player to act in a real film. That is the big hurdles I personally feel like.
Okay, chalo, you're ready for the game now. You get one, it's 2v1. You get one more, it's one-on-one. But he gets you, you lose the round. You're getting this round very close, you can win it, come on. You get the next one and it's a victory. Walking के time पे ना एंटी का एटीट्यूड काफी आ रहा है. You can add a little bit more on the stage. वो दिखता है एक स्लो मो है ना, तो एक वो एक्सप्रेशन दिख रहा है. तो walk in that full power.
One thing I would like to tell is South Asia has to rise up. So this is the right moment. We have to go for the global and we need to win the global trophy. And the people who are watching this has to support Indian teams and South Asian teams and the region from Southeast Asia. Give the more confidence to the players and teams to go to the global level.
SK Rossi, man, we as much as we love talking about this guy, can't deny the bad performances, man. He has got 4 kills right now. Oh, it's heartbreaking to see for G. They need SK Rossi to deliver.
They're all turtled up in the side. They can easily get swarmed by the pistols.
Great at all, but Amaterasu and Deathmaker, they've gotten 2. Still a lot of work to be done for Deathmaker. Let's bring it to a 2v1, but still a little bit too much to ask this time for Deathmaker. It's a great attempt though, but open from heaven. This is just a game that keeps on giving.
He's the one who got headshot. Deathmaker though, juggling the guns!
Oh.
But eventually the weight of the Vandal will weigh heavy on Jermaine.
It is time to fight back. It is time for payback. It is time for glory. Arise South Asia. It is time for Skyesports Champions Series. We are ready. We are coming.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD and powered by Router. We had some wonderful matches. Early on in the day, we had influencers go against each other, but now it's time for two of the best teams in the region to go up against each other, and it's going to be a bloodbath because one team is riding a high, the other is looking for blood, and it's going to be a revenge arc. But ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you folks, everyone, to be really loud when I call the teams up on the stage. So give it up for the first team in question, Enigma Gaming.
Hello.
It's working. Obviously it's working. So Mumbai, of course, it was tough to get over, but now it's sort of a revenge arc. It's sort of a villain arc coming up. How's the team feeling right now?
I mean, we are definitely pumped up, everyone. We have grind hard and we have shown results in the group stage. We are unbeaten and looking forward to maintain that streak on the LAN.
No, absolutely, but there's one thing that has always stood out for the team, right? Because in the group stages, you do really well, but when the playoffs come out, that's a bit of a problem. But how have you guys dealt with it? Because again, right, when you go back, when you're coming back on LAN after such a long time, it's not easy to get over the losses.
I think, yes, last time again, we have lost the finals and we went back and we, did our homework, and I think we'll show that thing that we have improved, and I think we will win this game.
Oh, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. But for all the fans who are watching, what do you have to say to them?
I mean, thank you so much for, coming and supporting both the teams. And I hope you guys cheer for us. And whoever will win, may the best team win.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You can wait while I call the other team up. All right, so that's the first team in question. But now, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Velocity Gaming. You're riding a high right now, and this book. So I was saying you're riding a high from yesterday. Here's the thing. This book, you and I had a conversation about this. What is this all about?
Just love letters for the opposition.
That's wonderful, but how are the boys feeling right now?
Oh, they're pumped, man. We're just ready to get going. Like you said, we've got the win yesterday. Amitrus has been saying it's just one step. We take it step by step, map by map, and we'll get it done.
And they dialed in as well, right? Because I walked up to them to ask them if anyone wanted to talk before the match and sort of have a conversation. But they were like, no, we're dialed in. We want to focus on the match. But for all the fans who are watching right now, unko kya kahenge?
Well, you saw it on the screen, so just feel the velocity.
No, that's wonderful. Once again, good luck. You guys can have your handshakes and settle in.
Yes, ready.
A little bit of banter over there between Excali and Helef, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to go live with the match. We have a wonderful panel ready who's going to build the game up and break it down after the game, but, well, take it away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's Team Enigma versus Team Velocity, and both the teams are pumped and ready. You guys saw a book in CA's hand. Well, I have a book of my own over here.
Yeah,
and
CA's were love letters to the opposition. What's in your book?
It's not love letters for sure. It's intimate details about their behavior.
Okay.
I
So it's
don't-
love letters to each team.
To each and every player, yeah,
Okay.
basically.
Okay. Okay. And speaking of the players, we've got our first matchup, our first best of 3 of the day. It's going to be VLT facing off versus Enigma. Crips, where do you see this series going? What do you think of both these teams in their current state, in their current form?
In their current stage, on paper, Enigma's the stronger one. Throughout the group stage, they were undefeated. They were the top seed of their group, walked into the event without having to play on the first day. They were directly qualified for the round 2 of this LAN phase. So yesterday, they were just sitting in the audience, chilling, watching all the other teams play, while Velocity was busy duking it out against Revenant.
Okay.
So on paper, Enigma's the stronger one. But given Velocity's performance yesterday, I think they can give them a good run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that they haven't played, so they have the benefit of preparing, watching, relaxing, resting, but sometimes that kind of works against you also, right? Because you haven't had that practice, you haven't warmed up to the LAN, you haven't warmed up to the crowd in Chennai. Hello, Chennai. But other than all of that, one thing I do want to point out about Enigma is that you're saying they're coming into this tournament or today with rest, relaxation, preparation. What I'm concerned about is that they're going to be facing Velocity on none other than Fracture, one of Velocity's strongest maps. Crips, you've written the book, not me. What is Velocity's ridiculous win rate on Fracture?
So Velocity has a win rate of more than 75% on almost every map except Bind. And maybe Ascent.
Maybe Icebox.
Yeah, it's still above 75, but obviously not as high as some of the other maps, right?
Yeah.
Now on Fracture, these guys, they believe in keeping their foot firmly planted on the ground. Yesterday against Revenant Esports, we saw that simply because of Ace's existence, his position towards the B towers area, his team was able to get so much control. And this is not because he was adamant on staying there and he was winning fights. No, he just stayed silent. He passed on the audio cues and the information to his teammates. And based on his audio cues, his teammates, who were still, banking on canteen and generator areas, they were able to peek out of smokes, pre-fire, get the hell back. That kind of stuff was happening in Fracture yesterday against Revenant Esports. Of course, Enigma are the kind of team who can account for these kind of unorthodox plays. So what works against Enigma what works against Revenant doesn't necessarily work against Enigma. That's why Fracture is up there first.
Yeah.
It's been picked up by Velocity, like you said. It's one of their stronger maps, but Ascent is going to be a little bit of a steep climb. It's a very neutral map, in my opinion.
That's an absolute 50-50.
Yeah.
And I feel that Ascent is the kind of map where the real difference maker, and I don't believe in this in other maps, but the real difference maker is your duelist, your firepower. I think flat across all these Indian teams, the utility usage on maps like Ascent is very rooted in solid fundamentals, but that firepower, that initiator, that duelist, they can make the real difference on a map like Ascent. On Fracture, I think it boils down to something else. I really think the Sentinel has a big role to play.
Yeah.
Because you've got so many ultimate orbs that you can pick up, 4 if I'm not mistaken, and you've got so many ways to access so many parts of the map. The A side, easy to enter, very difficult to hold in post plants.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the worst sites to hold in post plants. You've got that one default inside that you can hold. Then you hope that you get to dish. You hope that you have the time to get to dish. Or you're really hoping that your Sage can wall something off, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're hoping for.
Exactly.
Yeah. So on Fracture, we want to look at the Sentinels. Again, Chamber, there's been a small change. He has only 1 trademark, 1 trap, but a lot of Indian teams, and not just Indian, a lot of South Asian and Southeast Asian teams see a lot of value in the Chamber, and still, he's that go-to pick. I was wondering, and I asked CA the scripts earlier on, does Cypher or Killjoy have a place in the meta now with the nerfs to Chamber? Speaking of the agents that I mentioned earlier, our final map is going to be Icebox. Crips, you told me that Enigma are a little better coming into Icebox. On a map like Icebox, what role is the real difference maker for you? Do you think it's the controller? Do you think it's the Viper?
I think it's going to be the Viper, for sure. And the amount of area denial that Velocity Gaming have to face against Enigma's RVK, who usually plays the role of Viper, it's insane. I mean, I have some stats right here. The last time Enigma and Velocity, they faced each other in Skyesports Souvenir Mumbai, Enigma was able to beat them 13-4 on Icebox. Now, that being the decider is a gruesome map, especially if you're a Velocity fan, because 13-4 is quite a stomping victory. And Enigma were not only leading on the defensive side 8-4, in the attacking side, they never let Velocity stay in this side, almost always forcing them to run to the hills, run away from the site and relinquish control, hoping that they will be able to do something on the retake. And this is a trend that doesn't just apply on Icebox. Velocity in general have been focusing a lot more on retakes in the last few weeks.
Yeah, this is something we did. Okay, guys, those of you tuning in, we did manage to sneak in a couple of quick conversations with both the teams' coaches, and we will get to that a little bit later. I'm sure if Kremer as well as Legday are listening, there's some handy information for them. But coming to the aspect of VLT playing for retake, I think on maps like Fracture, especially where there's a breach, where there's so much area control, you're not going to be able to contest that. You might as well give up the site and use your abilities when you've got equal area control and try and take back the side. So I don't think that's a flawed way of playing this game. I think that's probably the most viable way to play a map like Fracture, because like I said earlier, the A side is so easy to retake. So little that you can do on the A side. And coming to the A side, on defense, there's one man on Velocity I really, really want to point out, and that's got to be MW1. He has changed the entire complexion and texture of this team for me, Crips. I was watching their game yesterday. That man goes to dish, plays Neon, throws out a concuss, dry peaks, gets two kills with the Spectre. He's up against rifles, if I'm not mistaken. These aren't free frags. It's not an anti-eco that he's playing. He's going up against some of the best aimers in this country, and he's getting 2 frags. That's satellite. Nobody's getting kills at satellite, and that satellite, what it's broadcasting, is not PG-13 safe, especially when MW1 is there.
Yeah, when you got MW1 with a Spectre in his hands, you better be ready. Sometimes he turns it into the overdrive as well. Both the weapons having similar run and gun potential. The problem over here for Enigma can only be one thing: if Velocity conserve their utility. Now, keep in mind, while MW1 is able to go ahead and get all these frags, that's just a couple of openings. The main problem which a lot of teams face when fighting Enigma is that they almost always find themselves with lacking utility. What I'm saying over here is that Enigma are masters at baiting out enemy utility, making sure that the enemy can't find value out of that utility. And then towards the later stages of the round, when they are at their most vulnerable, in their most vulnerable form, that's when Enigma strike. They strike when the iron's hot.
Yeah, this is something that really originates from the playstyle that's been drilled into them from their coach. And this is a very basic fundamental of playing any tactical shooter, which is the exchange of utility. Before bullets are exchanged, before words are exchanged on stage, everybody's thinking about, damn, when do I throw my KO knife? Because that KO knife can have so much impact in a round.
Exactly.
And I want to say that Velocity are not going to give up their utility so easily. The other thing that I do want to point out is you mentioned Velocity like playing for the retake. I'm sure Amaterasu is very fine with not throwing out much because Fracture, the initiators that are being played on Fracture, they take area control. They don't provide information. So nobody is using their utility based on information, right? It's the breach who'll concuss the setup for a kill on defense.
Whatever breach utility is thrown out, it's just thrown out to carpet bomb the site, regardless of whether you have information or not. So the intention of throwing it out is also different, right?
So utility, the ability exchange or the utility exchange, whatever you want to call it, is not going to be such a big factor on Fracture, but on Icebox and even Ascent, especially Icebox, because there's so much area. Where the heck do you throw your shit? So that's where we're really going to see these mind games of utility exchanges and ability exchanges boil down. I was talking to Amaterasu in Mumbai, and one thing that he was telling me was Ultimate Orbs Vivek and what a big role they play. So I want to see, do they really get those orbs? I want to see whether they use their utility for those orbs, because that is worth throwing your utility for on Fracture. But it's really going to come down to Icebox and Ascent to judge that. And yeah, I'm hyped for this matchup, Crips.
Yeah, even I'm excited for this one. I mean, the ultimate orbs are one important factor, sure, but making sure that the people who take those orbs are also alive, right? I'm talking about man advantage over here. Now, I have some interesting stats over here. Back in Souvenir Mumbai, when Velocity Gaming, they finished last in their tournament, I can chalk it up to them having a little bunch of bad days, a bad week, because the tournament overall wasn't really kind to them. It was pretty harsh. So over there, what was happening is that whenever they're on the defensive side, and let's say a full-blown execute comes their way, they try to get away from the side. They call their teammates back, hoping to regroup and then retake. And they were losing their members in the process. But there has been improvement. In phase 2 of this tournament, in the online phase of SCS, every time Velocity Gaming gave up a site, they made sure that they never lose their members. So while they're relinquishing map control, they retain the numbers advantage. And that is something that helped them quite a lot. In Mumbai, they were losing both map and man advantage. Here, they're at least only nullifying their losses. And based on my conversation with CA yesterday, he's told me that he's going to give his players a lot more freedom, let them be a lot more spontaneous, so that they don't have to give up these areas on their own. If they feel like they can stay on the site and take down 2 players, even if it's at the cost of their own life, they're still going to do it. So that's the kind of plays that Enigma need to be careful about, because Velocity is improving constantly, and all of this in the matter of just a month.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important to play for retake with numbers, because if you're playing for retake without numbers,
yeah, absolutely,
you have nothing. And you need to play for retake with your abilities available as well. It's not just the numbers. So both those things are absolutely necessary for the side of VLT, if that's how they want to approach this. There's that lad on our screens, Hell F, examining his fingernail under a microscope. His plays will be put under a microscope by our casters, Kremer, and we're still waiting for them. I think we will be jumping into the game soon enough. But speaking of Hell F, I saw him play Sova for the first time yesterday, Crips. A rather good performance on Breeze. It was Right to Ace who tweeted it out earlier also. Hi Amit. Hi.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the first time that he was playing Sova. Velocity have been experimenting in their roles quite a bit. Ever since Vibhor left their team and joined Orangutan, this team has gone through several changes. And sometimes I can say it's for the better, sometimes not so much. Let's just explore it in more detail. Deathmaker used to be like that star duelist, right?
Yep.
The guy who's on the jet. And he was the last person to start playing Chamber. Meanwhile, players like SK Rossi, players like Rafu, they adapted the jet to Chamber transition pretty quickly. Deathmaker was the last guy to go through that. So that's one adjustment that Velocity Gaming have made. But more than that, Hellfighter, the guy who used to be on the Sentinel role, is now playing initiators in form of Sova. Ace used to be the Sova main. In fact, he was one of my favorite Sova players. We called him Right to Clutch. He's now playing the controller role. So while these roles have been exchanged, Velocity Gaming, I'm not sure how comfortable they are with these switch-ups, but they're definitely making their enemy uncomfortable for sure.
Yeah, I really want to see where these switch-ups go. I think it's good to revisit your role in the game. Anti started out as a sentinel in the very beginning, moved on to playing duelist, and now he's, well, a little bit of everything, primarily a good IGL at the helm, keeping morale up. As you can see, all the Enigma boys having a good laugh over there. But one thing that I do want to point out, in all these changes, after all these patches, after nerfing the Sova Shock Dart to oblivion, 75 damage only, Hell F yesterday managed to get a Shock Dart kill. It didn't get captured on camera. I don't know how he's doing that, but he's pulling out magic with the Shock Dart, still showing that it has a place in this game. And Sova maybe is still worth having in your composition over a Fade. And speaking of Fade, I spoke to YB earlier in the coaching room, and YB was saying that Fade is really, really good. It's primarily because most teams do not know how to play against it.
Yeah, and by the time players are able to figure out how to counter the Fade, people have already moved on beyond it. They've already started to think of things 3 steps ahead. And that's, I think, what this match is going to boil down to.
Yeah.
It's going to boil down to a 5-dimensional chess battle where both the teams are trying to one-up each other. I mean, Velocity have revealed some of their key strats on Fracture yesterday. And the biggest weakness that Velocity had on Fracture, at least this used to be the case in Phase 2 when they were fighting Full Power Gaming, is that their triggers were identifiable. What do I mean by triggers? Let's say if MW1 is going ahead and there's Amaterasu's breach utility along with it, you can figure out that that is not a fake, that's a full commitment. But when MW1 is going alone, that's when teams can figure out, oh, maybe this couldn't be a full commitment yet, maybe this is just exploration. So those triggers can be identified by their opponents. At least that was the case with Full Power Gaming when Velocity fought them in the group stage. Not sure if they'll be falling into the same tendencies here. So let's see how well can Enigma read them, if at all.
Yeah. I mean, of all the tournaments we've seen, Crips, I've got to say the competition in this one is phenomenal.
Oh, definitely.
We've got so much fresh blood. We've got international talent in the coaching department. We've got international talent in front of the keyboards, mice and monitors in the form of Orangutan. And we've got international talent casting as well. And this would be a great throw if he knew when to. But we've just got to wait for that a little bit longer.
Yeah, our boys Kremen and Leg are going to be joining you guys soon. But before we head to that, we are going to be taking a look at the agents that are coming up. We know for a fact that Velocity love playing a Sage in their composition.
I saw Helef hovering on Sage.
Yeah, Helef hovering on Sage, and that could be a good way to kill the Enigma pace. And that's amazing, right? The pacing is something I want to highlight over here, because while we spoke about all the utility plays that these teams are good at, Enigma can sometimes go for contact plays which are so difficult to figure out. You can almost never see them coming. And that's exactly why in those moments of surprises, in those contact play moments where you do not have enough time to react to the push, the slowdown that Hellfighter can offer, that's going to be crucial for Velocity to buy more space and buy more time.
Absolutely, and the wall has its place in an after plant as well.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams, I don't know about a lot of teams, but a lot of my pubs, and my pubs aren't the metric for anything other than mental torture. I'm not quite convinced how Sage is yet to be played on this map, but maybe Helef can, there's definitely something actually, no maybe, there's definitely something we can pick up from Helef and his Sage here. I am just so excited for the agent selection screen, Crips.
Oh, definitely. I'm expecting a double initiator all throughout, and is that the case? Actually, it is. So, KO and Breach has been picked up by the members of Enigma Gaming, so no surprises over there, along with the Neon and Chamber as well. Meanwhile, Velocity have opted to go for a double Sentinel instead of a double Initiator. Only Breach has been picked up by those guys. So, on paper, Velocity should be stronger on defense and Enigma should be stronger on attack. But again, that is on paper. You can't take these things for their finality.
Crips, I wanted to ask you something. With the prevalence of Sentinels and generally, I mean, we're seeing 2 Sentinels here as well. Would you not feel that Omen would be a much better controller on this map over the Brimstone because he offers more attacking potential? I mean, you haven't got 3 smokes, which sometimes you might feel the need for towards the B side, but you got the ability to lurk so much and just ignored all those traps and also cause a lot of problems around that door area towards A. Do you think Omen has a place? Do you think maybe teams might start to lure towards the Omen?
If they want to go for the lurks, then sure, the Omen has some potential. But I do believe that the reason they picked Brimstone is because while executing or retaking that ultimate that he has, the orbital strike, it clears up a massive amount of area. Almost always forcing players out of tower region or out of the sites that they're holding. And I think that's the only reason why Brimstone triumphs over the Omen in a map like this. And yeah, you're right about that. The versatility of the Omen, the traveling and the teleporting potential is way too much. But
yeah,
these teams, it clearly seems that they are more execute heavy rather than lurk heavy. So let's see if that execute actually is successful, or will they have to go for their defaults and slower approaches?
I think global esports, but I could be completely wrong about this, but some team in Mumbai did end up picking Omen.
Did it end well for them?
Huh?
Did it end well for them?
It was okay. I think it's good because it's a very neat trick that I learned.
Yeah, but these guys have neat tricks of their own, and let's see how many tricks did they have up their sleeve. Our magicians for this game are going to be Kremer and Leg Day. Boys, take it away.
Vanakkam, Chennai. Did you miss us? Those of you who have arrayed in the arena from across the lands and online, looking to see the best of your countrymen compete in Valorant here, for spots at APAC and a bunch of prize money as well, I challenge you from across oceans and continents to arise for South Asia. I'm Leg Day, joined by the wonderful Kremer.
He makes it sound very grand, but the reality is, after seeing some of the best Valorant I've seen in SA for a very long time, the second we were breaking before the LAN, I dashed over, grabbed Leg Day, and just dragged him to this tournament so he can see just how good the Valorant is. And what a game to start. We've got Enigma taking on Velocity. Enigma, they left the last LAN in Mumbai in second place, a Skyesports Grand Slam, where I believe they lost to Global. Now, They've come into the tournament very strong, but it's the Enigma way. Do great in group stage, lose in playoffs. They're trying to break that curse, and who better to do it against than Velocity, the up-and-comers, the guys who have stared down third place again and again and again. They now hit the SCS, and there's a very real chance that they can prove to be the best in SA.
But, Kremer, as our desk alluded to, this is going to be a tough map to begin that slaying of Velocity on. Velocity incredible when it comes to Fracture. The pace, unbreakable. The attacks coming in from multiple angles, or just as fast as they come, seem to be absolutely unholdable for a defense. And then the retakes are so much more difficult against the trained aim of all of his Velocity professionals. South Asia, certainly as a region, has been leveling up over the last few months, and I think as we head over towards APAC, it is going to be a very contentious region, but only 2 teams from the 6 we have remaining in this bracket can be present.
The reality is, you could get like a random number generator, give every team in this tournament a number, and just get two teams out the hat, and they will be able to do well at APAC. The fact that we get to get the very best of those 2 is going to be absolutely tremendous. Here we are over on Fracture. For the pistol round, we do have Velocity starting on the attack, going for what looks like a fairly well-split default, listing ever so slightly over to A, with Enigma reading it relatively well, with a Neon ready to aggressive domain to get that bit of early information.
It's a little bit
Go, go, go.
early scouting here. Iskali using their sprint and quickly moving away, sending out concussions now with a frenzy. That's going to be an almost direct hit with a concussion, and MW1 is the first to fall to raw fuel. But Deathmaker is moving their way around Dish, does not reveal his presence by picking up that orb tremor. Still, main is contested, and right to aces as fast as they come with the ghost. Maybe it's going to be raw fuel who comes to strike back now, but look at this. On the other side, waiting for anyone to try and kill themselves, it's going to be Deathmaker on the chamber. And boy, does that chamber pistol ring on out. Smoked off for the moment. The spam through the smoke is more successful from Rawfield, taking away that headhunter. Sage caught with a knife out. RVK grabs themselves a freebie. And now Velocity Gaming are running low on personnel in a 2 versus 4.
Concuss is really strong now. Rawful looking to follow up here, and I quite like how passive he's being. He's waiting for the rest of his team, and he's wary of the fact that Velocity still have the option to rotate here.
Right away. Staying over on default for the moment. The spike plant is important, Kremer. This means that there could be a force in the next round if it is going to be lost by Velocity. However, so many corners that need to be checked, but Right Away is creating some good distance here. And an excellent crossfire with their compatriot in Amaterasu. For now, Rexy not noted the first, easy. After that, the shots begin to move on forward. Amaterasu's frenzy is going mad. Sure, they've lost that one a friend, but it's the crossfire, which is stronger. Amaterasu with 3 and a 4 versus 2 evaporates in the face and in the favor of Velocity.
To any other team, Harry, to any other team, that is unwinnable. But they're able to convert it. Trapped in a corner, that's when Velocity are most dangerous. Amaterasu, an incredible rounder. Just his survival alone is perfect. He could have very well just played the bait and switch with right to ace. Instead, he takes the Juggernaut. He takes on that role without armor, by the way. He's able to mow through 3 players. Enigma, a bitter taste in their mouths as they start Fracture here with Velocity. Looking to ride it high now, bring out the Spectres.
Raw fuel has opted not to buy the Spectre here, opting instead just for the Headhunter. VLT moving forward now. Concussion sends one out. Sprint, slide, and gun them down. MW1 opens up well here, but it's going to be Enigma who are striking back against Velocity, and soon it's down to a 2 versus 2. This is not the even competition that Velocity were hoping for when they went for their anti-eco. The Sheriff headshots are strong from RVK and right to Ace now. Actually smokes themselves off for a second, moves on forward. The Spectre aims upwards and right to Ace. Maybe not an ace, but it is at least a rescued round, Crema, for Velocity.
Giving Enigma their last rights, you could say. But 1v2, while it is very, very clean, right Waste is going to be able to build a bit of confidence. My worry is the fact that this is 2 rounds now, and in both rounds, Velocity have had to rely on a hero play to make it work. Against what was essentially a full eco from Enigma there, it should not come down to a 1v1. Now we see both teams. There's no bonus for Velocity. Full rifles have to come out. They have to match the buy of Enigma. If Enigma win this, it's straight to an equalizer because Velocity have to drop the pistols.
Not the economic boon that they would like, Crema. The knife goes out. Hostiles are detected. A trio of them, in fact, by the dish. And while that does leave Enigma on guard, Velocity are yet to really play off the back of this. And there is going to be checking here in A main, but only really the Neon who's going to be in a place to try and challenge this.
Rawful, hoping for an opening here. Fortunately for him, the entirety of Velocity, they're still looking to hit this ace site. I mean, it's been working. Why fix what isn't broken? Scally almost inviting someone to walk into his crosshair here. Just going to try and find an angle around the smoke. Won't disengage just yet, but RVK ready to assist in this angle.
RVK moving in. They are going to be the first victim, however, traded out by MW1. Skyesports forced to cede this ground. It is going to be the chamber. Beginning to pinch in from the high ground. Smoked off now by the defending Brimstone. And so much attention has been brought over here to A. But Crema, the action lists to B.
Rexy has a pretty good idea it's coming, but the question is, how soon can he activate Rawful? He can't take a 1 versus X. He needs the assistance of that teammates. It's a really well-timed molly. It's going to be about kind of 18 seconds before that molly fades, but it's a false negative. He backs out there. It's going to be all on Rawful to hold this site, Harry.
Rawful with the world on his shoulders here. Deathmaker instantly into the crosshairs of a Vandal. And the Vandal will claim that blood. Just at the end of a time limit in default. There is going to be a spike plant here on B. And there's the Rolling Thunder. Defensive efforts made, but Amaterasu still can't move the door off the back of this. Excali, though. No more than one will they be claiming, and while MW1 may try to tap and keep that spray under control, it's Rawful who's simply more accurate in this case. Hell and high water both freeze over as Rawful finds frag after frag, and the Vandal reigns supreme for Enigma.
I realize as well, is because I've dragged you to APAC again, you now don't know how to say any of the names.
That's true.
And what's even better is, I think if you both actually changed their names in game, Raw Fuel is just Rawful. There's no I there. In fact, I would argue the I there is specifically to trip you up, Harry. So consider yourself
assault on leg day.
Yeah, you've been Rawfuled. Velocity set up for a bit of an eco here. A couple of kills would be impressive here. A spike plant would be perfect. But the reality is, Enigma, their objective is just keep it clean. They've already got a Sword of Force ready should they have to come to an eco. They're only a mere couple of ult points away from getting actually quite a big arsenal of utility to work with come the next full buy. Same can be said for Velocity here. So it's all a matter of just trying to keep it clean. Keep it tight. Don't overextend.
When it comes to tight, Excali's aim is as tight as they come. Amaterasu's slain already. And now waiting within this smoke. MW1, I'm afraid I'm the only Neon here. No need for my shadow self. You go into the shadow realm, baby. Enigma Gaming poised now to go 2-2 with a 5-3 advantage.
Deathmaker hoping for an angle here. And you'll learn very quickly, Harry, this name, it's one he's earned, not one he's just bought.
Rexy stares it down. And Deathmaker does go down to half, puts down their teleporter. But the swing from Rawful, or Rawful rather, pardon me, is fast enough and more than deadly enough. The fast lane used. Oh, a run through there from Hell. Brave, as it's going to be the Quadra from Excali. just slaughtering the economied members of Velocity.
It certainly isn't pretty, is it? But so long as it works, the reality is that's enough for Enigma. They kept a fair few players alive. I think they kept everyone alive, actually. So they get that big cash injection. You look at the ult management as well. Neon ready with their ult. Tour de Force ready on Rawful. RVK one away from the Rolling Thunder, which is going to make retakes really considerably easier. Over on Velocity, you have that Orbital Strike. You also have that ult on MW1. I doubt we'll see the Neon ults come out just yet. I reckon it's something we may see more leaning over to more of the ambitious players, which will start seeing the latter stages of this first half.
Sprinting in behind the concussion. Aggressive space grab from MW1 is going to be challenged out here and broken down, but it is going to be once again Enigma from their defensive positions claiming all this space and claiming multiple lives. Velocity Gaming, more often than they would like, Kremer, have found themselves in 2 versus X scenarios, with their early scouting often perturbed by the Enigma land grabs. And there is yet another one. Right to Ace falls to RVK, and now Hell stands alone.
It's definitely a winnable position for a 1v3 here. Timing doesn't quite favour them. Rexy able to finish off Helef. That'll be a 3rd round secured for Enigma, taking the lead, and more importantly, showing Velocity that they didn't actually commit any ults for that round either. So they really just worked on gunplay, worked on picks. And what I really like about Enigma particularly is their aggression is really calculated. It's never a solo player pushing for a kill. You'll never see Excali just pushing an angle from player advantage. You'll always have an assistance, whether it be from utility, whether it be a teammate to trade, or whether it be from an ultimate of some form. And on the topic of ultimates, Harry, there aren't many ults that haven't yet been acquired. Tour de Force going to come out early from Rawful here, and it might be a little bit overkill against the fractured by of Velocity, but it's mainly there to counteract the Tour de Force out from Deathmaker here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Scarly on board with them for a moment, but Amaterasu in a touch of trouble. Deathmaker healing away anyone who would dare peek for some information using this Tour de Force. Of course, it is going to be one of the primary offensive tools of Velocity, given that their overall armory, Kremer, is somewhat lacking due to being poor.
A plague which blights a lot of people, us included.
Relatable.
Thanks, Callie. Going for some early aggression here. Timing may favour him as well. It's just as the breach backs off.
Scarly sends out the concussion, sprints away. Does note at least that one Velocity Gaming member is going to be moving up towards B here, and actually their entire force of 5 is a raid. That means everyone's cut off by a singular smoke here, Kremer. Out goes the fast lane, and Excali considers maybe moving inside of that. Down goes an orbital strike, but it isn't going to be claiming any lives here. Instead, Help going to be taken down instead by the Vandal. A counter orbital strike. Everybody's moving on in. It's concussions for everyone, and Excali somehow finds themselves within the orbital strike. The right to ace called down on top of their head. It's not the biggest beam coming through from the Neon, but still, right to ace is exercising their right to kill, and Rawfield forced away for a moment with a Tour de Force. And now, does hear the plant, moves on forward, the quick scope, not good enough. MW1 exercises a touch of modern warfare, and Velocity Gaming equal up the scoreline.
Really, really strong round from Velocity there. Something I want to highlight was the Rolling Thunder actually came from RVK there, and it hits his teammate. Excali then gets pushed into right to Ace's orbital strike, and that's what causes Excali to die. So a bit of a mismanagement there from Enigma, and a bit uncharacteristic, so to say. I think it could be growing pains mainly, but for Velocity, as they move to their next investment, rifles on every single player, you need to set your eyes to the economy of Enigma, which for Rawful is currently on its last legs.
Rawful's taking a risk here. Gone for the op buy. But maybe they might not even have to use it. However, Antidote gets their first frag and the second. This player did not have a frag moving into the round, Kremer, but now that's all changed. The trio brings Antidote back into the realms of relevancy for Enigma, and Velocity once again find themselves in a 2 versus 3, still with a spike in hand, so opportunities are plenty, as Enigma, they may have gone for a little bit of a wild chase here with the Neon. Excali is wrapping around the back and might have access to the spike as well if they can catch Amaterasu with their pants down, maybe even with a knife out here. Oh, there it is, seen. However, a little bit of a flub. Amaterasu with the turnaround and the headshot. Unbelievable. Excali's been slain. Down to a 2 versus 2 Kremmer. But Amaterasu is low on health and low on options. Rawful. A decision that weighs heavily upon your shoulders. Do you risk the economy once again to go in for a battle? At this point, you hold the angle and you hope, and it seems like Rawful's made a proper decision here, and a well-informed one to stop ingress into B. There's no way to stop this, except for the concussion. Unbelievable. Amaterasu's now made the swap over. Deathmaker might give this one a look. Fault lines exchanged, and Amaterasu forced out and broken down by the Vandals.
Oh!
Unbelievable!
Where did that come from?
And a steal of the operator. Goodbye to the economic risk that was taken. Velocity once again are in control.
Harry, I told you, not 3 rounds ago, Deathmaker earned that name. And that is exactly why. A round which, once again, looks unwinnable for Velocity. The fact Amaterasu was able to turn 180 and kill Excali there, I think for me that Velocity win from then on out, regardless of how many players Enigma have. Deathmaker absolutely wipes the floor with them. And Enigma, I'd like to see a timeout come through, frankly. I would love to see an early timeout to figure out just what needs to change, because these rounds are bloody close. The rounds which Velocity are winning are coming down to kind of 1-2 players left. That is very winnable after some minor adjustments. What I really want to see is Enigma now focusing their aggression to be a little bit more spontaneous, to do it sort of off the start of the round, to try and catch out these early players to go from a 4-on-5.
Yeah, it does feel like very often, Kremmer, we are witnessing Velocity having to clutch out from a 2vx situation instead of being able to control the rounds of their own accord. The early information probes from Enigma are often leading into very well-orchestrated duels. Like you pointed out in the earlier rounds, Enigma have a very good habit early on of not taking informational peaks by themselves, and often finding 2 versus 1s to maintain either trades or numbers advantages.
Can I admit something to you, Harry?
What's that?
I've been corrected by the local audience. It is actually Raw Fuel. It's just when I cast him, he didn't have the eye, so it was me being Raw Full.
Well, that's why I added the eye.
It is Raw Fuel.
To bully you instead of me.
Yeah, it was a reverse bully. And that aforementioned player, Raw Fuel.
Raw Fuel's
add fuel to the
again.
fire.
Oh, this is a very tough time to be the chamber, though. MWR might have actually moved into their own stun here somehow. Still Enigma fragging out. Your thunder means nothing to me. I am Zeus. I am Overlord. I am Rawfield, and I am the Quadra Killer.
The fact Rawfield survived that round is insane to me. Really, really strong round. And what gets even better is the fact that Excali does bring out the Neon ult, which I think we could discard for a moment. It's the fact that Velocity, because of the rounds they've been winning, they've been losing so many players, their economy isn't established. Yeah, they have a buy here, sure, but you look at the ult management, Helef only has the Resurrection, that's it. And there's nothing else on the horizon, really. You look at the economy as well, right now, Velocity are on the precipice of being reset, and they don't really have a solution.
Oh, already. Exchanges of 5. That's a lovely blind there. Antidote slain. MW1, surely there's nothing more that can be gained here on Dish. An attempt at concussion, which Rexy will be able to backpedal their way out of and keep their senses about them for about a moment. The sprint expended, no slide to be used. MW1 now backs away to see if there is anyone who might check upon the flank. Still here for Velocity. There is going to be multiple members remaining. For once, Kremmer, it's not Velocity having to clutch with 2 members. A legitimate numbers advantage, and we know that Rawfuel here, he's going to be playing to save this operator. He's got 50 credits, man.
Around Velocity actually won in the strategy. And it comes mainly down to the fact that they punished Enigma there. They really punished Enigma for that aggression over in Dish. And our analyst said as well, Dish control is going to be crucial. And Enigma, they identify it as a point of weakness. They realize that when Velocity go for these sort of one-dimensional attacks, just straight through A main, they die. They need that Dish control. They fight for it, they lose that initial fight, and it's just a downward spiral from there. Now that Enigma have a chance to particularly fall to the back foot, Velocity need to keep the pressure on as much as possible.
Yes, this pressure cannot be released, Kremer. I feel like I should be introducing myself to the audience.
Oh yeah, you should say hello to them, by the way.
The Indian audience don't know me so well at the moment. I've been AFK on a separate adventure. I'm Leg Day. I've cast quite a bit of SEA Valorant and other games which shall remain unnamed on this broadcast. It's lovely to meet you, and I'm ready to see South Asia arise.
We learned how to cast Valorant together, didn't we? So
we did. I still haven't completed that arc, but
we're like 90% there. Velocity. With an advantage, go into this round, but the more pressing advantage is the economic one. They're about to be able to achieve at least a draw in the half, but I'm expecting to see Velocity really start gunning for that 7th round.
This is where Velocity Gaming can really start to try and get the attacking presence we know them for on Fracture. This is a map that we are very heavily expecting them to win, and if they don't win, it would be honestly a tragedy for Velocity Gaming's overall chances in this series, as this is kind of like a trump card map. It's a lot newer. MW1 already taken down. RVK is a mad one today. Kremer and Ixgali is like, I heard you praising my teammate. Don't forget about the big boy on the neon, huh?
You do need to highlight that Velocity picked this map. This is their home ground right now. So the fact that Enigma are even able to keep it close for me is quite impressive. What I really don't want to see here is see Enigma's confidence get broken. Because the second that happens, Velocity, like particularly Deathmaker, is going to walk all over them. 3-on-5, an assault to this A site pending now. How can Enigma defend?
Antidote waking up in these later rounds. Molly brought on in. RBK running low on options. Sprints on out and is taken down instantly by Right to Ace. But it's Antidote playing from the high ground who manages to find this. Amaterasu with a little bit of a flood, but manages to pick it up later. And now the next moves on in. Amaterasu's
oh my god!
Headshot after headshot. And Amaterasu reigns supreme on the site, but the timer favors raw fuel.
I don't know what to say. I love how Sia instantly calls a timeout after that as well. Sia realizes, oh, that should not have happened. And I understandably so. Velocity, even in the rounds they lose now, they are really landing some blows on Enigma. And it wasn't like Enigma played that particularly badly. There were still trades. There were still players swinging afterwards to get that second kill. It's just they're micromillimetrically out of sync, and it's instantly punished. An impeccable round from Velocity, and now that is going to, there's blood in the water, Harry. Enigma, for me, they probably lose Fracture in the grand scheme of things. However, this at least is on paper. After this, I believe our map's going to be Ascent, then Icebox. 2 maps which Enigma have proven to be very good on, but it's also 2 maps which Velocity have proven to be good on. So for Enigma, I would, best case scenario, you end up losing Fracture, whatever. So long as they keep their confidence, as long as they keep their composure, going over to Ascent, this is easily a 3-map series.
Oh, I can feel it in my bones, Kremer. We've got 2 best of 3s for all the wonderful boys and girls in the stadium and across the world on the internet today. So make sure that you guys all have a drink. Make sure that you have the snacks. It's going to be a long day of South Asian Valorant, especially you guys over in Chennai. I hear it's pretty hot today, so stay hydrated, gamers.
It is so hot in Chennai. Like, it's insane, the weather there. So the fact all these players are actually competing under that heat is just incredible. Raw Fuel, not quite bringing the heat yet. Backs off with the first sign of trouble. Understandably so. He's had his fair share of pummeling by utility from this backside position of A, accompanied by a KO. The main thing to highlight here is the flank through B. There's a 3-man flank as well.
Yeah, this is huge. Amaterasu caught out for a moment. RVK goes up big. Amaterasu is the magic again. You better believe what it is. It's an Amaterasu 2 rounds in a row. The man is bloodthirsty and unbelievable. And now it's going to be Enigma scrambling through mid to try and retake this area. Yes, it is going to be potentially a wasted ultimate there, the Rolling Thunder from Amaterasu, but it doesn't matter if he keeps playing like this. He'll have it back in 2 rounds anyway. A lack of information here for Velocity will slow the pace, Grammar, and decisions need to be made. Antidote here's the... What? How does Deathmaker win that? It's an absolute crime of an engagement. And Deathmaker walks away with yet another robot scalp.
30 seconds left.
A 1v3 now against the likes of Deathmaker and Amaterasu. I couldn't think of a more difficult task at hand here. Raw Fuel, he's been able to find the first, Harry. Maybe there's a chance.
Maybe it could be converted. A teleport away. Raw Fuel. Heavy weaponry. But maybe not the breaching capacity. That's going to be a corner taken and a life taken as well. Velocity, keep their cool.
What I really want to highlight is the teamwork from Velocity there. Even when it comes down to that final 1 versus 2, they don't take any chances with it. You see Amaterasu, with that fault line, is able to completely stun up those that remaining player, and it means that for Enigma, for Raw Fuel, there's not much he can do. Something else to highlight, we get to the final round of the SAF, Harry, but look at the ults available for Velocity. They burned the Rolling Thunder last round. That wasn't a misplay, it's just they could, and they're not going to have any reprimand for it.
Raw Fuel. Oh, moves inside the fast lane, and that's going to be the emergency brakes applied. MW1 shut down for the moment, and then Rexy keeps the rest at bay. Enigma have themselves an advantage when it comes to the numbers. Look at this. Antidote actually waits below. Anyone who would dare to try and escape that falls within the sight line of the judge. And once again, it has to be a clutch from the side of Velocity. Enigma, they sniffed out the blood and they chomped down on the bit. Velocity are looking broken.
If Deathmaker wins this 1v5, Harry, I've got 8 Red Bulls with me. That may not be enough to last us if Deathmaker wins this. Like, the odds aren't great, but there's always a chance.
Has to be made. Creeping on forward. Friendly flash, that might have been a poor comm, to be honest. But it's okay. No harm, no foul. Still 5 members up against 1 with 23 seconds yet to go. Deathmaker does have access to the spike. That's going to be the first. 4 bullets remaining. That's 1 each, and of course a Vandal in the other hand as well. You got to remember Antidote's down below with that judge in hand, and it's actually going to be Tour de Force versus Tour de Force. Raw Fuel proves himself to be the alpha chamber in round the 12th.
The reality is, there's only so much you can do in that position, right? It would be amazing to see Raw Fuel 1v5, or Deathmaker 1v5 even, but regardless, you're moving through 1 angle of altitude, and you've got 4 players who already know you're coming. There's only so much you can do there, and as you look for a Velocity, it's a quick cleanup and a really, really ineffective way to end the half. Enigma, now as they move to their attack, maybe we're going to start seeing some momentum build here.
And this is where Enigma Gaming, they can start to exploit, Kramer, the incredible attackability of Fracture.
Absolutely.
Very much unique to any map in Valorant. You can get instant crunches and pincers from the wide berth of land that can be held by the attackers at the beginning of a round. Deathmaker's actually trying to play for it right here, but is already down 23 bullets. Ooh, the interesting wait once more. Is that Antidote up there? Indeed it is. Oh no, it's Amaterasu. Welcome to the Tower of Scarlet. I'm afraid that it's a Tower of Pain for you, mate. Broken by the shorty. There's Deathmaker, looks for 1 head, won't find a second. And there's the swap over to the Classic. A longer engagement range is going to be proffered on over, but Enigma Gaming once again playing from a man deficit. Ooh. And Rexy simply didn't move away from a breach utility. RVK low on health and more so than ever. In these pistol rounds, that is what's most important. Still, Antidote has options. With the spike in hand, Antidote can sprint away here.
As they try to hightail it out of there, there should be enough time as well to get this plant down. Enigma have proven to be bloody good in pistol rounds. They've proven to be bloody good in pistol rounds with frenzies. So while it may be a 2 versus 1, particularly if the spike goes down, it's about level pegging. Antidote in a very winnable circumstance here. And as he pushes over to Divider, this is exactly where Velocity are hedging their assault from.
10 seconds out from a knife, Crummer. That might be an important turning point as we hear both of these players approach. They're not being very subtle about this, but Frenzy's going to run out of ammo soon, Cremmer, and that means that Right to Ace can simply take his time, one shot by one shot, and carve through the KO.
I couldn't think of anything scarier than to stare down a KO and just hear the hollow clicking of your gun running out of ammo. What? I love how that's now tradition to get messages on your phone. Like,
I mean, is that an app that the crowd get? They like the message scrolling app?
Potentially. I don't understand it, but I imagine they're happy notes.
Yes, I'm going to say those are all entirely positive messages. Thank you, Chennai.
We are some really uncultured foreigners. Velocity. They take the pistol round. Currently 7-6 up. Enigma dropping down to a couple of pistols now. It's a bit of an eco. I like the fact we're not seeing the second round force by here because for RVK, he doesn't need it.
Just a Jersey Sheriff by my side, and they'll do. Deathmaker. Looking over towards what I assume is a Spectre over here. Yep, there it is, picked on up. Even if it's not going to be used by Deathmaker here, that's important to deny it. We do have Excali. Up close, that is a dirty spray, Crummer. Not ideal at all. Velocity on their anti-eco here are actually losing out heavily. And there's an attempt to chase. Antidote's already onto the A site. And Velocity have been absolutely routed here.
This should not be as one-sided as it is. It should not be as close as it is. 5 on 3. Sure, 2 players are low, but Velocity, they need kills and they need them fast.
Hell. Caught back by the Brimstone. That Molotov incendiary at their feet, making things a touch more difficult. An attempt maybe to retake here from Velocity Gaming. Don't know if they lose this round. It's back to the eco anyway, so might as well give it a go and try to frag on through Raw Fuel. The first to fall down, and that's going to be the high ground cleared by the incendiary. Deathmaker knows that Antidote is close, but that's a looted Spectre that's used to take down its former owners. Who even knew that this could have allegiance? But RVK from far away has set up the utility, and that's checkmate, baby. All will die to the void. As you stare into the void, Cremmer, Enigma, stare back.
Enigma then reach out of it and beat you with a Sheriff, because that's how good they are with these pistols. And for Velocity, they give them too much space. They underestimate Enigma, and it comes back to haunt them. What a round from Enigma. And it wasn't any one player who was doing particularly well. What was really quite impressive from Enigma there was that it split up. It was all 5 players who did something to contribute to that victory. You don't see the likes of Excali, for instance, running off and getting 5 kills. It was a concerted effort. And now as we enter a bit of an anti-eco, really, for Enigma here, yes, there's the odd weapon on Velocity, but what can it do against Vandals?
That's filthy.
Nasty.
That's filthy.
Nasty.
Oh, behave. Unbelievable. Velocity. Early attempts to grab landed information. Well, information was found, but land certainly not. Cremmer. And now the loneliest little Neon will defend on B. Sure to call in reinforcements shortly if any of this breach utility begins to show. MW1 might take a peek here. RVK, we know him to be so fast with this Vandal. That's a concussion sent straight on up. We won't talk about that. A little bit of a mess, Cremmer. A little bit of a mess. And that has given time for Velocity Gaming to now move on over and potentially interrupt this plant. Antidote in default seems a fairly safe spot, and so it will be. Oh, an Antidote. Moving in quickly once again with the frags. Remember, this is basically an anti-eco here as Velocity They fumbled their own buy up to the Spectres. Rexy with a huge advantage on right to ace. And it seems like Enigma Gaming, they'll only fall to the fumble. Was that a run through there with Amaterasu Shorty? I got to admit, I respect the gumption, Kremer.
It's ballsy, isn't it? I also really want to highlight that play in tower. The sort of missed aftershock from MW1 there that hits his teammates. It feels like it's just uncomfortable enough to make everyone comfortable. Yeah, in every execution, there's a mess up. So I'm glad it was on the eco, and more importantly for Enigma, you sort of you get a groove for it, right? You make a mistake, you adapt, you move on. And now that you've had that adaptation against an eco, you don't have to risk losing a round because of it. As we do move to the next investments from both of these teams, Enigma with a slight lead, sure, but this game has overtime written all over it.
Oh, it absolutely does, Kremer. Finally, even footing when it comes to the gunplay. But will all be fair in love and war when these two Indian titans clash towards B? At the moment, Enigma, they're hedging their bets with the rear guard of the chamber, potentially being entered into a 1 versus 2. Depends on how much he wants to push this lurk.
Oh, be careful here. Goes to the fault line. There's the swing from Amaterasu, who can't quite punish it here. But look at the follow-up aggression.
Right to ace, moving on through. That's a beautiful flash just in the nick of time. RVK could not see anything coming, but it's Scarly from the back. A little bit of a phantom diff, hell. Your will meant nothing to the trio that would rack on through, but Deathmaker, oh, the making is good today, Kremer. A pair fall into his grubby little mitts, and Enigma Gaming are running low on personnel and hope.
This is worrying for Enigma here. Last player called out. MW1 finishes the job. And we spoke about that aggression. It's something Enigma needed to do. This time, Velocity, they're the ones who take the tempo into their own hands and they go aggressive. That is so brave to do when you have zero cash behind you. That was a huge risk to take, but thanks to the utility of your breach, it becomes a calculated risk, one which Velocity are able to craft and one they're able to equalize off of the back of here. Now, as we move into Enigma's buy, let's see how they react.
Dude, I think these are the classiest chairs I've ever seen at a LAN.
They're really classy, aren't they?
They seem very comfortable. DM King, yes.
They're referring to Deathmaker, Harry.
Deathmaker is indeed. Okay. I don't know who the DM King is. Are you telling me you do not wish for Kremer's DMs? What an affront.
Don't try and ship this on me. Oh, nothing is that time out and all that analyst time out the window. Thanks, Harry.
Oh, go ahead, talk about some Valorant King.
We'll talk about some Valorant King. Yeah, it's Enigma. I think we're at a stage now where Enigma just about have enough to buy, but I really want to see Enigma respond with some aggression here. That's cute. That is cute, Harry.
Somebody needs English classes. It might be me, Kremer. It might be.
It could very well be both of us, actually. In it.
True.
I want to highlight Raw Fuel, is having an incredible game at the moment, currently going 18-8. Now, it's not uncommon to see a chamber frag out, but what I really like from Raw Fuel at the moment is his frags have a lot of impact. This is in comparison to, I'm going to say, Helef here. And this is where we come to the agent select. Our analyst said, what use does a Sage have? And I'm inclined to agree. I think Sage hasn't really been the pick for Velocity here. But where you have Helef having a fairly quiet game, you have everyone else who's playing very bloody well here. And so for Enigma, now they need to try and isolate weaknesses and punish them. Ready to cascade onto this B site, ready for the split. There's already 3 players in defense, though.
A fresh aftershock as well. Almost ready for that defensive breach. Right to ace. Gives it a look. Rexy wins the Brimstone duel, but do they expect for there to be a lurker this close? Deathmaker grabs one, but can't escape. Unable to leave while concussed. And now there is going to be an aggressive land grab. Oh, go and Samurai Amaterasu. Not anymore, says Rexy, moving over into one of the default plant spots. A little bit deeper than the usual. And this can be occasionally vulnerable. MW1 sliding on forward. You see me for a frame, and that's all that you get, baby.
Just a
teleport
frame
away, and that is going to be
and I'm gone.
the 9th.
I'm really looking forward to Velocity going for some faster plays. I think it's something Enigma just didn't even attempt on their attack. Sorry, something Velocity didn't attempt on their attack. It's something I want to see Enigma do here, which is using your Neon to go for these very fast plays. You already have the breach. You have the fault line lineups. I just want to see Xcali get whatever weapon they have and just bomb it to a site, with the utility just being thrown from afar to assist. We might actually very well see it here.
Oh, the bombing is indeed going ahead. And it's Raw Fuel, a Strata Fortress up above, taking out their trademark chamber. Amaterasu, the next to fall, and now it's right to waste with the judge, but doesn't even get to see their opponent before they're executed. Xcali is popping off here as Enigma Gaming. Attack after attack goes their way. Sure, these were mostly defenseless innocents. The Frenzy, in fact, the one to get the final frag. Rawfield makes sure that Health can't get out of here with a weapon, and that's going to be a 10th.
Some distance now being put between Enigma and Velocity, and for Velocity, now that you get your full buy, I want to see something a little bit ambitious. I want to see something a little bit cheeky, like that 3-player dish push we saw earlier. I think that for Velocity, they're sort of at a stage now where they've lost the tempo. Right now, Enigma recording the shots. You have a Neon on your defense, which is primed for dictating tempo. This is going to become your difference maker. And for MW1, it is going to put a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Another tactical timeout. I don't think we've seen one from Enigma yet, have we? It's mostly been Velocity who've been trying to calm things down and once again begin a more cerebral and constructed method. And I think that the main differentiator we've seen thus far, Kramer, is that the early information plays from Enigma seem to be much more thoroughly supported compared to what Velocity are doing on their peaks, where they're often losing people.
What you find from Velocity's aggression is it's the chamber sort of roaming a bit. I mean, you're allowed to do that. You've got your blink away. But this is comparative to, say, the Neon, who's shoulder peeking. And it means that once you spot someone, there's no real reaction. Whereas you look over to Enigma, who constantly have... I mean, last round, for instance, Xcali goes in first. There are 4 players behind him to make sure that there are contingency plans. Even now, even though they're split up, the only player who's alone, really, and going aggressive is the Chamber, who can blink away. The other 3 are stacked together, ready to trade with this duel onto Deathmaker.
Once again, speed and ferocity are the names of the game, Kremer. No more TPs, but the concussion. Deathmaker's good for 1, and in the circumstances, that will do. Antidote tries to flash his way out onto the side, but no one's waiting there physically. Instead, it's the wraparound from behind. RVK sees the first, might get concussed as Amaterasu wraps around the corner and takes out their counterpart on the breach. All fair once again, 3-3, Thrace to Thrace, Kremer. And a quick exit from the site. Your orbital strike means nothing.
I'm happy you're able to get Thrace in as well as Raw Fuel. Backs off now, making a lot of noise, but he's done his job. Look at how many players he's distracted. What a fake from Raw Fuel there.
He's making a scene, is what he's doing.
He's really making it. He's throwing a tantrum in the middle of the supermarket. Yes, it's given space for Halef to resurrect Deathmaker, but that spike's already gone down. There's an orbital strike ready for Enigma here.
Right away, ace, near ropes. This could be an important power play position, especially if that door flips on open. Raw Fuel on the rear guard works out plenty. Look at this. The post-plant positions from Enigma here are so strong. They've got so much covered. Rexy with the bounce on the Molotov is going to make sure that this door is thoroughly suppressed. However, random shots may decide to take their life for now. It's time to play to live. Drawing breath more important for now than claiming frags as Velocity Gaming. They have to scarper, whimper, and flee.
It's particularly these last 5 rounds, we've seen Enigma completely change their tune. On defense, it was probing for a man advantage. That's out the window now. Sod it, it's not working. We don't want to touch it. It's now 3-man commitments to fighting for a player, and then if you get a follow-up, then keep going. If not, they back off. They then have the option to sell fakes. They have the option to follow it up with any of their ults that are currently available, and it means they have a lot more options open. They can play a lot more freely, whereas Velocity, when they are pushing for these player advantages, because of the Sage over, say, a KO, it means that you are seeing it means that you are seeing only the Chamber be able to aggress. And while, sure, Velocity have done pretty well, it's only 3 rounds that have made a difference, but those 3 rounds are going to be the separation between victory and defeat.
And this next one, Kremer, could be everything. Enigma Gaming on the precipice of match point. A triple peek here. You can see Amaterasu preparing over a concussion or a flash. Either way, the exit will be unperturbed until Rexy takes the swing. That's 1. Will it be 2? The spray's not under control, Kremer. The second the magazine is touched, health returns. And it's going to be the Headhunter from Deathmaker that claims a life before Antidote will trade that in kind. The hole has been sealed, the wall has been raised, and Velocity, once again, will have to count their blessings. And it seems that this, at the moment, look at this position from the Neon, Kremer. This could be everything.
It really could be. It's all down to timing now. All down to timing. And this B site is going to be in some serious trouble. There's no support. Velocity are fragmented, Harry.
And the Neon doesn't have any support. Only a Spectre, like you said, Kremer. No one can really help MW1 at the moment. Paranoia is beginning to set in. You can see that the Sage is beginning to list this way. But at the moment, still... Oh, the timing. It could be everything. It's easy. Excali will now call in the backup. Drag over the spike, boys and girls. I've opened up the site, and it might well be a freebie. This could be match point for Enigma. And Health, only armed with a Sheriff. They aren't really prepared for this battle. Already lost out on the only Vandal that was in their hands. I do believe Amaterasu might give this one a go. Health has fallen over, and Antidote with another 3K. This guy has a bunch of quiet rounds, Kremer, and then he explodes.
It's like a volcano, isn't it? You get your tremors, you get your odd thing. Yeah, you get you get the odd geyser that goes off where he flashes someone in. But then he erupts. And my god. It's like trying to put toothpaste back into a toothpaste container. Regardless. It's the
geothermal chaos.
The geothermal paste. Working beautifully for Enigma. And as you look over to Velocity now, 4 rounds on the bounce, absolutely doable. Deathmaker with an operator also makes it doable. This duel with Rawfuel's everything.
Oh, and Rawfuel winning here. This could be Velocity Gaming losing out on their own map. Pick Rawfuel! Oh! Unbelievable aim! Aiming down the sights, and Health just waddles on into them. Enigma Gaming with a 5 versus 3 and a site all of their own. Sure, the breach is close, but can't risk taking an engagement just yet. You know just how much Amaterasu is going to need that utility to try and open up this site. And think about the Brimstone as well. If a Brimstone can stay in safety, they can have an automatic stop to the defuse using that orbital strike. There's no saving after this. It's going to have to be the Rolling Thunder from the breach. RVK within the smoke is mown down by MV1. Is this when you make your move? If you do happen to be the breach on the attack, MW1 sees Excali, but it's going to be the alternate Neon, the better Neon. Antidote will finish it off, and Enigma Gaming steal away the map pick of Velocity. Feel the velocity? No. Feel the power.
Enigma absolutely run Velocity amok there. It looked very close, but it's in those latter stages. Enigma, they just explode. What a map 1. You say it's a theft. For me, that's battery. That is, because Enigma, they just lock heads with Velocity. Let's head over to the desk and see how they feel about this matchup. It's over to Crips, and of course, our new addition, the wonderful, I'm trying to get his name right here. I'm going to try and get his name right. Vivek? Vivek. The wonderful Vivek. We'll be back shortly.
What a game coming out from Enigma, Crips. And like you said, Enigma, they were rested. They came into this series with a day's rest. They were prepared. They were studying all the teams. And it shows, I mean, Velocity has this great streak on Fracture. And they were completely dismantled. If I had to pick an MVP, and I'm so happy he's popping up so early on in this tournament, it's going to be Rawfuel for me on the Chamber.
Oh, definitely Rawfuel creating so much impact regardless of wherever he is, whether he's trying to go for the entry frags, whether he's trying to defend, whether he's trying to anchor. It doesn't matter what role you put him in, and that man is going to pull it off. And I think it's not just Rawfield alone, man. You gotta admit this is a team effort, and the differences in which these teams approach their attacking side is vast. Let's start with Velocity, for example. In the first half, whenever they were going ahead and spreading out, they gather information, they try to get an informed decision, and only then they commit. Velocity move around quite a lot, rotating between the bomb sites, sometimes even trying to use the zip lines to get across. And they were making Enigma run around quite a lot. Meanwhile, Velocity themselves were on their feet all the time, looking for avenues, just roaming around for information constantly. Enigma have a very different approach. Whenever they try to gather information, they make sure that the person, the body which is going ahead to accumulate all that information is always receiving backup. So it's almost like they were looking for fights much more than they were looking for engagements and information.
Absolutely, they were looking for fights because there were so many rounds of defense. They were pushing out. Anti was backing them up if needed. Raw Fuel was also pushing so much for information so aggressively early on. And Raw Fuel reminds me of this character from my favorite anime, the Yellow Flash, Minato. This man can always get away if he wants to. He's got kunai all over the map, and he's going to get away if he needs to. The other thing I wanted to point out, the fundamentals of a good defense, trade fragging, and measured aggression, both there in Enigma's lineup. This can become a little predictable, those pushes where they push with numbers, not just one man pushing for information. Those pushes where they push with 2 or 3, sometimes from Ave, sometimes from Dish, these pushes can get countered, and they need to use these pushes really intelligently. Like we did see that one round, Amaterasu completely shut them down when they tried to push. I don't know if you remember, but the audience surely does.
Oh,
the editor who's editing the highlight reel, I'm sure he does, because there was great stuff coming out from Amaterasu. MW1 looked a little cold. Raw Fuel just showing up a lot more towards satellite when needed. And MW1, I think he's still, it's a best of 3. He can still pick up. So he's got plenty of time. That maker looks solid. One thing I wanted to point out, and excuse me, this is too dumb a question, is the shotgun, is the judge, the Bucky, and that sort of little piece of shit for 200 credits. Are those the answers to Aftershock and Rolling Thunders?
It seems like Enigma has those answers. Even Velocity started to adapt that same approach at one point, and I must say I'm totally up for it. There's certain spots in the map, like you have MW1 pushing out of A main right next to the ultimate orb. He's going to be stationed there with a shorty. Sometimes he's going to be stationed inside of tower, and those two positions work wonders. But you're right in that aspect. MW1 didn't show up as much as someone like Raw Fuel did, but you got to consider the circumstances that he was always in, right? Enigma in the first half were always winning the opening duel. There were so many occasions where Enigma win the first blood. They are the ones who get the man advantage first. But despite all of that, on several occasions, Velocity were able to clutch out. Be it the first buy round, the one after that, we saw so many occasions where Right to Ace and Amaterasu stepped up and clutched for their team. All of this in the first half. So while Enigma is getting all the opening frags, Amaterasu and Ace are closing out the round with a win, even with a man disadvantage. And that's why Velocity were much more close to the scoreline, much more in the lead in the first half as compared to the second one.
Yeah, in the second half, because you're talking about the second half. The first half did feature a lot of clutches, rightly said, but in the second half, Velocity get off to a great start. They win their pistol. The next round, they're walking in with Spectres, and this is where they completely goof it up. They were in a 3v5, and they really struggled to win what should have been a very simple anti-eco. We've got the highlights now. We can take a look at what went down, refresh our memories, and also take the opportunity to refresh ourselves, because today is a very nice long day. It's not just a day, it's a festival of Valorant. And there you go, Raw Fuel, the man of this map, the MVP for me. And yeah, he's got Ascent coming up next. I'm very curious to see what he brings to the table there. Like you said, Amaterasu right to Ace really coming in clutch grips.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, the fact that they're able to get into the site itself is a big deal. Forget about planting, forget about actually clutching things out. The way they were able to make Enigma run around all that much simply to clutch it out later on, it's just phenomenal. And we saw so many clutches from this team, this duo again and again and again. It almost felt like it was the right two-way show. It was the Amaterasu show towards the tail end of the first half. And while Velocity were really competitive in that aspect, the fact that they were running around so much did come to bite them in the butt later on. There was this one round, I believe it was round number 11, where Velocity were rotating way too much, and they simply ran out of time. Enigma were able to get that round for absolutely free. And that is a pattern which eventually had to come in and bite Velocity, because they were exploiting it a bit too much. You can't have too much of a good thing. You can't repeat the same strat over and over again. And Enigma were like, yeah, we're just going to use their own stuff against them.
Yeah. I also want to talk about that one round because we just... Oh, yeah, there you go. Excuse me. Amaterasu winning a duel he had no business winning, but that's why the Vandal, not the Vandal, it is a fan's favorite gun, but the Vandal is simply what you want in that scenario. He was up against the Phantom, flicked away quickly, and there you go. RVK taking care of Dish, taking care of MW1. Great stuff coming out from Enigma. They look like a much more cohesive team to me, Crips. Did you feel their Velocity were a little bit all over the place?
I think that was by design, them being all over the place. They were trying to spread out a lot more, and Enigma obviously playing clustered together. So you're right, they did feel all over the place, but I think that was by design. The place where they failed was that even after they were trying to spread out and gather information, they were just simply losing the picks, and that's where Enigma Gaming were able to make that difference. They were able to get the fragments, and that's the characteristic of sticking together. You're always able to trade out much more often, whereas Team Velocity, they've often found themselves in 1v1s and 1v2s, fights which they don't necessarily have an advantage in.
I agree. I also feel, because you mentioned trading, on a map like Fracture, if in all these close angles you can get your trades, you're in a much better place already. If you're playing a map like Haven, which requires you to split up, that's where a team like Velocity could really shine. And maybe this split up playstyle of theirs could really work in their favor. Deathmaker really stepping up on the chamber. I met him earlier on today and I was like, yeah bro, मैं बस अभी chamber खेल रहा हूँ, chill कर रहा हूँ. MW1 आ गया है, मुझे jet wet नहीं खेलना है. He's like quite happy.
Yeah, Deathmaker is clearly happy with his new role, and he should be happy with his performance today as well. Even though they've lost the first map, Velocity can still hold their head up high. It wasn't like they got whitewashed or anything. Yeah, short towards the tail end of the game, Enigma seemed to be running away with the map, but that wasn't because they were getting out-aimed or anything. It was most likely because Velocity were losing track of what Enigma was doing. There was this one round which I really want to highlight. Enigma Gaming, I do believe it was... round number 13 or 14. I lost track of the round number. But Enigma basically got in from B arcade and B main. They try to crunch the B side from both the areas. And they fall back via B main and go for the fake. All while Raw Fuel was staying over there, making sure that he's firing over at the members of Velocity and keeping them anchored on the site. So him selling that fake so well that he wasn't just able to distract Velocity from the actual goal, but also able to get a kill while he was acting his bait. Now that is ridiculous level of performance. You can't afford to be the guy who gives up his life for the team and still frag out. If you're able to do both of those things, then you are quite literally a god. And that is indicated in those stats. 3 KD ratio for Raw Fuel. That's nuts.
That is nuts. The last time I saw that KD ratio was at the Souvenir Mumbai. I believe it was Kappa who had a KD ratio of 2 plus, maybe even 3. And the math doesn't add up, especially when you're playing agents that aren't set up for kills, right? I mean, the chamber, sure, he can set himself up, but it's not as easy as Raw Fuel has made it seem. I clearly remember that round that you're talking about, Cribs. He was holding towards B main, selling that fake, and doing a great job. Let's look at the other stats. Deathmaker, I was talking about him earlier. I was like, I love your aggression, bro. What is this aggression? He's like, what aggression? It's like, you were peaking with the 2D4. He's like, yeah, that was nothing. I don't have to be aggressive anymore. It's all up to MW1. But MW1 today had a rough day on the Neon. It is that kind of a hit or miss agent. 11, 8, 5. All of them really struggling. If you look at the KD ratios purely, it's Anuj or Amaterasu who's topping the charts for the side of Velocity.
Yeah, and most of those were because of the clutches that he pulled off.
Yep, because of the clutches and even stopping the aggression, all of that put together. If you look at the side of Enigma, look at the beautiful even distribution of the KD ratio. This is a democracy in near perfection. Everybody has a 1+ KD ratio. So they're all getting an equal piece of the pie. They're all fragging, except RVK, but not by that much. There's not that much of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Amaterasu, rightly so, has the better stats on the team. Not only was he putting up the frags, but his utility was on point.
Oh, yeah.
The only reason why Rofuel doesn't have any more kills than he already does is because when Amaterasu was on the attacking side, his utility, his fault lines were almost always forcing MW1 to fall back from the favorable angles and reposition elsewhere, a position where he may or may not be all that comfortable. And that's exactly why Amaterasu's utility was crucial in getting Velocity the few rounds that they were able to get in that first half. But in the second half, when Amaterasu doesn't have all those many positions to set his teammates up for success, they kind of succumbed, and MW1 was able to run rampant. I'm sorry, not MW1. Rofuel was able to run rampant.
Yeah, I mean, look at this as well. Look at this graphic. Damage, very clear difference. It's not as if it was close. And if you don't do damage, you can't hit headshots. Again, there's a clear difference. But what I want to highlight here is the difference in terms of objective wins. 5 objective wins for Enigma. That's really, really impressive. That's a very, very underrated stat, and that's a stat, in my opinion, which represents a cohesive team that has an IGL, that knows how to read the game and knows how to read their opponents. Then on Rofuel was the MVP. He had an insane KDA of 3, but they're winning as a team. They're not winning on the basis of frags. They're not relying on frags to win them the game. This isn't gold MM where you say, let's play for picks and hope and pray that somebody gets a kill and then we do something.
So one of these stats, the objective wins, it also indicates how Enigma were able to identify win conditions. Remember how I told you that Velocity were running around the map on the attacking side, making Enigma over-rotate and stuff like that? Well, one of those objective wins that Enigma was able to get was the round in which Velocity ran out of time to plant the spike, and Enigma got that win by default. Stuff like that is what kept Enigma Gaming on the top.
Yeah, now we're looking at stats, and Rofuel had a KDA of 233, 150, 38.
These are stats from all over the tournament, all throughout the phase.
Okay. Okay, and I mean, because you, Kremer, you guys casted that entire phase. What do you think stood out about Rofuel and Deathmaker for you in that phase?
So what stood out for me about Deathmaker was the fact that he was just consistent as ever, and there were rarely any games where he did not perform or where his impact was not felt. MW1, on the other hand, was a little bit more inconsistent that way, but Deathmaker delivered almost every single time. Now, Rofuel. Rofuel was consistent all throughout the tournament, but sometimes he did not even need to show up. Sometimes just Antidote and his calling would be enough to tactically outsmart their opponents so hard that Rofuel's raw firepower would not be required. And to some extent, I would say that almost everyone on Enigma lifts their own weight equally, whereas on Velocity, not just Velocity, even on global esports, I've noticed that someone or the other is always having an off day, whereas that almost is never the case for Enigma Gaming.
I completely agree with you. I mean, even at Mumbai, we had lightning fast pop off in the finals. Earlier on, we had Hellranger doing a lot of heavy lifting in the fragging department. And yeah, global esports, they sometimes do rely on their individual skills. But yeah, that's something we can take a look at later. For now, it's Enigma versus Velocity, and it's going to be map number 2, Crips.
Oh, map number 2, Ascent. It's going to be all over the place. I mean, if Fracture was this chaotic, I can't even imagine what we're going to see in Ascent. There's not too much to tactically outplay in a simple map like Ascent, so everyone's going to have to frag out. While out-rotating your opponents is not going to be all that easy, beating them on the basis of good timing is going to be super important. And timing is something that players like Rofuel have down to a T. Whether or not they're playing as the Chamber or even if they're playing as the Duelist, they almost never go in without their initiator utility, and it always sets them up. So the value that Enigma are able to extract with the trades that they come with each other, or even if they're not trading, even if someone else is throwing a flash for Raw Fuel to go ahead and peek, they almost always extract value out of it. And stuff like that, making sure your utility doesn't go to waste, making sure that you don't spend too much time trying to just break open a stacked bomb site, stuff like that. That's going to be super important in Ascent. Sure, in Fracture you can out-rotate your enemies and make them run around like wolves, but in Ascent all that possibility is down to zero. So you're going to have to boil it down to well-read timings.
Yeah, and timings are based on ability usage, right? The timing of a rotation is based on the comms within your team. If you're being sold a fake, you're going to over-rotate and that's going to open up a timing. That's the fundamental of a set. It's the push and pull across both these bomb sites and the one true mid across most of the maps that we have. So I'm really curious to see who sells who, what fake, because that's what I feel Ascent is really going to boil down to. Like you mentioned, the duelists, they're not just going to blindly rush into the site. Maybe MW1 might, maybe not. He did have his moments at Fracture. I noticed he would just drop the fast lane, slide, find an opening. But I'm sure you remember that round where despite him finding an opening and pushing up into tower, the rest of his team was held down by Antidote. Let's not forget Antidote on the KO. He's been a very reliable captain and a player to have on your team. He's not been running the operator. Those responsibilities, those days are long gone by. But
Antidote sometimes still picks up the op every
does,
now and
he
then.
does, he does.
Only when the team has flourishing economy and they can afford to go for a double op setup.
Absolutely.
And he does it regardless of the character he picks. I mean, you'd expect a Jet or Chamber to be opping, right? But whenever Enigma have the money, whenever they think that it's a viable choice, they place another operator in the hands of Antidote, and he also goes berserk. That double op setup can really make things ugly in an open map like Ascent.
Oh, you think there's going to be a possibility of us seeing 2 ops and Ascent?
Yeah, I mean, if Enigma are able to build up the momentum in the first few pistol rounds and get enough money to keep affording it again and again, especially when you pick a chamber, right? You get a free operator anyway every few rounds.
A better op.
Yeah, a better op anyway.
And
with
free.
The force. Yeah, so you have another guy play Jet, maybe someone like Rafuel, put an op in his hands, put another 2 the force in the chamber's hands. Maybe you can have those both agents at the same time, especially in a map like Ascent. All the characters are viable. I mean, on Fracture, there's a set meta, right? There's almost always going to be a Breach, there's almost always going to be a Brimstone, stuff like that. Even Icebox, for that matter, the agent selections are very staple. There's going to be Viper, there's going to be Sova, maybe a Jet and a Chamber. But other than that, in a map like Ascent, people can go for crazy experiments. We saw Global Esports run a triple initiator lineup on Ascent in their phase 2.
How did that work out for them?
It worked out really well, actually. 0 duelist combos also work out sometimes in Ascent. So, like I'm saying, Ascent can be one
of 0 duelist comms, I asked CA before the game, and CA didn't actually give away all that much. But he said there's a possibility we might see more than 2 Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, a double Sentinel, 1 controller, 2 initiators, sometimes having a triple initiator, stuff like that is more than possible in Ascent, and that's exactly what makes this map beautiful, right? As even and neutral and as puggish as this map is, it offers the highest scope of composition variation.
Oh yeah. I just feel though that there's one agent which is a lock on this map for me, and it's going to be Kaio. I think this tournament and the current meta is the meta of Kaio. KO, however you want to say it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, KO. That guy is absolutely essential. There's so many executes that get ruined, that just get stopped in their tracks, because let's see how a typical execute on Ascent looks like, right? You're going to have the Jet dash into its generator, one Sova recon dot going into its heaven maybe, smokes towards the button, and maybe some nano swarms, or if you have an Astra on your team, the gravity well towards the back of site. Those are the standard utility deployments for any attacking side on Ascent. Now imagine a KO that's coming through right after your Jet has dashed in. Now your Sova can't recon for her anymore. You can't place any more smokes, and that guy is stuck on an island. So the KO disruptive potential is so high. That's exactly what makes him a special agent.
Yeah, I think there's a very interesting factoid about KO that I want to give all of you. There are only two agents in this game equipped with the bread and butter of ability or utility usage, and that's Kaio and Phoenix. Both of them are the only two agents which have both a flash and a Molotov. And I don't think there's any other agent like that. And not just that, I mean, forget the flash, forget the Molotov. It's that goddamn knife. That knife just breaks everything.
Exactly.
It
It gathers
is-
info, even stops, executes right in its tracks.
Yeah.
Halfway through sometimes, that's like the worst way to punish a team. You force them to commit half the utility, but they don't have the other half to go through it, but they're going to go through it nonetheless because their jets and any of their duelists who have movement abilities have already locked in their positions
Yeah.
deeper into enemy
The chamber.
territory. And now, there's stuff like chamber. And now they can't fall back. Now they have no get out of jail free card. So that's when the trading potential starts to get hampered. And in a map like Ascent, since it's a simple one, it's going to boil down to the basics. It's going to boil down to making sure your trades are on point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to boil down to trades. It's going to boil down to timing. The other reason why Kaio is so useful on Ascent is that on certain maps, his knives can very easily be shot down. But there are a lot of walls which are very, very handy when it comes to the Kaio knife on offense and even on defense, actually. You cannot always shoot down those knives. Bullets greater than knives, but not on Ascent.
I mean, they can even use that timing as well, right? There's so many times we've seen the SOAs use their recon dots, hoping that somebody goes ahead to break them. That 1 millisecond where they move their crosshair is when their teammates move in and kill the guy. So that same can be done with the 0 point. More than that, more than the 0 point, I feel like the flash drives are going to be super important because Ascent is one of those maps where a breach is viable, but it's not super effective in Ascent. It's not as effective as it is on Fracture or something like that, right? That's exactly where the KO becomes super important. Plus, the rotations in Ascent are pretty simple. You can predict where the defenders are going to come through. If you're going on B, they either come through Market or towards CT. And if you're playing to AJ, they either come through Heaven or Tree. So you just chuck down that fragment, buy yourself some much-needed space, get that plant, get into post-plant positions, get the hell off the side before you have a chance of being trapped inside. So that space that the KO clears for you is going to be super important in a map like Ascent. Although, I have to admit, Velocity, their playstyle in Fracture will not be replicated in a map like Ascent. Velocity's attacking side, they were roaming around too much, right? They were trying to sell a lot of fakes. They were boiling down their final executes to the last few seconds and then executing with like, what, some 30, 20 something seconds left. So they left a lot of things to the last minute. A very Navi-esque approach. Now, stuff like this is not going to be possible.
Or even
in Ascent.
Astralis.
Or even Astralis.
Actually, excuse me, the teams that counter Astralis, FaZe used to do this a lot. Never mind, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, we're getting into another game
Yes.
over here, another tangent. Either way, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Velocity were roaming around quite a lot on that attacking side and Fracture, and they were trying to do stuff on the last few seconds, but you can't have that much freedom in Ascent. Even if you roam around all that much, there's not so many avenues where you can sell those fakes. So eventually Enigma will figure out your tricks.
I mean, it's not a fake per se, but it is a fake, but it's more in conjunction with the word you used earlier, which is timing. I mean, if you catch people off timing, it's disastrous in any tactical shooter, but especially on Ascent, it's a lot more disastrous. Fakes, I'd say Bind is the godmother of faking. It is really, really probably the worst map to play if you're struggling and not getting information. Ascent, sometimes you can catch people off rotation. I think this is a very obvious thing, but I'm just going to say it. In its way, mid-control is really important in this map because you can get a lot of information. You get a better pinch on B. Sometimes if you give up mid, if you've given up market, if you've given up pizza on defense, the enemy jet is going to dash into boathouse, shut down the door. Excuse me, not boathouse. Shut down the door and just move on to take control of the B side. So if you're giving up B very easily, it's a very awkward side to retake because there's B main and back of B as well at those two highways. So it can get really tricky. So although B sometimes can seem like such a easy side to hold down, uh, it, it can be really, really difficult if you do not have mid control. So I want to see how both these teams vie and fight for control over market and pizza. What's going to be their approach? Which Sentinel gets that responsibility? Because it can't be a Sage, it can't be a Chamber. Maybe Chamber drops a trademark, but I don't know, Cribs. What is the way to fight mid nowadays?
Antidote and right to ace up in your head-to-head. Both the players played really well. I gotta admit, I have absolutely no complaints against any of them over here. Both of them were so smart about their placements. Right to ace, he's buying space for his teammates regardless of wherever he's trapped. He's setting up Amaterasu for success, which is weird, right? It's Amaterasu who's the initiator, who's supposed to set his teammates up for success, but it's Ace who's playing mind games with his opponents, getting into their heads, getting free real estate over there. And with that, he's trying to set Amaterasu up for success by baiting his own life in the process. Now that's the sign of a sacrificing, healthy teammate. Meanwhile, Antidote, he's able to get a read onto Velocity even though they're trying their level best to go for 200 IQ plays. And the fact that he's able to read is good, but what's even better is that in the rounds where he's unable to get that read, in the rounds where he's unable to figure out what the Velocity's final form looks like, he's still gonna slow things down, take it one step at a time, methodically, and with that, he's gonna be able to go ahead and set his team in good positions, not set them up for success like Ace did or Amaterasu did, but get them into positions where they cannot be thwarted. We see several attempts of Velocity where they try to stop Enigma's staging process, you know, in positions where Enigma is just getting ready to put down the smokes, getting ready to throw in the 0 points. And Velocity try to stop that, try to catch them with their pants down, with utility in their arms. Enigma, on the other hand, they make sure that Velocity can't do the same to them. They can't push out. They keep Velocity anchored in the sights, away from the decent post-plant positions, and kind of trap them inside, box them in.
Yeah, let's see if Velocity get boxed in. Are they going to play for the retake? Is that how they play Ascent? I'm really curious to see how Velocity play, because I've always found this to be one of their shakier maps, because I personally think they're much better on Breeze, they're much better on Haven. I don't know if this is the general consensus, but this is where I see them in their natural element. Look at Antidote, 29 first bloods. That is goddamn impressive. He's finding openings. He has a better KD ratio, and he's calling the shots. This is one truly alternate universe where Anti is an IGL, has more firepower than Tejas. He's also not thinner than Tejas. So it's a weird time zone we've dropped into now, but it should be a fun one because I can't wait for Ascent Grips.
Oh, I can't wait for Ascent either. I can't wait for these guys to get back into the server and start killing each other. And you're right about Antidote. This guy, while he's the IGL, he's still dropping a lot of frags.
Yeah.
Something that's very difficult to do. And unlike Amaterasu, who's been calling the shots ever since 2018, Antidote only picked up IGLing last year. So he's made that transition happen really, really well. He started off Valorant as a jet main, a typical operator player. Now he's moved on to the role of the controller and the IGL. Back when the Astra meta was at its peak, he used to go for the Astra plays as well, and he was a damn brilliant Astra player too. Now he's just dropping frags, holding off rotations on his own, and sometimes he sets up raw fuel for success. So he will smoke for raw fuel, and then raw fuel can go ahead and sell those fakes while Antidote continues to lead his team to success on the other parts of the map.
Do you think Astra is a must on Ascent because of the number of smokes you can deploy?
No. It's not. I mean, first of all, the number of smokes she can drop has been reduced significantly.
Yeah, but still, do you think that's why this is the one map where she could make a difference with the concuss?
The only time an Astra can actually make a difference is if she's accompanied by a raise. They have to make those gravity wells and concussions work in tandem with some of the other damaging utility. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense just to have those two spells on your arsenal. But yeah, other than that, I don't really think Astra is going to be a good but I think it's still going to be Omen picked up by both the players, both the teams. Oh,
Wait,
but
wait,
look at this.
the camera pan grips. You didn't see there's a fade.
There is a fade, indeed, and it's been picked up by Velocity Gaming. I am excited to see the fade. Let's see what's going to happen. We're going to have Hellfighter playing fade this time around. Amaterasu on the KO, Deathmaker on Chamber, Ace on the Omen, and that is going to leave MW1 on the Reyna. It's been a long time since I've seen the Reyna being picked up in a tournament.
Yes, it has. And people are making this case for the longest time on the internet that this agent is absolutely irrelevant. But maybe they can prove us wrong. Maybe Velocity can show us that Reyna does indeed have a place in this meta, or at least in the South Asian meta. One thing I did want to, just a quick reminder, a friendly brush up on Fade. The best part about Fade is, I think, her ultimate ability. Nightfall, it draws a line to exactly where you are. If you do get tagged by it, it deafens you. You don't get any audio cues. So just think about this. You're a duelist. You see lines on the floor just pointing exactly to where these sitting chickens are. And you can just go and shoot them down. They're never going to be able to hear you. And if they can't hear you, they can't trade each other.
But there is one thing we saw in Fracture, which I think can really be relevant in Ascent as well. Almost every time we saw someone use the Orbital Strike, the other team used it as well. Every time someone popped a Rolling Thunder, the other team did it as well. So every time you're going to have this Fade ability, Fade Ultimate, get active, the Nightfall, descend upon
What's
the
going to come back from the other team?
Probably the Null Command, or maybe the Lockdown, or something like that. There's going to be response, for sure. But let's see how it actually pans out. Sure, the Nightfall can make you deafen for a bit, but in a map like Ascent, where the chances of you getting flanked are not all that high, you don't really need to watch your backs and be all that wary about audio. Well, that was it from our side, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to throw it over to our casters, Kremer and Leg Day. Take it away, boys.
Asia. South Asia. Arise. Here we go again, baby. Map number 2, and we are here with 2 of the best teams that India has to offer. I'm Leg Day, joined by Kremer. We're heading over to Ascent.
We're also going to be seeing a Fade come out over on the side of Velocity. Now, let's be honest, Fade is pushing the boat out there a little bit, but Ascent isn't too bad a map for her. As our analysts were able to allude, a Nightfall working very similarly to a Rolling Thunder is that big deafen that allows you to get some very fast plays off the back of it. You look at Velocity's agent composition, it does favour their attack, in my opinion. But for Enigma, it's the Killjoy you really want to watch out for. I'm not a big fan of static defense. I'm really not, because at the current climate of Valorant, there's a lot of moving, there's a lot of rotating. But if we actually can wield this Killjoy to optimum efficiency, then we could very well see Enigma pull away with a 2-0.
Good God, the breaching! Deathmaker is a little bit different when it comes to the Headhunter. Static defense, you may not like it, Kremer, but it's working just fine right here. The Haunt gets multiple pings, and that's going to be health, bringing in the Sheriff as well. The Fade makes sure that all who face them fade away in Velocity Gaming. Off the back of a brand new Fade, a brand new look, and a brand new map. Take the pistol.
In a very clean way. I want to highlight those openings from Deathmaker there. The 2 players swinging 2 headshots, no problem. He does it like it's the most casual thing he's ever done in his life. But the reality is, Harry, I have a small seizure at the thought of shooting someone who wasn't even looking at me. Lost for words.
Well, you may have seized up, Kremer, but when it comes to seizing up, 2 people who have been immune to it thus far are wonderful desk analyst Vivek and Crips. Thank you so much to our handsome homies for filling all of that time for us and saving our botties. We really recommend you listen to what they have to say. Some smart cookies over here at Skyesports.
The Deathmaker may not be a smart cookie, but he's bloody dangerous. Eventually, Excali can finish him off, but the fact Deathmaker's doing that much damage without a purchased gun, he's doing this all with a Headhunter, is incredible. Now, Enigma, best case scenario, Spike Plant, 1 or 2 kills. It looks like the Spike Plant isn't really going to be happening. Velocity have got a pretty good amount of attack here, looking to head over to Gelato. So for MW1, chance to farm a bit of cash in.
Oh, yes, and of course...
Ooh, that's messy.
We shall try and forget. There we go.
There you
headshot.
go.
It's only the headshot in the kill feed you need to pay attention to, gamers. Perfect.
Oh, look at this read.
Skyesports from the back, but yep, it's been red. MW1 with a trio, and we'll all forget about that weird spray.
I like how it takes a second attempt. Well, your first thought, a little bit messy. Tries again, instant headshot. A chance at recovery here, and can we appreciate how uncomfortable the crowd are?
Was that a dismiss?
Up.
Is that a dismiss action that I'm seeing? Because that's what
probably
Raina does
directing
when
it at
she
you.
activates the dismiss. I choose to believe.
You're choosing to believe they're not insulting you, and
Yes.
it's a Rainer ability. That's an optimistic
Delusion
outlook.
is
I
the
should
most
start doing that. Never underestimate delusion. A bonus for velocity here as Enigma come out with Vandals on every single player. I like the Ares being brought out, a bit optimistic considering that. Considering there's a break lead opening from RVK here.
Yeah, that was an optimistic peak there from Deathmaker. MW1 though, a great frag back. Now 4-4, and remember, Enigma Gaming here, they have bought into this round. This is where they are supposed to be at an advantage, and indeed they shall be. Excali opens up the A site. There will be a plant well away from the usual default here, Kramer, and we've got to bear this in mind heading into the retake later. A beautiful timing from MW1. That's going to allow for a upgrade for the Rainer as well as an Empress too, and why not use it this early? Out goes a little bit of fade utility, hunting down the enemies and maybe giving them a touch of near side, but I don't think it actually managed to attach right there. Of course, the fragment needs full LOS to be used, and I don't think that in the top right of your screen is the layup that was wanted. Antidote simply built different, blinded up for a second, but that's okay. They can simply take cover in hell as Excali will be relieving the pressure, and Enigma pick themselves up around.
It is their full buy though, so only losing 2 players is a very clean full buy at that. But again, for velocity, that wasn't even a show of force. Yeah, it was still their bonus. We're still waiting to see what their power is going to be on Ascent. I want to highlight, you've mentioned the Rainer, and for me, that's just sort of furthering how weird this velocity agent composition is. Rainer on Ascent is Fade on Ascent is as well, and together they definitely are going to be unpredictable. For Enigma, that may actually work against them.
Kramer, vibe check. Could we call the Rainer Fade comp the Goth GF comp?
Yes, vibe has been checked. It's gone to VAR. It's been checked.
The vibe has passed the check. Down to a 4 versus 4 now, Kramer. And finally, Velocity are back to their full strength. I do believe, speaking of full strength, that's going to be taken away. Deathmaker, one to the spine of RVK there with the operator. A refresh on the smoke. I'm not sure if that's quite the one way that Right to Ace wanted. Right to die, certainly, and Rexy is handing out those deaths like they're buy one, get one free. Sure, health will bring back a couple, and it comes down to a 2-2. But it's a little bit of a mono-directional retake here from Velocity Gaming. Might be able to split up here and maybe wrap around the back, but Health is going to have to invest some significant time in that. Deathmaker knows that the operator's not the ideal tool for the retake and should be spotted out here by Timothy the Turret. Dare they try and beg for that engagement? The Headhunter unable to win out against Raw Fuel. And now, one Fade versus a Crossfire seems unlikely to be a victory, barring any mythological aim. And I'm afraid this myth ends poorly, Kramer.
It reminds me how Fracture started, doesn't it? Enigma, they win the pistol round, they continue with a pretty strong showing, and then it goes to Velocity, they get the guns out and they equalize. It's just roles reversed this time. And for Enigma, what I really like, you see this here, is even though the Killjoy's entering, you've got 2 players behind you at all times to be able to trade. Even when you're dumping your utility, we're not seeing the entry push in until everyone else is ready to go. And that little moments of hesitation means that being able to trade, being able to stay a player ahead is going to be huge, particularly when Enigma really struggle to do that on Fracture. They consistently were a player down. Early tour de force comes out on Velocity now, a chance to potentially catch Enigma with their trousers down with a very heavy stack outside of B main.
That heavy stack quickly makes its escape, Kramer, splitting into a 2-3 once more. When it comes to these lesser armaments, you do have to start taking some risks, and at the moment I think that Enigma are trying to bait a
You should run.
much more... Oh, hello. The fake on the lockdown when they're running an eco. This is being at least responded to. There is going to be this foray across mid. It's been fully brought over to B. The spike is going to be a little bit late here, though, and they might even catch the sound of the rotation. Yeah, you can see the chamber has heard it all. Ear to the ground and rifle trained upon the entry. Xcali throws in the flash, and that will send the chamber scarpering for about a moment now. Enigma Gaming might be able to find themselves a plant. Indeed, it will be. That at least gives over a couple more credits to try and work with now, Kremer. But Rawfield, the man with the plan, with the Vandal at the back, has to win out a duel against the Fade and Health. How do they want to try and play this corner? A little bit more time and maybe a backstab from the Sova could be everything.
Oh.
Health sees at just the correct time, and the backstab is nowhere near good enough. Deathmaker moves on forward now with the tour de force in hand. Xcali has fallen down, and it seems like that tour de force can't even find an enemy. It's RVK from the back.
No!
1, 2, 3, Yod!
He's done it!
Baby, that's a clutch and a 4K. Yod, Yod, Yod!
And that is why we know Enigma to be the titans, the behemoths of SA. What a flank. And for a moment, I was ready to go into that replay and criticize how late that flank came in. But Harry, if it means winning a 1v4, you can be as late as you like. Sharp at round 13. It doesn't matter, because when RVK shows up, he means to stay.
RVK puts his mark on this lobby. The last time Enigma and Velocity met on Ascent, Kremer, 13-3 to Enigma. Maybe looking to replicate that. Antidote with a double. A flash sent out by Amaterasu and is going to desperately need some help here. However, Health has stuck on back for a moment with an Odin in hand. Maybe not the ideal here. At least it will work similarly to the Sigma, where you can get those pings and maybe get some kills off the back of them. 3-3 now. The numbers have been evened, but the B site has been all but abandoned, Kremer, with no static defense to keep this monitored. The entreaties of the Jet are going to garner huge amounts of information.
I love how Antidote has evolved from being a distraction now to being a lurker, and his presence means everything. Halef is going to go for the spam here, but over the top! That's confirmation of presence, but the spikes hasn't been seen.
The Prowler has expired, and RVK will find their plant now. That gives over the Hunter's Fury. However, trapped on the site, instead Deathmaker takes out Antidote. Your flank means nothing to me. And while these bursts will give over a little bit of information, the Null Command moves on forward. That's one. Health continues. Sends out a little bit of that Fade utility. Deathmaker on the other side. That's going to signal for Health to move on in, but RVK's done it again. Surely not. Deathmaker picks up a third. RVK, I'm afraid that the well of magic has run dry. You're going to have to top it up at Hogwarts, mate.
Oh, my heart couldn't take it. We can't see another clutch, Harry. We just can't. We need breaks.
That's
we need
enough
times.
Jod for RVK for one round.
There is only so much Jod we can take. RVK, I mean, I want to highlight as well, we're going to allude back to the Velocity agent composition. A Sovaless Ascent is really going to make your info gather on your attack really difficult. Yes, the Fade does have a bit of info gather, as does the KO, but it's generalizations. You're not going to be able to pinpoint players until you're actually facing them, which is going to prove to be a real issue, and we may even see it becoming an issue on retakes it.
And everyone within the smoke, the Prowler turns around and actually blinds Rawfield. So much utility moving in to try and shut down this Jet, but indeed they cling to life, and still they can cling to this Blade Storm as well. Not needed for Enigma at the moment, of course. Plenty of money to try and work with. Health taken down by Xcali, and Amaterasu with the fragment has fragmented the attack of Enigma. Velocity have stopped the attack in its tracks, but Antidote feels that the poison can be sucked out, the venom can be released. And now we settle into a calm 2 versus 3. Nobody wants to be the player to int. Nobody wants to be the player to give away that man advantage. But look at this. Amaterasu around the back sends out the flash. That notes where one is, but it's right to waste on the other side. RVK can't win the 1 versus 3. Amaterasu refuses to allow it.
A really strong round from Velocity there, and as you mentioned, they just stop that attack in its tracks. They just put their foot down and the whole thing stagnates. Really nice usage of the Nightfall there, alongside the hailfire of bullets that came from that Odin. It meant that by the time players had crossed, even when they had crossed past Boathouse or towards Boathouse, they are already on about half HP, and they can't risk fighting the Fade, who's lurking back sight. And so that huge accuracy via quantity of fire worked beautifully for Velocity. For Enigma, this may be the punishment they face. This is what happens when you don't have a lurker, when you don't split through mid. Ascent mid control is really underestimated. And so next time, now Enigma have taken this time out, I really want to see some adaptations come in.
And I kind of wonder how the Fade fits into all of this here, Kramer, because we know that the last time Enigma and Velocity faced off on Ascent, Enigma slapped Velocity 13-3.
Well and truly.
Is the Fade a response to previous dominance from Enigma? Like, these guys practice against normie comps, Kramer, all day, every day. And they're bloody good at Ascent. We need to throw in something different, a little bit of a secret sauce, a little bit of the high-level spice from Linando's, and see if we can mess with how Enigma like to play this map.
Do you think anyone in India is going to know what the Nando's are?
No.
Nah,
you know
okay,
what? They've got better spicy food in India than Nando's.
Spice for us is normal in most
true.
areas of India.
We have the Giga White Boy spice.
We do have the Giga White Boy spice. Rice is a bit spicy for us. We gotta carve it.
Pepper, I don't know if I should.
Whoa! Deathmaker in mid. Low on HP is hunting this first player here. RVK actually gets the kill. Helef there as the supporting line, but they've already lost control of B.
All right, RVK, certainly the avatar of destruction right here. On this map, Raw Fuel with a double. RVK slain, sure, but at this moment, is there much that can be done by Velocity? They have an advantage when it comes to the armaments, but when it comes to the numbers, it's double or nothing. Enigma a 4-2, and the spike has been planted.
This is where things get hairy for Velocity. How do they bounce back from this? Something to highlight as well is even though Velocity have been winning rounds, they've been losing players. Their money still isn't great. It's still in a punishable position, and Enigma, they are very aware of that.
And think about how condensed these positions are as well from Enigma Gaming. There's the movement. Straight onto the point goes the Rainer. MW1, what? I just exhaled so hard. They've got themselves another one. MW1, the hero. No, it's simultaneous Sheriff headshots. We're here to lay down the law.
The law not going in Velocity's favor, apparently, as they find themselves level pegging at 4-4. What I really want to focus on now, and what for me is going to be the biggest point in contention, is the same point we had on Fracture. Which we didn't actually bring up, but it's a point we thought of, which was when you do have a close game, every kill matters. Every kill matters, and you end up with a huge butterfly effect with each death because that economy it doesn't get established. It means you always have just about enough for another round, but never enough to feel comfortable. And what it means is that when you do end up losing these early picks, when you end up losing players unnecessarily against ecos, that butterfly effect of economy is going to really, really come back to hurt. Something which I think Velocity are going to start feeling now. Even though they were able to recover against Enigma, the question now is can they do it to an extent where they have an economy to fall back on?
And alongside all of those emotional responses, Kremer, the pressure at this event is immense.
Absolutely.
The crowd is here. And on the line are spots at VCT APAC, the big boys, where South Asia can truly arise and truly prove itself to be a dominant competitive region that we have seen it capable of being. Every single kill, every mistake, every clutch is rippling through the very souls of these players.
Against an eco now, you gotta imagine, for Velocity, giving up a lead this early, it's gotta sting a little bit, but we're seeing a huge push through mid, and this could easily catch out the lurking Sova.
Sova maintains the silence,
Ooh.
the backstab, but there is no trigger discipline here, Kremer. The frenzy taken down, but it's the next one. MW1 with a Spectre who manages to remove RVK and, of course, claim his weapon for themselves. Enigma Gaming They don't have themselves a numbers advantage in major strides, only a 4 versus 3, but a weaponry advantage, that much is a certain. MW1, the only one with a Vandal, seems to be putting it to good use. For a second, the knife comes out, Antidote takes the corner, and now Rawfuel waits for help to come on in. It's only a Sheriff in hand, but they weren't even looking at Rawfuel anyway. The Korean Air Princess takes out the Goth GF, and then the Goth battle in mid goes the way of Antidote.
Is that how you're going to measure the outcome of this game into who wins the Goth battle?
Exactly. Who has the most bullet for my Valentine pencil case?
God, I'm so lonely.
Oh, I know, bud. I know.
Yeah. Oh, Enigma, they're able to hold a lead. What I want to highlight is that MW1 is having a killer performance. We did criticize the Reyna in terms of how good are they on Ascent. When wielded by MW1, he can play whoever he wants, frankly, Harry, because whoever it is going to be played like a duelist to a ruthless degree.
Oh, hello, MW1. Scarpers, for the moment, flees from the near site. That's so many who've been blinded here, but Enigma does not need sightlines. They have Antidote. A teleport aside, a check into Wine, and Rexy has set it all up here with the lockdown. Flee for your lives from the A site, or stare down this arena. That's a well-placed smoke here, which is going to make things much more dangerous for the sieges of Enigma. Rawfuel already falling down by Right to Waste. Deathmaker puts one into the chest of Rexy, but Right to Waste has fallen down in the meantime. The Chamber still around alongside the Fade, and the KO is slowly rotating on over. The Tour de Force available, but of course, when you've got an operator in hand, that's not really going to be something that is going to concern you. But Sova needs to extricate himself as quickly as possible, Kremer. The post-plant utility of the Hunter's Fury is simply too important to risk, but RVK is not in a position where they can really find any cover. Out goes the fragment that'll force RVK out, and as you start to move, you start to drop. The bullets move forward, and oh my goodness, it's a run and gun with the Odin, baby. I'll see you in Valhalla.
Really, really clean retake there. And now we're seeing one of the nuances to Velocity's agent select, which actually does favor them quite a lot, which is when you have the Reyna, when you have the Fade, when you have the KO, the amount of flashes, near sights, concusses, this is with, I believe, an Omen as well. So you have so much utility to retake. Your info gather's awful. Don't get me wrong, your info gather is awful. But when you have enough flashes and near sights and disables to just swing everything, swing it with your body, then it doesn't matter too much, does it? We're level pegging as we enter the penultimate round of this first half, and mid control appears to be how Enigma have set their gaze.
It has been a little bit of a weak fight for mid-control thus far from Enigma. Finally, we're seeing some actual forces being placed into this, but it seems to be Velocity are winning the gunfights here. Equal trades. There's no way for Enigma to try and move on forward. Velocity, they had more bodies to begin with. 4 versus 3 now. And breaching onto a site is becoming more and more dangerous. Guess who's waiting here? It's Health. Survives off the back of this. The Prowler sent on out, sure. But moving away with the Odin in hand. I'm an Odin enjoyer, Kremer. I like myself the LMG, the big ADS warlord that I am.
Flash goes off. He's going to keep Enigma back for the time being. And this Lurk the Omen's perfect. Messi from Antidote does get the first player. This now opens up the option to just head to away. But if Rawfuel overextends just slightly here, the Raider's going to be waiting.
Oh my goodness. The Fade slays the Jet. A fresh initiator against an old duelist. And hey, newer sometimes is better. Still, it is going to be Antidote who's made their deep inroads here. Got to be careful about that penetration. We do not know about the close-up corner holds of Amaterasu. And at this point, if you're RVK, do you try and save? Nope, you move in towards the point, and that's going to mean your weapon is lost, my son.
I like it. It's a sod it. I don't have enough time to run. There can always be a flanker. Let's just give it a try. Doesn't work out. Velocity, they take the lead once again. And as we saw to the start of Fracture, this map has, once again, the ingredients to be an overtime. the series has the ingredients to be a 3-mapper, and this time Velocity are going to be in the driver's seat as we enter our second half. You look at the ult management here, 4 ults readily available, the Sword of Force is going to come out, no worries. Enigma have nothing to respond with it. They could barely muster a buy here.
Still, no point in saving those credits, Crummer. There's no pockets in the grave. And the half-time is about to hit. Timmy identifies MW1, and they will be watered away here. Huge amounts of utility invested to try and hold this space for the Tour de Force, and the Tour de Force can't quite catch pay dirt at this moment. Down goes the alarm bot, and MW1 is likely going to be triggering this. That's a skirt scene of a head taken off. Rexy clean with the Phantom, and Deathmaker wants to double down, try their luck, see if anything can be done, but it's Amaterasu elsewhere who's managed to do the most for Velocity, caught with a flash in hand, and Rawfuel flashes the muzzle flare. Right to Ace. A disengagement, and yes, the Fade ultimate was used. I don't think anyone's been particularly well marked here by that. Oh wait, Rexy definitely has. And there's the Prowler. So Rexy continually confirmed to be in mid with 35 seconds remaining.
Rawfuel could actually get to the safe side. I think he's being too clever about this. Right to Ace is in prime position to just punish Rawfuel here for any misstep. And Rawfuel has the spike.
That break on the window as well. Who was responsible for that? The backstab, 1, 2, no. The second is only a little tap here and there to keep the chamber at odds. But now time is becoming an issue. Crammer right to Ace. If he is judicious with where they make their move, they might be able to find one. That is the spike planted though. 1v2. No chance, mate. Right to Ace with the 3k in Velocity. They are in this series.
They don't need teammates. Right to Ace just goes off and he kills people. Sure, it's not a pretty job, but it pays the bills. And if it means bringing Velocity more and more maps, I know they're not going to complain. They take the lead by quite a considerable margin now as we go to our second half. Enigma on the back foot, but we've seen them on the back foot before. And for Enigma, it's once they're cornered are they most dangerous. I mean, their clutches last map speak for that part. Velocity, they're looking pretty good, Harry. They're looking pretty bloody good. Yes, we're on Enigma's map pick, though. So I am expecting Enigma to bring out something. Remember, you do get a timeout once you hit your second half, so I would love to see these timeouts used early on to try and not only build and garner momentum, but to also keep your team calm. If you win a clutch, the adrenaline's going to be going. Call for the timeout. Let both your opponents simmer on that loss, and let your clutcher just calm down. Relax a little.
You know, Karen, one of the things that's interesting here is that Right to Ace is playing the Vandal as their weapon when they are indeed the controller who would benefit the most from no traces from the rifle and usually plays for tighter corners as well. But evidently, Right to Ace picks the Vandal for a reason. Those one taps, they are bloody satisfying, and when it comes to acing, bloody effective.
A lethal concoction alongside some early control in mid. Look at this nasty angle Helaf has here.
Still at this range for Ghost. Not at its most powerful. No shields here for Rawfuel. So still has to be very trepidatious about the potential to be one-tapped. This is still a disgusting angle, admittedly. But for now, a little bit of space gained in mid. A lurk established from Verena. Frenzy up in this close range could be quite brutal. Waiting to see if anyone from Enigma might overextend to try and grab information, because remember, they don't have a huge amount of info gather while that recon dart is down. Actually, both their initiators are on B here, so they should be able to identify this quite easily.
There's only 30 seconds left. Right now, Enigma, they just need to buy time. What a fragment from Excali there. That's brought so much. That's perfect.
Anything more here? Maybe a shock dart or two. The Headhunter moves on forward. Excali, what was that? Absolutely bloody disgusting. RVK has finished off yet another with a shock dart, and that's going to be the bolt of Zeus wrecking through the nerves of Velocity. The Enigma has arrived, and MW1 is executed.
beautiful, beautiful stuff from Enigma to hold their utility there. Usually, particularly when it's on a pistol round, if you know your opponents are outside your sight, a lot of players, all ranks, are prone to just dropping the util to buy time, to allow the rotations to come. Enigma, they stay very, very calm there. I think one of the Enigma fans just broke their phone, but they stay very, very calm.
Production, I have a request. Can we get a replay of that guy dropping his phone and put the Valorant kill noise underneath it, please?
if we can get that in a quick turnaround, fair enough. Like,
I don't know if we have a Valorant kill noise on tap, but that would be fantastic.
My point's out the window, but that was well worth it. Well worth
man.
it. Velocity. Mid-control looking to be sort of shown by presence rather than a full commitment here, as Enigma dropped to what's surprising, a second-round force buy. We're seeing relatively low win rates when it comes to these. However, if it does work out, you end up in a really strong position for the rest of the game, or for the rest of the half.
Scarly, noted here by those little trails. Antidote simply runs... Wait, why did they pop their nano swarm there? If they were going to rush out into it. Either way, Antidote disengages through their own smoke. Of course, with Perspective, there's no tracers, so you can spam basically for free, but Deathmaker exacts a heavy toll of his own. The headshots do take out one. Right away, so if they can get a plant here, life's good for Velocity. That's even more money to try and move on forward, Lemma. Lemma? Crema? Might be.
Thank you, Lena.
Flash out. Lexi's just barrel stuffing at this point, and that's going to be the anti-eco working out. 3 players surviving is okay, Kramer, but Velocity being allowed the plant is not ideal.
It's not. It's comfortable, I guess, but it's not what you want, is it? And for me, I think the pressure now is really going to be on Velocity, who Force Buy does not work. They drop to the eco, and now Enigma start rolling with the momentum. And as we said earlier, taking that second round force buy is a huge risk. Unfortunately, it just wasn't worth it. Just wasn't worth it. Enigma now prime position to come back.
Still, they have had their coffers bolstered slightly by that plant. You can see that Antidote is opting into only the Sheriff. I think that Rexy might have actually bought for raw fuel here. What a good teammate. What a bro. What a homie.
What a homie, Chad. Let's see how many compliments we can get to one phrase. Enigma. Thanks to the static util, they can be a little more aggressive towards mid and B main. Sort of most control over in main is there from the utility. However, as mentioned, once the attack comes, there's no real way to stop it.
What a great force there from Enigma. Unfortunately, the door shuts out the owl drone. RVK moving so fast here. Unafraid to announce their presence. And look at this. Up high is the Omen, right to ace. Moving weirdly here. Hiding behind Amaterasu, but that's just fine. The hail of bullets hits Pay Dirt, and Enigma are riddled with lead. Raw fuel up top. 2 versus 3, but plenty of noise made. Look at that. A forcing of movement. Still health should not have got away with one there. The Spectre surely can't finish this. The right click won't connect. And right to ace once more as the Warlord who rules over the plains of A.
He comes out once a year for his annual hunt of Enigma players. When he does, my god, is it a spectacle. A really, really nice afterplant from Velocity there. And I love the fact that when they realize they're 3 players stuck under heaven, their instant reaction isn't to hunker in and hope to play a crossfire. MW1 goes to Generator and then acts as bait. It's a really selfless way to play your afterplant, but it wins them the round. And it's a nice spot of teamwork there, which is some split-second decision-making, which works out beautifully.
Deathmaker, have a note of a crossfire here. So many members just waiting here from Enigma. Dark cover. Reinvigorated. An Antidote simply flees for the hills as the Marshal will survey the area but not find the tangos.
direction. Still sort of planned here from Velocity. It was a fairly loose default. The spike is left towards spawn, so you can tell Velocity at the moment, their main objective, their kind of key objective here, get a kill, get a man advantage, work from there. You've still got your null command for an execution should you run out of time here. It's a really well-placed shock dart, and Velocity decided, you know what, had enough of that. Set their gaze back away, the spike's been retrieved, and they're now ready for this assault. Alarm bot is going to be shot down, so Antidote is now very alone holding this site.
However, he is the one with the weapon, but the weapon hits the floor. Enigma in trouble here. Amaterasu moves to intercept RVK. No clutches this time, please, Sova. I'm going to opt out of that. Rawfield, what a flick upwards. Enigma now have themselves a way to try and move back in, but it won't be supported by ultimates. The chamber is low. Rawfield, clutch factor potentially once again. That door is going to be broken down, maybe force some crosshairs to move. MW1 is on it when it comes to this. Rawfield slain. MW1 is simply built different when it comes to the ascent map here. Crema. It's a run and a hide and a save.
Velocity hit 9. Harry, this could be a 3-map series. Rexy gets the hell out of dodge. I mean, being able to hold on to 2 Vandals, sure, it's not the end of the world. It means your buy next round is going to be pretty strong, and your players who would, even if they have to be on pistols, just a bit of armor, weaker pistol, then just play sort of catch up with the Vandals is a strat we've seen used kind of in all regions. But for Velocity now, they win this next round. They win this next 5v5. They've won the game. We're going to a 3rd map. We're going to Icebox. But they just need to be able to take this next kind of 2 or 3 crucial rounds, then they're set.
I see you, Chennai. I see you. A tactical timeout is called, Kramer. Enigma. They're wondering what's going on. This was our map. This was our ace in the hole. Last time we went up against Velocity here, 3-13. We didn't even install Valorant, mate. But now, the fade has come in. Things are different. And they need to figure out where changes need to be made.
We need to highlight as well is that Enigma knocked Velocity out of the playoffs of the last Grand Slam in Mumbai.
Emotional damage.
That was serious emotional damage, and because of that, Velocity now playing Vengeance with that, of course, that 3rd map of Ascent. What I want to highlight is this is a Ascent where Enigma ran a Sage. So these are some sort of old comps here. A lot has changed since then. So much so that you can't really look at old games purely because they're a while ago now. We have gone through some serious meta changes in Valorant. And the sort of climate we're in now means that buys like the one of Enigma looks viable.
Enigma with a chance. However, Velocity keen to snuff it out. Man, those fade sounds, they hit different, Kramer. They hit different.
It's like a whale when you get a microphone under the ocean.
Sounds like a whale in a therapy appointment. MW1 sends out the Leah. Look at this. Rawfield. I think that's a shorty in hand right there. Camping out. Trying to make sure that anyone who tries to close the door is going to have the door closed on their life. Excali. I didn't give you permission to commute. Signed Deathbringer. A quick reposition here from the Jet. Moves away from the switch and instead plays to the point instead. Health. Exchanging fire. The hero Vandal from Rexy is certainly heroic, slaying 2 foes. Velocity while they were playing for an armory advantage. The numbers do not reflect it.
Size doesn't matter, Harry. It's what you do with it. And for Velocity, luckily, the size goes in their favour for the time being. A player advantage, and RVK taking a bit of preliminary damage here.
All Rawfield blinded. That means Amaterasu can move in without consequence. RVK now, can they clutch on up? A swap over to the Classic. And yes, it will still outdo the Sheriff. An upgrade maybe for the KO. And Enigma suddenly, what was bought for them by Rexy, by hook, by crook, by dollar, and by rupee, has been taken away. All 3 members are raid now. On the B site, the Empress stands ready. Her crown is glistening, and her throne is slicked with blood. Would Rexy add to that macabre, sanguine waterfall? You bet that they would. Antidote now must do it alone. The little goth that had a dream. Up against 2 as the spike begins to tick away. And right away says your time is up.
Velocity at a stage now where you start getting ready to try and close out this map. You see Sia, their coach, behind them, looking calm and collected as ever. For Enigma, this is alarm bells are starting to ring. Sirens are starting to go off because their defense now, you even look here, once Velocity actually commits their assault, they've been able to get out past Boathouse, ready to just assault the site from every angle there is. The fact is, Enigma are being a little bit too passive right now. I want to see some genuine attempts to get this man advantage. With Raw Fuel being able to bring out the Operator, this could be where that changes, but it's a change that needs to come quickly, and honestly, I don't know if it can wait any longer.
Enigma seem to not have quite as much clutch power as we saw previously as well, Kramer. Only really RVK showing up in the full clutch moments. And we saw on Fracture that Enigma would just be able to pull around out of nowhere. Raw Feel really showing that on the previous map. Ascent? Less so, which is surprising considering the comfort that should be inherent to Enigma's play here.
It's a lot of Killjoy utility to prevent tree control here. Oh, not cancelled out by Rexy. He has given his position away, and here comes that Nightfall.
The Knight certainly has fallen. Antidote looks to counter it here. Near sight onto 1, onto 2. It's a quick double and a TP forward. I'll be taking that spike. Thank you, sir. You won't be needing that, will you? There is going to be multiple players noted out here by health. But of course, they lose their life in the midst of all of this. And now the Operator still in play. MW1 grabs 1. Surely not a second. Look at those remnants that remain. Only the scattered fragments of Raw Fuel's skull. But now, access to the spike. It's going to be taken from under his nose. Oh, no way. A move back onto A. A 2 versus 2. Can Enigma recapture the clutch that previously they held? Yes, they can! Antidote! The venom has been sucked out and the Goth will reign supreme. A quadra kill and a rescue for an Enigma in peril.
I was horrified at MW1's openings there. That he shouldn't have been allowed to live that long. Deathmaker whiff from him, which is something we rarely see. That should have been game over, that round, for Enigma there. But Antidote comes out of nowhere. A nuts paranoia, followed by a beautiful bait and switch with the remaining players to win that 1 versus 2, convert it, and keep Enigma alive. They're still down. Their economy still isn't great. Their ult management still isn't great. But they're alive, and right now, that's good enough.
Alive, breathing. You know what? That's as lucky as they come. I still think that's the Reign of Dismiss. Yeah, sure, that's definitely the Reign of Dismiss, right? I understand the action. I too have played a Reigner.
It could be a Sova bow. So just put it back a
I don't think that's a Sova bow.
I don't know. Some people wield bows
weirdly.
It's probably a Reign of Dismiss. It's probably a Reign of Dismiss.
I'm still so jealous of those chairs, man. Every LAN I've
They're
been to,
really
it's
nice.
like garden chairs. Here they've got the
Sky,
Lux.
can we get one?
We've got the VIP area. That's nicer than my gaming chair, bro.
This means we need to go to the next LAN, Harry. Even if we don't cast, just take a chair with us.
Just go as guests as
Would our visas cover theft of chairs?
tourists.
Probably. Hopefully. That's the only one we'd find out. Velocity. I'm really up the pace here, going for a fairly fast play of this B side. And MW1 tries to just gun it. Sounds brave.
Well, oh my goodness, multiple pings, multiple kills. The Bulldog will feast today. That doggy's hungry. Bark, bark. Now Amaterasu. How do you rescue this? Remember, Enigma, they were on suboptimal buys here with that Bulldog. Looting is in their best interest, but staying alive far more interesting than that still. And now, beginning to close on in, Enigma start to tighten the noose. A strikeout here from a chamber, but they're struck out themselves by Antidote once more, who is proving to be the clutch factor here for Enigma, as Raw Fuel covers the exits and covers the back wall in Amaterasu's blood, or oil, whatever spills from Ikea.
You know what scares me is the fact that it's probably engine oil, by the way. But you know what scares me is the fact, yeah, what scares me is the fact that Enigma are mounting a very significant comeback. They only lost a single player last round. The momentum is really starting to shift. The turntables turn, Harry. Velocity, do they want to stare down the lower bracket this early on?
It would not be a glorious moniker.
You want to play? Let's
For one of
play.
India's premier organizations. You want to play? Let's play. Raw Fuel. Ready to play in their own right. A play for mid, maybe. But guess what? You're not even fast enough. That at least confirms the presence of two from Enigma to try and control mid. Deathmaker moves on away, but can't avoid the knife, and so the tour de force confiscated for but a moment. No. You got a permit for that sniper, mate. Oh, I've got a permit for this one. That went down between right to Ace's legs, and well, I think the baby maker's okay, but Raw Fuel certainly ain't, Crema. And right to Ace is built different, baby. He's got the Matrix on his side with 5 HP remaining. There's a caricature of right to Ace on the wall behind him now. Deathmaker creeps on forward, one French Gucci slipper after the other, as the tour de force prepares to open up the A side. But look at this. The flank from Vasova. Playing it quietly and slowly here might be in Excali's interest. That's going to be once again taken away. If you can get a backstab here, this might be it for RVK. Until that tour de force comes back, he's so vulnerable. Deathmaker taken on down. And now, the duel for the point, the 2 versus 1. The crossfire's too strong. Have you even got the plant right now? Health forced to back away by the shock dart. One side looked at, the other ignored. A pair of initiators on either side. They have a prisoner on this area as Health looks to try and channel this one. But guess what? No one's taken the bait. Excalibur simply waits for their moment. And then Excalibur is pulled from the stone, as you shall pull this spike from the earth.
What a round from Enigma. I want to highlight everything there was thanks to the KO. What a round by Enigma's KO. Really, really strong stuff. And that was entirely because if that KO dies, the round's over. If KO overpeaks, the round's over. If KO cancels the plant but dies anyway, the round is over, Harry. His only solution to his only chance of success comes at either killing all 3 players, which is unlikely, or buying time for the flank. And he did that admirably. You now look to the remaining members of Velocity. Another round where not only were they in the lead, but they had some serious momentum. After, bear in mind, Rawful's having, frankly, by Rawful standards, a really bad game. It's just being made up for by the fact that Antidote and RVK are playing out of their minds right now. 10-10, and it's still all to play for here as we progress through what is only the 2nd map of this series.
Feels like we've been here for years, Crema. And South Asia's been here for years as well. Lying, waiting for their chance to be one of the premier regions. Speaking of which, premier stall deployed by the Nanoswarm. Rexy on one side, RVK can't survive, but guess what? Rexy's here and ready to frag. A movement forward, Raw Fuel's arrived. A bad game, you say? No, I'm simply waiting for the perfect moment to arise myself. 3 versus 3. And the spike is yet to be planted. The knife will note hostilities from multiple members of the defense. And yes, there it is. Health hits the plant. Raw Fuel with a pixel to spare. Scarly for null command. No utility allowed. Moving on forward. Flash. Will it be delivered? Amaterasu still wins that one out, but it was all a bait after all. Raw Fuel's got the knives from the top, and now you need to look for the double players in hell. Descend into Tartarus and sail the river Styx. Charon will be your guide, and Hades will be your lord. Health brings it towards the end, and it's MW1, the Empress that could, who closes this book.
Too little, too late from the players on Enigma. They have really, really strong crossfire from Velocity, and they figured out that Heaven. They figured under Heaven. They figured out how to do that crossfire, and now that's another round locked in place. They're on 11. Remember, Harry, this team is but a hop, skip, and a jump away from sending us to a 3rd map, an entirely possible circumstances. Remember, our third map's Icebox. It's going to be another close game if it comes to Icebox, which just but symphonizes how important each little bit of decision making is here, because it has such huge impact later down the line.
Enigma with another ramshackle buy. Opting into the operator once more. Rawfield. Oh, just about misses the window, but resets. Peaks again. Remember, noise was made here, so it could have been a bait from Rawfield, hoping that someone might test this sightline. For now, discipline of velocity reigns supreme.
There.
LF on the close angle. So quiet. It's all onto Rawfield with this operator here. A quiet game, but if there ever was a chance of redemption, if there ever was a time to redeem yourself, this would be it. Peeks into mid. There's the opening, Harry.
Redemption is a dish best served in a heavy caliber. And heavy caliber certainly has been wielded here. Enigma now with a numbers advantage, but still lacking in some heavy weaponry. Oh, the timing is absolutely terrible for Rawfield.
That's heartbreaking.
But it does confirm the presence. Rexy is so bloody
Oh my
clean.
god!
All hail the Enigmus Rex.
And KO doesn't even go for it. Amaterasu just... look at the money on velocity.
10 seconds left.
There isn't any, Harry. You may have to squint a little bit because it's such a small amount. This Vandal now is going to be crucial to velocity. Rexy, what a round! And off the back of that now, we're going to see some serious problems on velocity because they can't afford to keep losing like this. Despite how good their first half was, despite how well they started the second half, it's starting to slip. And you give Enigma an inch, they take a mile.
You know, it's a matter of the fossil record, Kremer. Some might say that that was the Enigmasaurus Rex. Some might say that this is proof of Jod. Either way, it's a round for Enigma. 11-11, the siren song of overtime rings loud.
Truly does, and it's a mesmerizing call, but what Enigma don't want to answer. They want this out in regulation here. Rawfield holding for the peak of Deathmaker. He's had a quiet half, but really woken up last round, looking to continue that success. Sees the cross, and the bait from the chamber doesn't overstay as welcome. Instead, Rexy, the hero of last round, gets the opening.
Oh, Rexy, the double from Amaterasu. Anything you can do, I can kill better. Now, the breach onto B. Rawfield waiting alone here. With the operator, not ideal, and these multiple foe scenarios, and they can't even take out the first. The interception comes on through, but RVK quicker on the trigger than MW1. Yes, this lockdown will complicate matters. Two players, I believe, have been noted here. There's the Nightfall. Rexy, a trail will lead them. RVK catches health with Hell in the Hand basket and delivers it thusly. Rexy has arrayed their forces. Deathmaker has an operator, yes, but what they do not have is the numbers. An open area, a confirmed presence, a second movement forward. Deathmaker, will they be fast enough here on the swing? RVK gets it finished, and there should be just enough time for a defuse and a breather.
It ticks over. Sure, it's going to be a moment to just sigh, relax, let your hair down a bit. Harry, you've just at least guaranteed overtime. That's what matters. But, and this comes with a fairly significant but, velocity really didn't impact onto Enigma there. They burned a lot of ults to get back into that round. And furthermore, that Killjoy ult didn't actually even touch where the operator player was, which meant that it was kind of free reign from Boathouse there. If you look over, I mean, you look on camera now, Global, our guys who are going to be playing a little bit later, they're probably looking at this thinking, God, who do I want to play against in the next round? This is assuming they can beat Orangutan. You'll have to stay tuned to see how that game will go. But for now, Enigma on the precipice of being able to close out this series, one round away, and what assault to the A site to refute as Velocity split their attention both through mid and A main.
The pressure. Higher and higher and harder and harder. There's a flash here. Amtarasu trying to move on in. That's a double! And that's Velocity now in dire straits, Kremer. They're all out of mulligans. There are no more second chances. You win or you die. Antidote is slain. Rawfield is tempted. They wait, and patience is rewarded as an apex predator will claim yet another pound of flesh. 2 versus 4. 1 versus 4. It's 3 for Rawfield. It's Rexy on the flank, and it's Exali who finishes as they drive the sword into the heart of Velocity, stopped in their tracks and discovered the Enigma.
What a game by Enigma there. 2 maps now where they started on the back foot. 2 maps where they take a lot of initial damage, getting pummeled again and again, but they're able to pull ahead. They're able to shut down Velocity in a magnanimous performance, Harry. Long live Enigma as they now sit in our upper bracket semi-finals. What a game that was. Let's hear it from the desk. We're going to hand it back to the wonderful members. I believe it's going to be Crips and Vivek. So, go give them all the love they deserve. We'll be back soon.
Electric matchup. Wonderful, wonderful performance coming in from Enigma. Of course, the villain arc is coming in. Tough luck for VLT, but I'm going to have Rex come up on the stage along with Caramel who's right there. I'm going to talk to him as well. But Rex, I'm going to need you. You promised to come up if you won, but the villain arc is coming up, eh?
Okay, what?
Villain arc is coming up. पहले हारे थे बॉम्बे में, अभी विलन बन के आ रहे हो वापस.
हाँ तो ये तो होता है, एक स्टोरी अच्छा रहेगा ना.
Revenge arc पूरा बनने वाला है.
Obviously.
But what was going through your head, because जब दूसरा पहला मैच डोमिनेटिंग अफेयर था, ठीक है आपने अच्छा खेला, बैक एंड फोर्थ था श्योर, but at the end of the day you came out on top. लेकिन second match में अभी end में VLD was on top, but what was the conversation in the team? Comeback कैसे किया mentally?
Comeback यही सोच के किया कि इंडिविजुअली वो लोग अच्छे खेल रहे हैं अभी हम लोग से, बट हम लोग अगर टीम गेम अगर अच्छा करेंगे तो मे बी जीत जाएंगे. इंडिविजुअली वो लोग लाइक 1v2 1v3 सब लोग निकाल रहे थे, फटी पड़ी थी, बट टीम गेम लाइक इट वाज गुड. हम लोग का वही एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट था और कुछ नहीं.
But everyone stepped up. You know, Anti on Omen, Rawfuel on Jet, जो Omen लेके उन्होंने अल्टीमेट मारा था साइड के सेंटर पे. वो राउंड पे कैसा लगा आपको? क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में?
Anti 2000 IQ वाला वो वाला था वो.
It almost felt like the classic antidote from 2018, 2019, where you could, you know, get on his back, Anti go kill. वही वाला.
Kekda, we call him Kekda, crab. He like creeps all around the whole the map.
With Omen?
Any agent, Omen, Killjoy,
keep on
Jet.
creeping around. But Rawfuel as well, right? Especially in the last round, I'm sure emotions बहुत high होंगे, because जिस तरीके से उन्होंने खेला आपको अभी भी याद है. Last LAN पे उनका एक performance जो था, everybody, 9 players in the entire server out of 10 were spectators, mere spectators.
Smurf कर रहा था वो.
आज
Same
वही
map
कर रहा
था.
आज भी वही कर रहा था.
आज उतना नहीं, आज वही बोल रहा हूँ, इंडिविजुअली they were like better, but team game में हम लोग maybe we got lucky or we played well.
No, that's wonderful. You didn't get lucky, man. Look, you deserve to be here. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Come.
Thank you everyone for supporting. So basically, I want to take 2 minutes from him because you know, a sad thing happened yesterday. For all of us, you know, we all are 90s kid, and for us, you know, music means KK, and we have lost one of our legends in India. So I would like to tribute 2 lines for him, and yeah. It's like, हम रहे या ना रहे कल याद आएंगे ये पल. Thank you. Be kind to everyone. क्या हो कल हो या ना हो. Thank you.
Wonderful antidote. Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was a lovely tribute to a legend who's gone too soon. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to head back to the casters. We're going to break the game down for us even more. So take it away.
Well, we will definitely remember some of those clutches, just like we remember those Pearl and those moments.
Yeah, and he's winning in esports, and he's also on the side hustling for Indian Idol. That man has got a voice, bro. I've heard him sing in the past. He can really sing. But more importantly, back to the game, Rexy said something very telling in the interview clips. He said they were winning 1v2s, they were winning 1v3s.
Yeah.
But but our team game just seemed to be a lot better. And he said, I don't know if it was luck or what, but their team game was point blank a lot better. We did see on Ascent that the Fade was really setting up for MW1. I think that's quite a niche pocket strat that we might see more as this meta evolves in South Asia and Southeast Asia. But on Ascent especially, they just really were a lot more cohesive as a team. And RVK on the Sova.
Oh my God. What a beautiful man.
Absolutely.
This guy with all the beautiful clutches, like right from the beginning, the game, okay, I'll tell you my perspective, right? By the time we got off this place, our analyst this was done, the game has started, the first round, I walk out to get like one bottle of water, and I walk in to see RBK's kill feed lighting up everything. He's the man getting all the clutches, and I'm like, I've been caught like 2 seconds, and this guy is already killing everyone before I even come back.
Yeah.
That's just insane stuff.
Cribs gone for 2 seconds, and everybody on Velocity dying in 2 seconds.
Gone in 2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Great stuff coming out from RVK. And not just RVK, the entire team.
Yeah.
Anti with that 2000 IQ play. And more importantly, I want to talk about Raw Fuel. Raw Fuel is so reliable
I know.
as an opper. He's not flashy. He reminds me a lot of Device. He's technically very, very sound. He knows exactly where to be. He hits the shots which are, a lot of other oppers might sometimes miss. So it was phenomenal stuff coming out from Raw Fuel. He's reliable, like the coffee in Chennai, which you should get if you are visiting the city for the Skyesports Championship Series. For now, we've got some stats. And
Amaterasu in RVK.
yeah, RVK the MVP. I am not too surprised about this, to be honest. Amaterasu really showing up, Crips. He's up there in terms of the KD ratio. But RVK getting a lot of first bloods as a Sova, not something one would really be expecting. But it's the RVK show.
It is the RBK show indeed. This guy was just responsible for throwing out the recons towards mid or whatever. But on top of that, he ends up getting an entry frag towards mid as well, even though he's not supposed to. And that's partially because Velocity were alternating their mid setup every round. On some rounds, they completely give it up, have absolutely nobody play over there, just place a trademark over there and have somebody sit all the way back to its defender spawn. Meanwhile, sometimes Velocity would focus 3 people on mid, have that area locked down with lock and key, a massive one of that, and then focus on the sides later on, if at all, they lose their fights on mid. So that dynamic play from Velocity on the defensive side on mid kept Enigma on their toes, and RVK was responsible for keeping that in check. He did more than just keep it in check. He kept it under his feet, firmly planting his flag, his team's flag in the ground.
Yeah, I also want to point to another way underrated player here. He took the stage towards the end of the game, Rexy from Enigma. He's got an impressive KDA. He's outdone the enemy Sentinel, which is Rexy versus Deathmaker in a head-to-head. And, you're never going to associate Rexy with the flashiest, amazing 1v5 plays all the time. He's a very reliable clutcher. He's a very reliable player. But he makes those moves in the game, on the map, much like a horse on a chess set. You never see his move coming. You never realize the importance of the move, but he's made space for everybody else to make a move, and he's taken space on the map. This is
Exactly. And I'm sorry to cut you off over there, but that space is something I want to highlight, because there were several occasions where Velocity would be knocking on the doors of A main and A shot simultaneously, and there would be no defenders from Enigma available. In situations like those, Rexy and his nano swarms would buy so much time for his team to finish the rotations, get into positions, and shut Velocity down in all sorts of gruesome ways. And even though Rexy wasn't putting up all the frags that he needed to, he was buying time for his team, which ultimately through Velocity executes off the mark. I mean, there's a limited amount of time the null command emits those radiation waves and disables your opponents, right? You stop Amaterasu in his tracks, half his ultimate gets wasted over there. He can't push through, and then they don't have enough time to go for the plant, and that's the impact Rexy created.
Absolutely, and you said he maybe didn't frag that much, but he's just 2 frags above Excali, who's at 14, and 2 frags below Raw Fuel, who's at 18.
So I think that's still good, right? That
It's
still means he's showing up.
impressive, especially when on paper you look at agent compositions in this game and you say Kaio is a flat-out counter to Killjoy, and especially in such a crowded map like Ascent.
Exactly.
But it's if the demo feature which Riot has been talking about, if that does come out, the first video you want to download, the first demo you want to download and get your hands on, if you are a Sentinel main, is Rexy's performance today on the Killjoy. Because he has totally outplayed the enemy Kaio. There's no other explanation. One needs to look at the demo to fully understand the impact of Rexy. He's not the MVP, but he's a very hidden key piece of Enigma's 2 over Velocity right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but that being said, even though Amaterasu was supposed to counter Rexy and he didn't do it all that much, that's credit due to Rexy.
Exactly.
But I can't take away anything from Amaterasu, right?
Yeah.
I remember this one distinct round where Amaterasu, this absolute madman, what happens when the attackers are pushing in from tree? Usually they would smoke off the garden region towards window and then throw a fragment on top of it so that nobody can push through, and then they continue moving into the site. That's what normal attackers would have done. This madman pushed through his own fragment grenade.
Yeah.
He caught like 2 people off guard, killed one, did insurmountable damage to the other guy, and that's the kind of plays that Velocity were making. And I think that those are the kind of plays that really made this game really, really close. Otherwise, Enigma would have been able to run away with this one. Those unorthodox pushes.
You
through
mean
narrow
Velocity?
swamps. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why Velocity was able to bring it so close in the first place. These unorthodox pushes, like pushing through your own molly, that's the kind of stuff that throws Enigma off guard.
Yeah, and if you are a Velocity supporter, you got to be happy that MW1 is kicking up. He's finding his footing again, and I think he was pretty impressive on the Reyna. Although Amaterasu, I think, had a better KDA. You need a young duelist to feel himself, really, to be able to have the confidence to take on the head-to-heads, to win those head-to-heads, and I saw that a little bit on the Reyna. Is Reyna still a justified pick? Absolutely. If you're Silver 3, just first pick Reyna and don't answer anyone.
Bro, I mean...
That's what I do.
Yeah, it kind of shows up.
Absolutely. First pick Reyna.
But yeah, speaking of Reyna though, I have to admit that MW1's playstyle over here was super risky.
Oh, yeah.
Usually he's a very measured person. He doesn't go above and beyond his saved regions. He only plays along with his team. Never the kind of guy who will, just go solo YOLO. But today, because Velocity were getting shut down and they were losing members while trying to get into the sites, the onus of liberating that site fell upon MW1, in which case he used the dismiss to perfection. He was going deeper into the site, far ahead of his teammates' realm of support. And he was still able to get those impact frags. Now that's amazing.
Absolutely. MW1 finding the impact for now. We're going to find ourselves a quick drink, a quick snack, and then we're going to be back with Global Esports and Orangutan.
Don't go anywhere.
AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Ladies and gentlemen, check.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Skyesports Champions Series is the road to VCT event, and it's a dream project for us. So Riot Game was super happy, and they are also super interested to make a first ever film for Indian esports.
When the planning stage happened, we didn't want to do just another tournament. We wanted to make it like a huge esports experience. The idea came together and everybody liked it, and we grabbed this opportunity.
This film was very important film for us. I think ये project पूरे gaming industry के लिए it was a new step in the right direction. Valorant के लिए we had not seen someone take this big initiative.
बहुत ही लकी हूँ कि वो लोग ने मुझे शूट पे लिया है. आई एम एक्साइटेड एज वेल कि जब ये वीडियो लॉन्च होगा तब एक्चुअली हाइप होने वाला है ये वीडियो फॉर श्योर.
This film, from an execution point of view, required a specific location because that location kind of gives you the texture, the tonality, and brings about that entire dark atmosphere that was needed.
The location is very spooky actually. आने के बाद पता चला कि ये जेल है, एक सेल है, तो मेरे को लगा कुछ तो haunted place है, ऐसा लग रहा था.
I mean, speechless. First of all, the costume and then the set. एकदम professional वाला vibe आ रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि Bollywood movie में काम कर रहा हो या कोई. मोहित भाई है और क्या बोल सकते हैं.
शूट करने में ही मतलब लाइक गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं, तो वीडियो देखने के बाद तो क्या ही होगा लोगों का.
I'm in a jail, trying to get out of this hell. वो shot complete हुआ है पूरा, मेरे को भी पता नहीं, I'm just vibing.
The reason we wanted to treat this film in a black and white perspective is because we wanted to capture the emotions, right? The players are going through a lot of emotions, seeing, the dark side in their personality and how sometimes, it's easy for us to give up hope.
We wanted to show that they're all struggling, so we had decided let's go with a black and white look, and we are also having an option that we're just gonna keep their clothes and skin color.
So the psychology of this entire thing was when you're trapped into your own head, you don't know what is happening, whether you're fighting yourself or you're fighting your teammate.
Riot Games was super happy. Mohit and team given the pitch document and the storyboard. Literally, they were impressed from the day one. No one has touched the film concept and the real emotion concept. So we are aligned together to make a emotion out of it because this kind of film has to come out to make the people to understand how we are serious about esports.
The logistical part to shoot in such a location is always the challenging part because it's an abandoned building or a bungalow, right? There's nothing here. So sorting out the food, the transport, the equipment, carrying all of that on this long staircase, it's crazy, but we made all of that happen.
Okay, you have to look at each other. गुस्सा आएगा, anger आएगा, and then anti आएगा.
There is always someone who's gonna come take you out of whatever cocoon you're living in. So that's what Anti did here.
चलोगे कैसे तुम? Feel here. Because now media निकल गई. If you all can match your thing, in unison and go with that confidence. Bollywood movie में जैसे 3 हीरो जाते साथ में. Action. Left, right, left. Right. कौन बोलेगा?
I feel the negative emotion, the winner is the sitting shot.
The sitting shot, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The positive emotion, we have the standing shot.
We do not want to repeat visuals that are in the film already. So that made us look also differently. We tried different perspectives, different lightings.
When people hear gamers or players, Valorant players, they'll be like, okay, they just sit at home and they just play games. No, we also get to have a lot of fun, come outdoors, shoot, produce with all the amazing people here. So it's very much fun and exciting.
Kudos to Mohit and team because they are making a esports player to act in a real film. That is the big hurdles I personally feel like.
Okay, chalo, you're ready for the game now. You get one, it's 2v1. You get one more, it's 1-on-1. But he gets you, you lose the round. You're getting this round very close. You can win it, come on. You get the next one and it's a victory. Walking के टाइम पे ना एंटी का एटीट्यूड काफी आ रहा है. You can add a little bit more on the stage. वो दिखता एक एक स्लो मो है ना, तो एक एक को एक्सप्रेशन दिख रहा है. So walk in that full power.
One thing I would like to tell is South Asia has to rise up. So this is the right moment. We have to go for the global and we need to win the global trophy. And the people who are watching this has to support Indian teams and South Asian teams and the region from Southeast Asia. Give the more confidence to the players and teams to go to the global level.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD and powered by Router. My name is Ranjit Mama Sina Patel. I'm your host. But after a terrific first game, now it's time for a really exciting second one. On one hand, we have the legacy that is one team. On the other, we have the dark horses in this tournament. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out. But ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you to make a lot of noise when the teams walk up. Give it up for the first team in question, Global Esports! No, you guys can stand there. That's okay. All right, Bhavin, I'll come to you in a bit. But I thought there was something Regardless, here you go. So, riding off a high from yesterday, of course, you always take every match at a time. But how the boys feeling, especially going up against a team which does not have a long history?
Yeah.
कैसा महसूस करे सब?
I mean, like for us, whenever we come to LAN, we just, we are really prepared. I think we play as a team, and when we play online, we just do random stuff which we won't do on LAN. So I think that is one thing we have going on for us. And yeah, I think there's no high from last night. That's just a job, right? To win, that's our job. So on to the next one.
Speaks like a true professional, isn't it? But apart from that, right, it's not always easy to absorb the pressure with the amount of traveling that you might do with LAN coming back in full force. So how do you keep the team gelled together? Because it's not easy, especially जब आप travel करते हो, you have 2 days off, 3 days off. How do you snap back into the zone?
I mean, 2 साल घर पे बैठ के, I think everybody is happy to travel. Like we are more than happy to travel every chance we get. So I don't think we have to do anything to bring the morale up. But yeah, we just have a talk, we have fun. These guys keep pulling my leg to have fun. So yeah.
That's wonderful. I'll get back to you in a second. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the second team in question. Give it up for Orangutan! Report. Always a pleasure to have you here, but of course, coming up, excitement balls are there. Everybody's excited to know how the team performs on LAN, especially with the team as storied as them, a team which has stuck together for so long. But there's a lot of anticipation, there's a lot of excitement, but how are you guys feeling about this?
I think each and every individual of the team is feeling pretty confident. And to be honest, I as a player have a lot of respect for GE. I have played countless matches with them, and it has always been very close and intense against them. So I'm hoping for the same thing today, and hope we put up a good show.
No, wonderful, wonderful. But for all the fans who are anticipating and who are excited for your match, what do you have to say to them?
That keep supporting. Hashtag APAMI.
No, that's wonderful. All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the match. You guys can have your handshakes and then get settled in. I hope you guys have a good one. All right, now it's time to move on into the match, into the server. Our lovely analyst panel is ready to build the match up. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the throw, Mamba. It's going to be one hell of a game, Vivek. Global Esports going up against Orangutan. And I think Mamba brought up that point really well, where he said that there's a team who has stuck together for a really long time versus a team who has barely stepped into the scene a month ago. They're fairly new. A new assembled team, an international roster, mind you, consisting of one Pakistani player, one player from Korea, another player from Philippines, and 2 Indians. How does a team like that gel together within such a narrow span of time.
That is the magic of esports, baby. This is the first time in a long time, in quite a while, we're getting to see Pakistan and India play together, and I couldn't be happier for that. And the best thing about Orangutan, you mentioned how this team will gel. The best thing is they're coming into this matchup with an element of surprise.
Exactly.
And that is what has taken the most established teams by surprise. Their default bans, their default map bans, no one knows. The agents they're going to run, no one knows. There's a small sample size that we can work with, but it's really, really unreliable. And Hellranger is the kind of captain who loves to prepare. In Mumbai, he didn't sleep until 5 a.m. in the morning the night before most of his matches. That man was running on caffeine and Red Bullin.
And cold, hard determination.
Absolutely. This man doesn't sleep. He does his homework.
Exactly.
I thought after we pass out from college and start playing video games, you get to sleep. But this guy, he spends only sleepless nights preparing no matter who his enemy is, big or small, known or unknown. This man does his prep. Kappa. I have to talk about Kappa. Sorry to cut you off. This is the journeyman of Indian esports. If you followed esports to any extent around the globe, if you follow Dota, the closest I can think of comparing Kappa to is Seb. He's been there for countless years. He's put in the hours, he's climbed, he's risen, and he's reaping the fruit. Very few players from back then, and this man has such a wealth of experience, have managed to have such an impact in Valorant in the South Asian scene. So hats off to Kappa. I'm really, really happy for him. You know, a very fun fact on trips. When Global Esports newly formed, you know what Kappa said? Don't give us any money. We're in a new team. It's a new game. We're unproven. We're going to prove ourselves and then ask for what's our due.
Yeah, and I think they've earned every single penny, every single ounce of respect that they get right now. They deserve it through and through. Even the other members of Global Esports, let's say Lightning Force, for example. This guy was a nobody back in the day, but he was damn talented to the extent where his raw mechanical prowess got the attention of Global Esports, and they picked him up. They didn't waste any time signing him, and I think that is as wonderful as ever. SK Rossi, a similar story. Almost a nobody back in the day. Played for Tier 2 teams back in the older game, the game that we won't mention now. But here, he's the biggest star in India. And it's not just SK Rossi, you know, that's the guy that everyone keeps talking about. That's the guy who everyone says is the best aimer right now. But even Lightning Fast is stepping up to it. Every single member is filling into these shoes, and these are big shoes to fill, so they're doing their job really well. Skills. Yep. Guy used to have communication issues all those years ago. Now, he's one of the best controllers that India has ever seen. Always having his utility placed on time, always providing backup when necessary, sometimes even intuitively without even the need to be communicated.
Absolutely.
That's what Global Esports has done.
On day one in Mumbai, this guy was sick. For a moment, everybody was like, okay, let's put on our masks. But I'll get back to skills a little bit later. For now, let's look at our Vito. Breeze, I mean, it's going to be a good map, a fun start. I haven't seen Global Esports play this map for a while, but I'm sure they're going to be comfortable. Ascent is Global's pick. They're going to be starting out on offense on Ascent. They're not going to have the benefit of starting out on defense. However, they do have that benefit on Breeze. And our last map is going to be Haven. Now, Haven is a very Global Esports map. Hellranger runs those defaults hard. He's drilled those defaults into his team. And it's going to be a treat to watch Kappa on Haven, on the Sova, after what's been a little bit of time, at the very least. So I'm just looking at the bans because I want to see what is it that Orangutan are banning first. And it's Split. Now, Split was played a lot in Mumbai.
Exactly, and Global Esports were absolutely dominant in Split. So that's a good thing that they're able to ban out Split. But OG have picked up Breeze. Now, Global Esports may not necessarily be the Breeze specialist, but they definitely have a say in that map. And OG aren't too secure about their Breeze either. OG was able to beat Reckoning Esports 13-2 on Breeze, and while that's a dominant scoreline, you gotta keep in mind that they lost against Velocity 13-8 on the same map. So
yeah, I mean Reckoning and Velocity, different opponents, so it's a comparison that one has to delve into a little bit later. But 13-8 is still not too bad. Global Esports is starting out on defense. I don't think OG are going to be too disappointed with that.
They will definitely not
Yeah,
be
they're not going to be too disappointed. Breeze is a map where you can be very comfortable starting out on offense. It is really going to boil down to skills on the controller. We were talking about skills. That man in Mumbai was sick. He had tissue paper, paracetamol, and Mama's love all around him, and he was trying his best to just walk up to the stage and play it, but it didn't show. He wasn't bottom fragging on his team. Speaking of bottom fragging, one thing we have spoken about Global Esports, and something that Hell actually contradicted, and we might be completely in the wrong here, Crips. We sometimes feel that Global Esports does rely on individual performances.
I mean, all the players in the Global Esports camp are that individually gifted. Skills can be the clutch master. Kappa is literally called the Kappa Papa because of his clutches. SK Rossi and Lightning Fast are star duelists, so that goes without saying that they're going to show up regardless. But Hell Ranger, that's the man I want to talk about right now. We have mentioned several times before that Hell Ranger is the kind of guy that will study his opponents and he will do his own work. Now tell me something, how do you study a team which is barely a month old? Their strats are not concrete yet. Every game that we've seen Orangutan play, they never go in with full-blown executes. They're the kind of team that like to spread out quite a lot, play their defaults, and then enable their individual members to shine. In fact, during the phase 2 of this tournament, when the players of Orangutan were playing from their respective houses, from their boot camps, we saw a whiteboard behind their coach. One of the things written on the whiteboard was, "Be more free." Those were the words written in bold, in red ink. So Orangutan are the kind of team that's going to give their players that spontaneous freedom. So, I mean, at this point, there's a guy called Sexy who's doing it, but I'm not sure if he's the analyst or if he's the coach. Either way, the managerial staff of Orangutan has plenty of experts at their disposal. And not just the experts, rather, even the players themselves. They have a wealth of experience from all over the continent.
Oh yeah,
Persia is like one of the most aggressive Sentinel players that I have ever seen. And Tesseract, he is a damn good Sova. His timing is almost as good as Kappa, if not better.
Ooh.
Tesseract. So that guy is amazing. Then you have Shooter from Pakistan. The most... I don't even have words to describe this guy. Destructive, dominating guy. This guy is a god, literal god. And sometimes I'm confused whether he's a god or a demon because the plays that he makes are so ballsy that he will peek into 4 people at once, get a kill, get back, all in the matter of few milliseconds. His reflexes are through the roof, and this is the single most dominant player who can give Deathmaker, SK Rossi, and all the star aimers like Rafuel a run for their money. Shooter is hands down their biggest gun right now.
I love this team. So multicultural. It's like a very good United Colors of Benetton poster. There's a little bit of Pakistan, Korea, Philippines, India. We've had a Sri Lankan player playing in India. We have a German coach. We have a Korean coach. I mean,
all sorts of things happening.
What Valorant has done for Indian esports is just amazing. Please give a big 1 in chat and a big woo in the crowd if you really appreciate what Valorant has done for Indian esports.
And honestly, everyone has been improving, right? It's not just these 2 teams. The whole scene in general has just exploded, and it's just becoming so much better and better.
If I was a betting man, I would never bet on the outcome of this tournament. It is looking so unpredictable right now. It's really difficult to have any read on who's a favorite here. Maybe, who knows, Orangutan could make a deep run in this tournament. Maybe some of the more established names in Indian Valorant get knocked out early. I'm just really pumped for this match. Let's talk a little bit about agent compositions on Breeze. Now, it's a no-brainer that Viper gets picked on Breeze. You need the wall, you need the distance, and you need the noise in the crowd, because very soon, keep it going, guys. Very soon we're going to be jumping into our game, but other than Viper Crips, what do you really like to see on Breeze? A Jet, a Chamber?
Yeah, both of them, actually. I think Breeze is one of those games, one of those maps where the agent composition doesn't really change all that much. the Cypher used to be a staple pick, but ever since the Chamber has arrived, people have just started spamming that character left, right, and center. To some extent, you might even see a double initiator composition in the form of a Sova and a KO. But since Breeze is one of those games where the agent composition doesn't change all that much, your player behavior is what's going to dictate the pace of the game and the places in which the fights take place. In this case, I would like to bring a little historical context in. So, yesterday, Global Esports were able to win against Full Power Gaming. They won 13-9 on Haven, 13-11 on Bind. You got to keep in mind, though, Full Power are the kind of team that love to stick together and hit sites as a unit. A full 5-man rush is what they will throw at you. And while Global Esports were able to deal with that, Orangutan is completely the opposite of that. They will almost never hit 5-man executes unless it's like an eco round, or unless they know for a fact that their opponent has a certain weakness in one particular site that they want to exploit.
Yeah.
In almost every situation, they would spread out with defaults. They would play individually. Sure, they will sometimes even play in pairs to set someone up for success, but they will spread out quite a lot. Let's see how Global Esports deal with that kind of a game style.
Yeah, on a map like Breeze, you got to be spot on with your rotations, the timing of your rotations. And like you said, Orangutan, their coach, he's told them to be more free. Now, Crips, you were saying earlier, and even I was mentioning earlier, that Hellranger is the kind of IGL who likes to do his prep work. How is he going to prepare against a team that has such a small sample size of data? How is he going to prepare against a team that's full of surprises, that likes to be free, that likes to take initiative across the map, that likes to split into pairs? And I was just thinking about Hellranger in his earlier days and another tactical shooter, Crips. This man, Jesus, on offense, he would just run the clock.
Yeah.
Run the clock and just wait for his enemy, for his opponent to make mistakes. When you're a new team, when the comms aren't set, when you want to flex your muscles, when it's your first time on LAN in India, it's very, very possible that your indiscipline or your aggression might punish you. But they're the ape army, and apes together, strong.
Hold on, these are not your regular mobile phones. I think these guys have got specialized display boards. Is that true? Nod your head if it's true. I can sense Hades' head going up and down right now. Now, here's the thing. You're right about that one thing, where Hellranger is the kind of guy who likes to do his homework quite a lot, and the sample size is quite small. But he does love to run the clock down. And if Orangutan are the kind of team that love going around individually, if not individually in pairs and trying to go for picks, this kind of playstyle can be easily shut down by Global Esports. And that's a big red flag.
It is. And that's a Global Esports flag. And that bit of text I don't understand. PEMTAOP, I'm just going to say it. If you know what it means, please let us know in the comment section.
Are we getting too old for these kind of memes? Do you think we're becoming boomers?
Sometimes just putting alphabets together doesn't make a meme, Crips.
Well, alphabets don't make sense, but you know what else starts with A? It's agents, and the agents have been selected. For the most part, no surprises here, right? The Jet, KO, Viper, Sova, Chamber. We expected all of this.
Yeah, you said
nothing
Chamber
else.
and Jet. I said Viper. So it was also pretty much a staple.
KO, yeah.
I
This is
didn't,
all staple meta.
I
Breeze
didn't
doesn't
look-
really have too many innovative comps.
Pardon?
Breeze doesn't really have too many innovative comps. I mean, you'll see a lot of experimentation in maps like Bind and maybe even Ascent to some extent, but Breeze is more or less going to be staple. The only major difference is, instead of a double initiator, Global Esports are going for something very unique. The Cypher pick doesn't surprise me, but the Reyna pick certainly does.
But that's interesting when you think about it, right? Because Rossi's been playing so much Jet. So I guess this is raw fuel on... No, you give Rossi the Jet and raw fuel on the Reyna, right?
No, you give Lightning Fast on the Reyna.
My bad. What am I saying? I bonked off for a moment there. My bad. Slip up. Brain fart. Lightning Fast on the Reyna.
I love Lightning Fast. This guy, he's an aim beast of his own.
Oh, yeah.
And we've seen him play Raze on Haven sometimes, and he can absolutely pop off with it. With Reyna, this guy can do even more. And at this point, there's not much else to say. But yeah, I'm definitely going to put this as my closing thought. while Orangutan are going for a more standard agent composition, Global Esports are the ones innovating right now. Let's see which one of these teams have the bigger brains. That's it from our side, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it over to Kremer right now. We'll see you on the other side.
Chennai! Who? Where that ape army at? Global Esports! Are you ready to go worldwide? We're heading into our best of 3, baby. We're starting on the nice beaches of breeze. I'm Leg Day, joined by Kremer.
That is an opening, Harry. I know you had more planned, but that was amazing. We've got Global Esports versus Orangutan. Global Esports, the victors of our last LAN, now against the newbies over on Orangutan. They may be new in name, but they are not new in skill. These guys cannot be underestimated in any way, shape, or form. While Breeze may be on an orthodox map to start, Orangutan, they've taken it in their stride with an early default to start and a Reyna to highlight over on Global.
Yeah, Reyna's an interesting pick. Of course, the Leah is of variable value. Shoot's actually rolled out here with a Sheriff, which is going to be deadly at range for those early headshots. Persia, super low here. I know Persia for some previous activity in other unnamed games, Kremer. And Persia's activity has been cut short here by Kappa. That means a flank needs to be reinforced. Vibor moving in the way. That's already a headshot. Ghost elsewhere has proven themselves a deadly combatant, and now the Jets has to foray through alone. SK Rossi up against the wall. Only a Ghost in hand. A disadvantage when it comes to the overall firepower, but there we go. SK Rossi knows exactly when to strike. Suddenly it's 2 versus 1 in favor of Global Esports. Around the world, they certainly walk to try and get this as Vibor moves on through. There's no chance to stop the defuse. SK Rossi executes them as they move. And Global Esports start off strong.
Before we move into the true depths of this game, Harry, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Going to get a prediction as to who you think is going to win, because this, I think, is going to be a very, very close game.
You can't get a prediction, Kremer. No. I refuse.
No. I appreciate that.
I'm stopping this here. This is tomfoolery and nonsense. I'm
Fine.
I'm not qualified for this. I shout memes and say, ooh, ape army, and words like worldwide.
I can't argue with that, frankly, and if you're not giving a prediction, I won't give a prediction. Orangutan, they find themselves on a cheeky bit of pistols here, as they go for a bit of a default. This looks slightly to be, but Global have read this very well, with some fairly heavy control on, but actually a 3-man commitment and completely foregoing any control in mid, despite the fact that you have a Marshal's wheels. That's exactly why. Shooter, clean opening there.
Alright, Shooter built different there, up against the Spectre, however Persia unable to outskill skills. That's 2 rounds now that Persia's Headhunter has not really paid dividends. 2 versus 3 now with Dink across the way. Skills has laid people low, but it's lightning fast with the lightning bullets racking the nerves of Orangutan, and I'm afraid this ape has been put down.
It very well has. Global find themselves 2-0 in the lead. Fairly dominant start to highlight, but we haven't really seen the true metal of Orangutan yet, have we? Which gives us a chance to talk about compositions a little bit. Cypher, same gripe I have about Killjoy, which is your defense is very, very static. And on a huge map like Breeze, your rotation time is going to be so much longer. Setting up as a Cypher can be really difficult, particularly for retakes. The flip side, though, is that you do have that camera. It isn't limited by range, so you do have a bit of extra vision, but it takes a lot of practice to master. Thankfully, for Global, they are the one team who have been together for a very long time, who have been at the top for a very long time. If anyone knows how to wield the Cypher on Breeze, it's these guys.
And Global is also a team that knows how to deal with pressure very well. Skills locking down the doorway here. No following in after that owl. A reset here on the snake bite as well, and Skills doing a very good job of just keeping Orangutan at bay. It's SK Rossi round the back. 1 versus 3 potentially. What can the Vandal achieve here? Not much but control. Ooh, burnt down through the smoke. Vibor tries their luck and destroys.
Lightning Fast has to re-extend now to trade this, but Veerball, what a bit of aggression there. Here's the Jess away, realizes that SK Rossi just wants to run.
Oh, Urja pumps the brakes and shuts down lightning fast. However, that's 2 with a judge from Kappa, and that's going to bring a little bit of a stall here to Orangutan. Hellranger on the other side might be able to get an upgrade from the Spectre to the Vandal instead. A 1 versus 2 certainly on the cards, and this would break the Orangutan economy if it can be achieved, Crema.
It's a very fast rotation as well. Is it expected by Ghost here?
Oh, it might not be. Oh, that's an early revelation of the location. Maybe an ADS would have worked better there. Tesseract stares him down, looks him in the eyes, and that's what makes the kill that much more satisfying, Crema.
Well, when you get to see the light leave their eyes, as we see Orangutan continue to boast this very strong buy, but now it's going to be matched. SK Rossi only down to a Marshall instead of a rifle, actually. I'm surprised he's going to be whipping it out. Considering the ranges we do face on Breeze, it does make sense. And with nothing to really match him on Orangutan, SK Rossi, if wielded properly, can let this Marshall reign free, particularly in mid, which Orangutan are going to look to try and fight for some control of.
Moving out now, SK Rossi. Oh, doesn't get to use the Marshall. Unused, Crema. Unused. Brand new. On the floor, shooter. Arrayed by bullets, Hellranger. Burned down. And Orangutan. They have slain every global esports member, but dared to raise weapons against them. Now Skills has to travel this zone alone. In a 1 versus 3, still no plant, but is about to occur on B.
Skills caught out from the flank, and Orangutan, they're definitely making their presence known, aren't they? Really, really strong stuff from them here. What I'm now really wanting to highlight is the fact that over on Breeze, this is Orangutan's map pick. They did get the advantage of getting the first map and the veto here. So for Global, with Breeze already being a map they play, we've seen them play it a fair few times in the group stage. Orangutan have got quite a bit to anti-strats, whereas Global don't. It's such a limited sample size because of how short a time these guys have been a team. So now that Orangutan have this sort of upper hand on Breeze, I really want to see how fast we can see Global adapt.
Yeah, Global are going to have to try and address the problems as they do begin. We have got ourselves a little bit of a pause here. I'm not sure if it's a tactical or a techie. It's indeed a tactical from Global, and this is exactly what you're talking about, Crema.
I love that.
This is where you've got to try and mix things up, maybe have a different approach in terms of a tempo of when you're physically peaking for information.
Exactly. What I want to highlight as well from Global is both the Sova and Cypher. The combo means that there is a lot of info gather. On Global. But being able to actually wield that info gather is where we're seeing the stress, particularly in mid. We saw Orangutan, they just push out and kill people. Doesn't matter if you know they're coming or not, you just whether or not you can stop them. Something else that's going to go in Orangutan's favor at the moment. You look at the ult management. Tesseract and Persia just 2 away from getting theirs online, on top of the rest of the team already having theirs readily available. I'd love to see an early Viper Split from Skills here, just while Global are trying to dictate a bit of pace here. And a push down mid, that's exactly how you do so. Really nice spot of info gather here for Lightning Fast.
Lightning Fast can ascertain that there are indeed threats, but I think SK Rossi's found that out the hard way. B going to be explored now by the Owl Drone, and the rear guard is going to be in the hands of Shooter. Who's going to be over there? Viber going to be in a 1 versus 2, but do they know? Yes, they've certainly heard Hellranger approach, I do believe. And there's going to be Ghost getting a plant. Up close is the Rainer. A turn away from the Flash. Manages to keep their eyes intact, but the Orangutans are going 8, baby. It's a banana bonanza. And Orangutan go 3-2.
Kings of the jungle, apparently, because they go through that round, keeping all 5 players alive, 4 of which hardly take damage. I love the Orangutan audience. Look at them.
Ooh.
That's the wrong chant, Harry, but I appreciate the efforts.
I mean, I can't hear the chants right now, Crema, so I can believe that I'm correct.
You can see the collapse. You've been to a football game. You have, right?
No. I don't enjoy sports, but I've never witnessed the scoring
English.
of a sport point.
I don't like football either, but I'm taking you to a football game. Global, currently a lot of ults to wield, and there's that Viper Split deployment outside of A, with Orangutan now having to go a little bit passive. I think they're expecting aggression of Global. They're just waiting to see where. But what Global have done is you've seen that adaptation. They're being so passive. There's a little bit of a push from Hellranger here through Corridor, but that's not going to garner too much information. I doubt he'll extend further, which means the ball's in Orangutan's course. Where and how do they execute?
And do you dare to try and brave this Viper's pit? Skills stares down at the thoroughfare. It's interesting that he's actually decided to double down on the Viper wall here as well on A. This might not have been a completely planned Viper's pit here, given that the Viper's wall could have potentially been used more fruitfully elsewhere if there was that idea that, hey, we're gonna use this Viper's pit on A main, so we don't need to wall this.
Something we have seen a lot of teams do is just work around Viper's pits, particularly on Breeze, where the sites are quite big. Instead, Orangutan, they're just going to shoehorn their way straight through this. This is so brave!
Oh, this is brave Kremer indeed. And...
oh, no.
Well, lost a lot of health there to the Viper's pit, which meant there was no way to survive. This skill's going big. That's going to be 3. Global Esports say, come to A. You're going to pay.
Come to A, you're going to pay. And now Global, realizing that Orangutan's audience is loud, are trying to one-up them. This is the true battle here. This is the true series. Who has bigger lungs? Whose audience has bigger lungs? Looks like it's Global. Orangutan.
Who's got more alveoli?
Yep, who's got enough Red Bull to maintain the whole series?
Who are not smokers? Who are the good boys and girls?
Cries and broken lungs. Global.
Play.
They get ready for another early splits, but it's a very heavy stack on B, which I really like seeing. You have a few players in mid, which means that your A defense, it's only skills, but it's only skills for a brief period of time once the execution actually gets committed to. Order Force comes out from Orangutan. They do still have a myriad of ults to fall back upon, and as they slowly push through mids here, Global, this defense on B, I really want to see how it tests under strain, because last time it just collapsed, but now you have this 3-man commitment and you haven't lost a play yet.
Oh, the ADS taps away,
Yes.
wins the first, can't get the second. Tesseract with a swing and the punish, the retrieval of a spike, all important, of course, Kremer. And mid-control is all Orangutans. Oh, Persia. Caught now with a cyber cage. In and out, in and out. It flicks again and again. But it hasn't opened a thoroughfare for Orangutan. Still, they lackadaisically list across mid.
She's hoping for an opening here. Rossi, what a shot. Persia falls, there's the opening.
All right, Rossi's on it today. Noted, shooter. Round the back, almost surrounded here as Noose is beginning to tighten. The net has been found. The backstab's there too. The operator hits the ground, and that could be a real pain economically for Orangutan.
Absolutely, losing the operator on the same round you invested is a really big problem, and it means that that economy you've been cultivating the last kind of 2 or 3 rounds just out the window. You might be able to buy this round, but we're not going to be seeing an operator. And bear in mind that Orangutan have done a pretty good job of sort of feathering their ultimates. They'll still have abilities to work with, but stuff like the Viper's Pit, that's not going to matter till an afterplan.
Indeed, that's not going to be too much of a problem in terms of the taking of the site, more of a holding of it in the aftermath. And now Orangutan, they've encountered a problem off the back of this Global Esports timeout. It feels like Global definitely decided they discovered a method of covering each other better and allowing for more efficient trading at least. Oh, and SK Rossi. I know the Indian audience is going to not like me saying this, but not the most consistent player. The highest highs and some quite low lows, but today, he's looking pretty good.
When he does fly, he soars, though, which is something that has brought Global a lot of success. And as we saw even in the kind of advertising movie for this this tournament, like, the lows can be pretty bad lows, but when SK Rossi's feeling it, he is the best player in APAC. When he's feeling it. And right now, Global are going to try and test that. They set up a hit on this B site. Lightning fast, the first point of contact. Tries to get out of there as quick as humanly possible, though.
Oh, shoot, look at how quickly he made it over here. Hell Ranger taken down and lightning fast has to dodge away from the incoming Hunter's Fury. Still, it's the fury of the apes, the orangutans, that have wrecked through the nerves of global esports. SK Rossi can't adjust in time. It's okay. That wasn't a personally purchased operator. It was taken off the corpse of an enemy. However, now that can be taken back.
Harry, I've got bad news.
Oh?
We're saying names wrong again. I believe it's Vibor, not Vibor.
Vibor?
Yeah, I believe so. If I am wrong, they'll yell at me in like 3 minutes and the delay catches up to the stream. But I think that's how you meant to say it. I apologize in advance. We're English. We're uncultured. Unfortunately, it happens.
I see an eye. I say an eye. What can I say?
And, alright, so while they have the feathering their ults, unfortunately, they are still an ult down going into this. Global, the money's been hurt a little bit. This aggression may be a chance for redemption.
Oh, good trades already. Shooter taking out their counterpart in SK Rossi. And Tesseract. Suspicious. That maybe a Viper could be lurking from a nest up in that tube. The 4 remaining members of Orangutan for now draw a silent bead over the map, looking to try and engage in some information gathering and potentially intercept some rotations here from Tesseract.
Tesseract spots out skills. It's a really laboured fight.
Oh, man,
it's laboured.
Oh
god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Look away,
Turn your eyes
children.
away. Oh.
Don't let your kids see that one.
Deploys the Viper's Pit. I like the fact we're seeing this. It's in a round that's fairly contentious, and Persia isn't anywhere near the rest of his team.
Yeah, but this is a fake rammer. The spike itself is going towards B.
I love this.
V-Ball always instantly executing. That means a good turnaround here from Kappa's like, okay, I'll hold it here. Shooter still wins that. And there's time for a plant. A 1 versus 2 with 30 HP. A pair of updrafts, no smoke, no dash. A Blade Storm, sure, but it doesn't matter because Hell Rangers found him on the other side. A body shot is all that's required, and Global Esports will hit 5.
Really, really strong round from Global. And I want to highlight how, once again, in Global, they capitalized off of the mistakes that OG make. And the way Global play, they're sort of like Vipers. They're like coiled up. Global aggression doesn't usually work unless you've got SK Rossi on an operator. What they're insane at doing is reacting. And you see it there. Persia hesitates, doesn't kill Kappa, turns around, that's the reason the round's lost. It leaves Shooter low HP in a 1 versus X. And that one kill would have changed everything. Skills, for instance, peeks into corridor there when he knows a flank could be coming from Tesseract. Sure, the fight's messy. It doesn't matter if he won or lost it, though, because he was fighting for so long. He had teammates to assist him. SK Rossi now, with that operator, caught out early on by the Blade Storm.
Oh, this is an early power play for Orangutan, and it only gets more powerful. I've got gigajoules in my veins, baby! The right click doesn't go anywhere, and they simply land within the goo. How has Skills got this much done by himself? The one-man reptile army. Yes, Orangutan will get their plant. And once more, it all settles upon the shoulders of Hellranger in a 1 versus 2. Against a Viper with full utility. Noted. Their location betrayed by the traces of a Vandal. Now the jig is up, Kremer. A neural theft available, but no fresh corpses to give him a corpse. Hellranger tests the wall. Walks on through. The decay will fade away, but at this point it seems unwinnable when Persia ain't messing around. Simply takes the peak and takes for life.
Really strong round from Orangutan. And what this Orangutan audience are great. What I love seeing, particularly from Orangutan here, is their executions are never solo. Lurkers, sure, but their executions, it's the same credit I gave to Enigma, which is we see a Shooter, he hesitates before he commits that dive to backside, so allow those assisting with utility to catch up with him. And it means that when Shooter does die, there's someone to trade him. The only thing that right now really isn't leaning in favor of Orangutan is the fact that they're currently outnumbered 4-1. Skills brings out the early Viper's pits. And it looks like Orangutan want to go straight through it.
I just want to run on through. Skills has been the biggest threat thus far, it feels like. And they continue to be so here. With the Spectre doesn't get pinged for movement through. Shooters instantly blinded. I think that may have been mistimed. An engagement of their own. Potentially a mistimed flash drive from the KO, and the timings are only getting worse for Orangutan here as Global Esports have themselves a 4 versus 2. That's a well-placed Cloud Storm, but Ghost gets 3. Anything more than this. Skills holds the defuse, and I'm afraid that you've been doomed by your reload. You may well have found the frags, but the round belongs to Global.
We're now a round away from the end of the half. Economic damage does not matter here, Harry. It's entirely down to how effective can you be in these afterplants. And unfortunately, a really, really strong round from Ghost. Yes, it kills everyone. It wipes them out. But what Global are able to do is guarantee at least a draw. And we talk about how SK Rossi can be a little bit hit and miss. Let's talk about skills. It's playing out of his mind right now. An insanely strong performance on Viper to the extent where Global, they trust him to hold a solo.
A little bit further back now. Skills. Actually backs off it to stay out of the range of the null command. Keeps that wall up. And this means that Orangutan are going to be lacking overall utility.
Spike planted.
From this ultimate, sure. Tour de force indeed. Will be a powerful force here itself, but you can hear the ringing again and again. It don't seem like any of those shots have actually connected here, Kramer. The Guardian moving forward in the hands of SK Rossi. Tap, tap, tap away, maybe. This is all about the accuracy. And the movement between those targets. Oh, Kappa. They're in trouble, but Skills goes to try and hold the defuse again. Ghost ain't falling for that one once more. It's a tour de force from range. Persia just carves through any who would dare to present themselves. And now the Guardian has rolled on forward and Orangutan have found their prey.
Really strong round from Orangutan, and what I really like is actually from Skills that round. That Viper's wall, it looks fairly aggressive when you first see it, and we commented on it earlier with the Viper's Pit. That wall actually kind of cut him off a little bit, but you see its effectiveness comes in just there. When a retake happens, the wall goes up, it allows the entirety of Global to get to that site, and then play once the wall goes down, where there's only one dimension for Orangutan to attack from. Fortunately, it doesn't work out because, let's be honest, Orangutan, they're nerds. They know every lineup there is. And with a Viper, with a KO, just finish it, even with a Sova as well, like, winning that round is going to be hard. But they were able to inflict a lot of damage, get to the site, and tap that spike. Orangutan now on the defense, their favored half of Breeze here against Global on the attack, looking to set up with an early push away. While on stopping it pushes, Orangutan, they thrust themselves through mid, looking to outflank Global here.
This is a raiding party, Kramer. All aboard the Viking Longship. And I'm afraid the shores of ye old fertile England are currently called A. A crunch is coming. However, it's Global Esports who strike out first, taking down 2. Kappa noted here. A well-placed crunch and pinch means that SK Rossi has got even more to their name, and Hellranger with an unexpected backstab has wrapped around the back, and that's a well-done execution. I think that Viking raid was just a little too late, Kremer. They turned up in 2010. We were ready for the longships. We have LMGs now.
What do you mean there's not any gold here? we see Global with a really dominant pistol round as well. What's perfect with that is you've just ended the half on a loss. Usually, and I think it's about 60% chance, if you've won the round the half ends on, you're more likely to win the pistol round afterwards. But you look over to Global now. Take the pistol round. The confidence is starting to build. The momentum is starting to build. Orangutan needs to stop this as quick as humanly possible. Otherwise, they're going to end up in big, big trouble.
It only gets more and more stressful, Kremer. Remember, each of these teams is vying not only for the prize money here, but the glory, the heavy responsibility, the duty of representing South Asia at APAC. Again and again, the efforts of South Asia, Kremer, have fallen upon deaf ears. But again and again, season after season, the region goes from strength to strength. And maybe this APAC, if the right teams go, could be South Asia's moment in the sun.
There we go, we do apologise. Believe it or not casting from LAN usually means internet issues, Harry. Can you believe that?
Oh, did you miss my monologue?
I think we're back. We should be back. Sorry to stress you out. Persia. Now, Harry, that is an opening.
That is indeed an opening. It's a market difference from the previous round, and Skills has grabbed themselves a duo. That's Grossi. There we go. Finds Tesseract. Easy run down here with the Spectre, but SK Rossi knows his limits. At this range, the Spectre could be a little bit unreliable. Swaps out to the Sheriff. A little bit better against the Classics here. The penetration, the headshot. Now moving to try and finish them off with the Spectre, and finish they will be. SK Rossi's feasting on blood tonight.
That he is. We worried for SK Rossi's consistency. What's clearly happened is he's heard us, took it personally, and now he is playing out of his mind. Really, really strong start to the second half from Global now. But my condition, Harry, the one condition for Global is, can they beat the full buy of Orangutan? Can they beat the ult usage of Orangutan? Two things we're going to have to wait to see, but we can answer one of them just here, with Global looking to... It's sure it's a bonus, but it's relatively strong with two Bulldogs and a Vandal.
It's a strong bonus, not one to be underestimated. Underestimation can bring ruin, Kremer. If I do remember correctly, this map was Orangutan's picked. They wished
it is
to battle on the beaches.
Sometimes be careful what you wish for, Harry.
Maybe so. SK Rossi getting real close here. Persia simply lurking for the moment. The crouching Frenchman was undiscovered. You went through a path of smoke, but all you've done is sink into the brimstone. Persia on the corner. Rips, tears, and snarls through any who dare present themselves on the B site. You're in Persia now. And Emperor Xerxes, he does not take kindly to interlopers.
Spotted out. Shoots up, finishes the job. Orangutan, clean round, but that was against the bonus. How will they fare against the full buy? Now that's going to be interesting. That's going to be something to play with here. I love the homage to Shooter. Unfortunately, can't make it to the event. But Shooter, a heart square to you, buddy. They really do.
Hopefully we will see the entirety of Orangutan at a LAN sometime soon, and you know that the Orangutan fans are sending all the energy they can to every last member of the team. Global Esports, they have no shortage of fans, not only in Chennai, Kremer, but across the world. Some would say the most notable Indian team in all of Valorant. Perhaps in all of esports. I know that in my neck of the woods, Global was the most known Indian organization.
They are, frankly. Orangutan looks to be thrown it. What an opening, and what a player to take out.
A huge opener. SK Rossi, unable to now claim a site, has to be done potentially a touch more slowly. Kappa tries to tempt in some manner of aggression. But that's going to be the unnoted V-Ball. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's simply a distraction. Shooter on the other side is getting it all done. And Global, these boys might have to try and play for the economy. But that's a flawless Orangutan. Turn this one around. Well, that could be troublesome, Kremer.
I love how we saw Shooter there work with the bait and switch with Vibble. Really, really strong setup. And what it means is once they push through the Viper wall to engage with Vibble, you already have Shooter in position, picks up a 2K, Vibble then swings for the third, and it means you're constantly committing your enemies having to kind of switch between angles to fight on. And it really is an effective way of fighting. And yeah, let's be honest, you want to fight skills, you want to fight SK Rossi in a 1v1, you don't want it to be fair, otherwise you'll lose. So we're seeing these walls go up, we're seeing these bait and switches, we're seeing this from Persia, we're seeing trigger disciplines, all of which work out for Orangutan. And they've realized that individual aim, they may not be the best in APAC, but when it comes to teamwork, when it comes to kind of little hit squads of 2 players, that's really where they shine.
Yeah, maybe a good weapon, Kremer, isn't as valuable as your best friend beside you. This is going to get me flagged on a watch list, but a murder is an experience that should be shared. Oh, the global esports fans, the passion is there, Kremer.
That is some proper passion right there, isn't it?
The energy is flowing. A pair of spirit bombs amassed on either side of our stage, and the spirits of South Asia stand poised for glory.
Skills ready with a Viper's Pit as well. The first ult to come online. I really want to see it used as quick as humanly possible. So, second global gets to a site, deploy that Viper's Pit, particularly if the round's close, just shift the tides. I love spontaneous usages of ults. So, for global, something I really want to keep an eye on here. Yes, their weaponry may not be good, but in a Viper's Pit, at point blank, anything can happen.
It's anybody's game, baby. Oh, it's not Tesseract's game, though. SK Rossi taking control of this one. And here's Vibor going in for the direct challenge. Could it be 2? No. Vibor now aware that they could be surrounded, so Hellranger's able to move on forward, pick up an upgrade potentially. A movement from the side. It is a trap at least. Shooter baits him in, and Vibor finds the execution. There's the Viper's Pit lane on down, 3 versus 3. We could even see a layering of Viper's Pits here as Persia swaps between Vandals, looking for a lucky shot here or there to open everything up. But can't afford to stay within range of these pings, and at this point, Global Esports, they're going to try and evacuate their Soba for a post-plant Hunter's Fury. Can't afford to lose any more rounds. Peeling ahead again, very much in their interest. Ghost gets rid of Lightning Fast. Cap has been found. The Hunter's Fury will not be seen today.
While the Hunter's Fury won't be seen, I'm really surprised Orangutan lose 3 members to what is essentially pistols. I understand once the Viper's Pit goes down, but the fact that Global were able to trade evenly right up until that afterplant was really impressive to me. And it shows when it comes to aim, Global are bloody good. You cannot underestimate them, regardless of what weapons they have. And for Orangutan, it's a well-recovered round. Really, really nice retake. And you look at how the kills are sort of spread out. You know, Vibor, Shooter, Persia, there's only 3 kills in them. Whereas over on Global, you've got Skills who's playing nuts. SK Rossi who's doing, let's be honest, it's a bit of average performance for SK Rossi standards. And then everyone else. It's a little bit more top-heavy. And while that works great on your attack, on your retakes, it's really where that sort of top-heavy stance gets tested a little bit.
Ghost has had a bit of a quiet game, as I remember. Oh, that's a lot of hostiles detected right there. I think there may have been a touch of friendly fire from that fragment. Maybe a weak throwing arm. A limp wrist, Kremer. Something like that. SK Rossi has made deep inroads. Territory has been claimed, annexed even. As SK Rossi moves up close, and Vibor with a double. This Viper has fangs. It ain't a petting zoo, mate. This is a massacre. I am the snake, then you are the mouse. That's going to be Orangutan hitting 10.
Even on the jump spots, he's able to spot out that player in mid. Such a strong round, and it means that well, for Vibor as well. Like, it doesn't matter too much whether or not he gets those kills because he has teammates behind him, but he does, and now his confidence is going to be insurmountable. Right? And we talking about how Skills is having an insane game. The fact both Vipers are setting up, the fact the Vipers at the moment are having a bit more impact than even the duelists is really something to behold. We're seeing the operator come out from Shooter, same round, Global drop down to an eco, so we might be able to see Global here. If they can kill the operator and just make sure that Orangutan can't wield that sniper, makes the round worthwhile. However, if Shooter stays alive, if Shooter keeps it thriving, the economy of Orangutan is going to be really hard to beat.
If you can keep this operator, look at the amount of credits on Shooter as well, 4.8k. You need to make sure that Shooter isn't able to reinvest 2 operators. At least force him to be a fool for this one. Persia drops off high, and Shooter lays them low. Frag after frag as Shooter once again arrays the barrel and lays low. Global Esports, Orangutan are going ape.
Oh my god, is this Orangutan side looking pretty happy with themselves. This is where we're going to start seeing Orangutan. Bear in mind, this is their map pick, so they're expected to win this sort of on paper. But you look at our second map, Ascent then Haven. Ascent particularly is a map which we've seen Global dominate on. But this is to not take it away from Orangutan, they also do quite well on it. So this series, regardless of what map is won by who, is going to be close. And for me, this is now going to start testing the stamina, the athleticism of these players. And for Shooter, he's only just getting started.
Yeah, the athleticism right now of Shooter is how much recoil can this guy's arms take, because every single shot is finding home. However, lightning fast, unaccounted for. A flank and a shot into the side of a head. And now a decision need be made by Global. Do they try their luck on B, despite there being still the Viper's pit here? Thinking that maybe it could be undermanned as far as these sites go. I do believe that there is going to be a rotation back there by Vasova. And for now, it's non-committal. The spike itself is over towards A, but the trademark's lying in wait. Hellranger keeps so much attention here. Turn away from a flash, and that's going to be Hellranger simply not watching the angle. That is not ideal at all. Skills waiting for the rotation. It's easy clap for Skills. Tesseract certainly has been opened. The Space Stone has been extracted, and space has been gained for Global Esports. SK Rossi's putting it to good use. Ghost certainly is one now. And this is a very deep angle from which to play. This might not be expected. SK Rossi with a little bit of movement and accuracy. 1 HP is all they've got to work with. And it's Vibor with the Phantom at range. Can't take too much in the way of this. Now hit with a decay, and time is not on their side. Skills, it's a battle of the Vipers. And hey, there's only one Apex Predator, and he plays for Global Esports.
They're still down, though, on Global. Incredible 1v1 by Skills. And what I really love, particularly, is Orangutan's reaction there. They realize there's one player in mid, the spike's just gone down. They both ignore that player in mid. They gun it to that site to try and force the 2v1. Fortunately, it's SK Rossi, so, he wins out regardless. But the thought process, I love it from Global. It's a really, really strong mindset to playing Valorant. Over on Global, unfortunately, luckily for them, that 2v2 happened to be with their two, at the moment, best performing players, so Orangutan didn't really stand a chance. What I want to see is, what do Orangutan do to shut down the likes of Skills, to shut down the likes of SK Rossi? And this push through A main could be just that.
An aggressive land grab here. Kremer, Hellranger on the right-hand side being counter-rotated by Vibor. The timing's so good, and the shots simply aren't there. And once again, peace will fall over these lands up top. Oh, SK Rossi may have SK Rude himself right there. A full blind. And a movement away as Hunter's Fury removes Persia. Couldn't teleport away from that one. Another ping given over. Tesseract has been noted. Skills. Dashes away as Kappa moves on in. A spike planted. And a flank engaged as two members of Orangutan are coming in off this area.
That was a nasty shot.
SK Rossi. From a right click. That was a little bit weird. Not gonna lie to you. SK. Maybe looking for a right click here with the classic. I'm afraid that a raid against the Vandals, not quite ideal. I have my confusions and I have my questions. But the only answer I need is that when it comes to this cap, ain't no Kappa, Kremer.
Enemy kill.
That's a nasty shot from Shooter, though.
That was freaking disgusting.
Wrist-breaking action from Shooter here. And I like how no one else from Global hunts him. They just, after seeing that, they go, fair enough. Just let him have it.
Feel like I need an exorcist.
Yeah, 1 round separates these two teams now, and with the momentum siding with Global, this is by all means not decided. A comeback is very, very likely here. And for Orangutan, yes, they have a bye, but they think they've only got about 1 left in them. In fact, they may have to eco this round if they're not careful, which means that we are really going to be seeing a game on our hands. This is Orangutan's map pick. They're on their home territory, Harry. They should not be sweating this much.
The sweats indeed. I think this is Orangutan's first tactical timeout, right?
It
and
is.
They had a little bit of a spiral after we suggested the Global take one, and the Global seemed to agree when the tempo was beginning to shift that, hey, we'd use this proactive timeout, and I think that rescued their first half. Orangutan, now they are starting to feel a little bit worried, even with Shooter popping off.
What I really like, and something I'm gonna stand by a little bit here, is the fact that Orangutan, their timeout they did quite late. I really like that, because now they're 1 away from match point, 2 away from taking their first map of the series, right? If you're gonna do a timeout, if you're gonna break momentum, do it now. Go into this completely afresh. You've got a bye. You've just about got one more in you. You've got 2 chances now before Global take the lead. Use your timeout. Get it out of the way. Get something planned. I want to see what changes on their defense now as Global go for mid control, and more importantly, an operator comes out on SK Rossi.
2 operators, 1 flank to rule them all.
Persia should not survive that.
Should not have. And without skills, things become a lot more complicated. A miss from Shooter. The leg shot sustained. Elsewhere, the Hunter's Fury has not struck pay dirt, Kremer. But attacking these sites without a Viper, that's damn complicated. Oh, V-Ball. There are so many players here on A. Surely there's no way that Global expect 3 players to be stacked up in this. Look at this. Coming in from behind, this should be an easy double for V-Ball. 1, 2, 2. There we go. It's okay. It's a bit of a yikes spray, but in the end, pay dirt is struck. And now SK Rossi, it's tower defense for the young superstar. But I'm afraid this tower is built out of biscuits and gingerbread, mate. Can't sustain a siege.
A map point for Orangutan here. And do you know what I say to that, Harry? Your castle may be made of biscuits, and I may not be able to withstand a siege. That just means you're not using enough biscuits. And for for Global here, I want to see more Daka. I want to see more aggression. I want to see SK Rossi with this operator start going for some really ballsy, risky plays here. Because Orangutan, their effectiveness comes in these 2 3-man hit squads when they're able to aggress with 1 player covering it, when they're able to get into crossfires. If Global could interrupt that, they could be in such a strong position. They have an Neural Theft, they have an Empress. Getting an entry right now would be perfect for them.
Oh, the thing is, Orangutan's buy is about as scary as a harp seal giving you a cuddle. It is not well arrayed. You can see the Hell Ranger here. Only with a Bulldog. Oh my goodness. Very much in danger here against Shooter. Who's actually swapped over to the knives.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Persia. Oh my, I couldn't drop the American accent in time. Might be. Oh, and Ghost has dropped themselves an American scientist. Skills has been slain. It's all in for every player now. Shooter taken down lightning fast, gathers the information and gathers yet another scalp. Global Esports refuse to die here, and Kappa says no. This belongs to me.
Spike down
V-Ball.
A.
As usual, the final boss demanding attention. But all of this is a ruse.
I have the spike.
It's allowing
30 seconds
for the
left.
big old flank from El Tesseracto, the Space Stone, the Infinity Gauntlet Array, and it's a Thanos snap of Global Esports. I'm afraid that this time the villains win. Orangutan climb the tree of victory.
This is how you open a series. You show Global that they are mortal. You show them that you may be the new kids on the block, but you are here to stay. What an opening map from Orangutan. Yes, it was their map pick, but this is all to instill confidence as we move to Ascent.
Oh, Ascent is going to be hotly contested, Kremer, but this was so close that there is round after round to break down. And we got some handsome homies with some big old brains to tell you all about the action as we throw it over to the desk.
What a game, and Cribs, dare I say, a bit of an upset. One of the tournament favorites, one of the more established names, Global Esports, facing a defeat, not a crushing blow, but still a loss nonetheless. experience versus fresh blood, Hellranger's preparation versus Orangutans, quick thinking, and even in a way, a very mature approach to the game coming out from Orangutan.
I agree. I agree. Not only a mature approach, but also a very radical approach. Remember what we said in the pre-game, that Orangutan is the kind of team that likes to split up and play defaults, right? They flipped the script, man. The first 5 rounds of the game when they're on the attacking side, all they're doing is holding, waiting for Global Esports to push out, and then they stick together, hit a side with brute force, all 5 people. That's not the kind of playstyle Orangutan usually display. They're playing, you know, so well knit, so close to each other. It's almost like they're facing FPX. That's the kind of playstyle that they adopted. And the moment Global Esports started to get the realization of this, get the hang of this, that's when Orangutan started to split up a little bit more. Although at that point, the results were a little more varying. They were getting a lot better results when they were sticking together, but since Global Esports figured it out, they split up more. And at that point, the game started to go back and forth, ended in more or less the same note in the first half.
Yeah, the first half and even the second half for me, Crips, was all about the Vipers. Both of them towards the top of the scoreboard. Skills in the first half, really anchoring down that A side. And Vibor on the second half and even the first half, he contributed a lot. One may think, hey, I'm just a controller, I've just got to throw my utility.
Oh, of course not, not
But
like that.
absolutely, there's so much more coming out from them. And I, to a certain degree, feel the Sovas were both equally effective, but the difference maker might have been, in terms of team composition, the difference maker might have been that KO for me.
The difference maker being the KO, I kind of agreed with you more when you said the Viper part. So here's an interesting thing. Towards the tail end of the first half, the last 2 rounds, round 11 and round 12, this round played out in the exact same manner, but the results were vastly different. So Orangutan go for a top-heavy approach on A, go ahead and plant the spike. What do Global Esports do? They post a horizontal Viper toxic screen and just diffuse the spike, even though Orangutan members were still awake. All that vision denial, it didn't really help out Orangutan. It kind of blocked them, and Global Esports got that defuse. In the next round, Orangutan did the exact same thing. Global Esports countered the exact same way. The difference was that this time, they preemptively threw snake bites on that plant, making sure nobody can defuse. And just when they start to get desperate, almost everybody from Orangutan, like the apes that they are, jumped out ahead of Global Esports smoke and vision denial utility to go ahead and fight. That's the best part about the first half.
Yeah, making really quick adjustments.
Yeah.
These apes have evolved beyond apes already within just one game. Now, it remains to be seen whether this team can be figured out, whether teams can prepare for them. And if I were Mamba, and if Mamba in the crowd, please ask these guys how that comms up, because they look like a very good team, and they look like a very quiet team.
Yeah, exactly, right? Meanwhile, on the other hand, I'm sitting right here and I can still hear Global Esports players scream at the top of their lungs every time they're calling something or the other out. So yeah, Orangutan are really calm that way.
Yeah, and their comms are effective, right? So many languages, one would assume that they might be, I'm sure they all agree upon a common language, but even then one could say there might be a misunderstanding of sorts, but they look like a well-oiled team. And more importantly, I want to point out that Shooter, he's not here. And there's still, it doesn't seem to affect them. I'm not quite sure what ping he's playing at, but he was up there with the Jet.
Yeah.
It was Vibor and then Shooter on the scoreboard. So he's feeling it. And speaking of comms, after the entire match, I noticed that the camera was lingering on stage. One of the players went over to Shooter's PC and they were having a chat. They were listening to Shooter. They were smiling. So, yeah, he's very much an active part of the team. And if somehow we can get a post-game interview with Shooter somewhere, I'd love that. Maybe not today, but some of the upcoming days.
That'd be a difficult affair to arrange, but I'm sure Mama over here can definitely talk to some or the other person from Orangutan. But let's take a look at the highlights, and there were certainly some amazing moments, especially this particular round. There were several instances where Orangutan tried to exploit the mid plus B avenue, oftentimes creeping up towards pillar, making some distraction towards double door, and then continuing towards B link and crunching in from B main at the same time. And it worked like a charm a couple of times, but then Global Esports, they just decided to give up on the front entrances of B and play from backside instead. A position where they give up a little bit of map control. They won't be able to defend against B main pushes, but they can certainly shut down any crunches coming in from connector. And Global Esports gave up one avenue to reinforce the other. I think that's what kept this first half really competitive, especially towards the B side. In the last round, though, it was just skills and his magic, man. It was almost suicidal for Orangutan to continue going through and challenging skills again and again in that region. He was an absolute menace to be dealt with.
Yeah, skills and his magic. And towards the B side, I do want to point out one thing. We had a rain up lightning fast, made that agent look good on defense. Very hard to do on breeze. But a very quiet but important part of Global Esports defense for me was the Cypher, helping towards the B side. Because Orangutan were looking to work B. They wanted
Several
to
times,
see,
yeah.
yes, because Reina can't do all that much. So many angles, it can be a little bit tricky. But Global Esports, they tried to play around the Reina. If Hell couldn't always provide cover for Lightning Fast, Skills was pushing in from mid, from the A-bomb side, and kind of providing a flank of sorts. So they were there to cover each other with rotations. Having said that though, I still feel Global Esports gave up one too many rounds on defense. If they look back towards their defense, they're not going to be too pleased with the outcome of how that half went for them. They did manage to punch back a little bit, but OG just showing a lot more maturity in the second half. And I'm really, I said this before the series scripts, this tournament is going to be very hard to predict.
Yeah, it definitely is very hard to predict. But you know what else was easy to predict? Global Esports and their fake attempts on the attacking side. There were several occasions where Global Esports would put a toxic screen on A but end up going B. And that isn't enough. That isn't enough to sell the fake. You gotta commit body to the fake if you actually want to convince your opponents that you're going for it, instead of just placing a toxic screen. But that being said, there were also many other rounds where Global Esports, despite the outcome, played really well on the attacking side, exploiting this elbow region to its finest. They often realized that Halls isn't really working for them because Hellranger was pushing out there alone. So what they did was let Hellranger make all that noise towards the towards the A Brown Halls region, and while Orangutan rotate, they would let either Skills or SK Rossi, who's still hiding in elbow, catch them in the middle of their rotation. So they were the pincer. They were the one who was supposed to cut off the retreat, cut off the cavalry, and make sure that backup for OG never arrives so that Hellranger can be effective. And it did get them a couple more rounds. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, on theory, that sounds like a good way to play the map. Have some presence towards halls and try and cut rotations from elbow because you have Rossi there.
Yeah, but
Rossi,
you can't do that too often.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to fall for it. You can just
Yeah.
make safer rotations. And Rossi being set up like that, it's a good way to punish mistakes. Unfortunately, not enough for Global Esports. They end up losing 10-13 on Breeze, and these are our MVPs. Like we said, it was Viper versus Viper, Poison versus Poison, Pit versus Pit. And look at how close both these Vipers were. 1.50 KD ratio versus 1.75. 21 kills for both of them. We were just finding more first bloods. I want to say this was mainly towards the A side when he was playing defense. He was looking through the doors and finding pickoffs in that general direction. Really crisp one-taps coming out from Webboard. Towards the rest of the scoreboard, I'm just looking at the Orangutan scoreboard, and there seems to be a much better distribution of tags. You look over at Global Esports, questions can be asked. Not everyone showed up equally on this map for Global Esports, and this is something that they can rectify. It is map 1 of this day 2. Lightning fast, and I know Hellranger. I know he will definitely fight back. It's also that Cypher sometimes, people question whether he has a place, and some people say after the changes to trademark on Chambers, we might see more of him, maybe not. It remains to be seen. But Cypher, it's not always that easy to pull in that much in terms of flags. It's more about how you deploy your utility and play around the team. But on some of Hell's more trademark agents, I think we can see him contribute in terms of firepower. Lightning fast, quite game for him. I don't know. Crips, are you convinced by this Reina pick on Breeze?
I think it has less to do with the actual agent pick and more to do with the way they were making him play it. So while he does go ahead and try to get the frags for you, you will often see him get stuck near the pyramids if they're on the A side or stuck near the pillar if he's on B. I seldom saw him survive into the post-plant area. And while it's his job to go ahead and give up his life, lay down the blood so that his teammates can use his sacrifice and walk into the site, it does help to be able to get your players back into safer post-plant positions. So regardless of whether he's a radar or a jet or a raise or anything, as long as you don't make it back into safer positions, into post-plant positions, your character can't really help you all that much.
Okay.
But considering he's a Reyna, considering he can traverse safely, he should have been able to do that, yeah.
But what if he's not playing a duelist? What if he's playing an initiator here? What if he's playing Fate, who can set up herself and still frag and still help the team?
Yeah, in that case,
I mean, Raze isn't viable on this. I don't think Raze really
not at all.
is a very viable pick, but let's think a little bit outside the box. What if he played something that could set himself up?
Yeah,
I
mean,
don't
the
know.
initiator would have also been nice. It would have definitely kept the members of OG away from their noses, maybe kept them at a distance. The denial utility from KO, maybe an extra, something like that, would have been able to keep them away, maybe maintain some distance between you and enemies, maybe buy some more space for you. So yeah, maybe a second initiative would have been a decent idea. But then again, it doesn't matter what agents you have unless you're getting them in the proper positions.
Okay. Well, we've got more numbers to look at. And yes, 17,000 damage coming out from Orangutan.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. And plus a bonus 2,000 mental damage for just taking map 1 against an established team. The headshot percentage,
more or less the
it's
same.
almost as if they copied each other and said, let's call a truce. Not that many objective wins, mainly frag wins. More stats to look at. Oh, I love this.
But, I mean, considering the previous stats, it does kind of paint the picture that Orangutan are good at hitting their shots, while Global Esports are tactically outsmarting them and bringing things close. As long as Orangutan keep putting up the higher numbers, they're still going to win. I mean, the frag wins that Orangutan had, 12 of them, you can't have 12 frag win rounds, man. That's just way too many. That's like getting the entire game by just clicking mouse 1.
Yeah, you make a good point there, Crips. Maybe if Global Esports had more members showing up in the fragging department, maybe if they were more enabled, tactically maybe there's nothing wrong with the game. They just needed a little bit more even distribution of firepower.
Maybe.
And maybe they could have taken this game. Who knows?
Yeah.
One thing I do know is that after a game like this, Hellrangers gather the boys. They're somewhere outside the arena. They're sipping their Nariyal Pani and having something healthy. And Hellranger is drilling sense into each and every one of his boys. They're having a long talk. Then they're going to depart. And Hellranger did this in Bombay, okay? He waited for his team to just split up from him. And then Hellranger just walked around, grazed by himself in the luxury of his minefield and in his mind prism, as Sherlock would call it, and tried to figure a way to come back. I remember after one loss, Global Esports decided to not talk at all. Because the thought process was, guys, let's not spread negativity. Let's not talk immediately. Let's not
Think
just
over it,
let's not just
mull
give,
about it in our
give,
minds and
give
then-
each other mindless criticism, right? Why didn't you flash? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? That's pointless. They went on stage, they had a huddle which was initiated by Hellranger, and then they jumped into the game. A quick shot huddle, a quickie, and then they were ready, and then they bounced back. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that Hellranger can discuss with his teammates is the pace at which they adapt. Now, it's been established that whatever I said about Orangutan before this game started, them being a very defaultish team, them being a very spread out team, that has clearly been proven wrong. So I don't even mind taking the L on that one.
I felt like they grouped up without utility a little bit. They lost those rounds where they were trying to come in from be connected from elbow. They kind of got flanked and they lost those rounds.
Yeah.
But then they switched it up so quickly. They had this quick execute. They had the Sova ult setting up for another player. And they also had this execute coming in from elbow. So, this team isn't an unprepared team. And I think if there are any other teams tuning in, you've got to prepare for Orangutan.
Yeah, but how do you? Because these guys, they just changed up things so often. Like towards the first few rounds, they were playing, together. The next few rounds, they're playing in a split. And sure, Hellranger was able to read it, but he read it at like a 2-round delay. So that 2-round delay can be the difference maker in a situation like this. But when Global Esports did adjust, they were damn good at doing it. They were able to counter this slow burn approach by Orangutan, which isn't exactly slow once they actually hit the kill switch. They will creep up as deep into enemy territory as they can, use mid, take pillar step by step, use double door step 1. Step 2, they're going to take control of the B connector. They don't smoke off top mid because they actually want to keep fighting over there. And after that, all they just want to do is hope that Global Esports go ahead and peak them so that they can continue to punish those defaults that Global Esports are holding. The moment Global Esports got the read on them, they decided to give up mid completely, let it get relinquished to Orangutan, and they reinforced the sites instead. That adjustment was great. And if they were just able to do it a little sooner, I think it would have been amazing. So they adjusted to the pace variation of OG by changing the places, if you get what I mean. Pace versus place. That's what Global Esports used to get the edge. Another thing I want to point out, Vibhor, my goodness, we've already pointed out that the Vipers were essential in a game like this, but Skills and Vibhor, when they were both on the defensive side, they were anchoring A and they were doing it damn well. There was this one round where Vibhor played B instead of playing A, and he backstabbed them via cannon, and he was able to get 2 kills in a round like that. And you got to consider G's situation, right? They haven't been backstabbed the entire game. The only time they were getting killed is when the enemies are rotating from front, or sometimes they're getting caught in crossfires on mid, but they were never backstabbed. When Vibhor pulled off that backstab, it came at such a crucial moment. Global Esports economy was wrecked, and there were like only 2 rounds left in the game. So you can't afford to have an economic meltdown at a moment like that. Vibhor chose the perfect time to strike.
Excuse me, sir, this is not roadies.
Wait, what?
He was doing push-ups.
Oh yeah, by the way, that guy out there is Salty. For those of you who don't know who Salty is,
his in-game name is Salty.
His in-game name is Salty. His real
he
name
might
is
be
Akash.
salty as well.
And yeah, he's a salty person in real life as well. He's doing a challenge. For every kill that Ghost is able to get in this game, he's gonna do 10 push-ups.
Somebody get Jaydeep Sood here.
Somebody get an ambulance here. His arms are gonna fall off. If Ghost continues to play as well as he did in this game, he's gonna need a new set of arms. He's gonna have to become Breach. Get bionic arms like that.
What is the number again?
He managed to do like around 60, 70 something push-ups.
For-
I lost count.
What's that dependent on?
The number, each frag that Ghost is able to get, he's gonna do 10 push-ups for every single frag.
Okay. Let's hope Ghost doesn't frag.
No, let's hope Ghost frags like. Let's
So
hope
you
he
want to
drops
see
20
Salty
more.
suffer?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Someone
Okay.
claims that he can do 200 push-ups. Yeah, bro, go ahead, do it. Prove it.
Okay. I'm sure that guy's not showing up on a best of 5 day. If they do get there.
Oh my God, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if he is able to pull that off. How many did he get this time? Oh, he's done 147 kills. Salty, you seeing this? Buddy, are you seeing this? He's done 147 frags throughout the tournament. Go ahead. Give us 1,470. Drop down now. He's going to hate me after this, isn't he?
I think he likes. I think he likes working out. He seems like one of those. But yeah, Orangutan versus Global Esports. He said pace versus place. Orangutan. Well, the place is going to be Ascent, And the pace has got to be
Breakneck.
really propelled by Global Esports because they're starting out on offense. This is, in a sense, a do or die, right? Because effectively, it's a best of one for them if they don't win this. So they need to win this map. Lightning Fast really needs to start chipping in the firepower department. The same can be said for Hellranger, but I'm way confident that Ascent, being the kind of map it is going to be a lot closer. Earlier on in the day, we saw Killjoy being picked up. Oh, look at them. They're having a good laugh about this.
Yeah,
And
they know for a fact that they were tactically sound.
They
They
are.
lost this only because of some aim duels and because Orangutan were hitting their shots. But tactically, I think Global Esports is all present and all accounted for. They don't need to change all that much in their playstyle. Just be a little more confident and be a little more efficient with the trading. Otherwise, I think they still have the recipe to success.
Yeah. I think what Global Esports will be looking for is, at the very least, 6 rounds on offense. At the very least.
Yeah. They have to make it competitive.
Yes. Now, what I want to point out is what's very crucial is for them to win the pistol. And Hellranger has a playbook of strats to call for the pistol round.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to Global Esports and how they piece together this pistol. Are we going to see a Kaio? Obviously. Are we going to see a Fade?
Probably from OG, yeah.
Probably.
I don't think we get to see it from Global Esports, though.
And in NA and in EU, Astra is way meta. I'm not quite sure, at least on Ascent, if you're going to see Astra or Brim. Everybody has different preferences. We were speaking to YB earlier.
And he doesn't particularly like the Omen, but we'll see what these guys go for. Global Esports, though. They know for a fact they've got this in the bag. They know that it was just a tiny slip up and they can bounce back. And that's exactly why they're feeling confident. Everyone in the stadium cheering for their respective teams. Obviously, Orangutan boys are a little wilder than we thought, but Global Esports is also present and they are more than ready to kick some ass. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the agent selection soon and see what these guys are going to be picking up.
That's another aspect of this matchup where I'm very curious to see what it is that Orangutan prefers on Ascent, because I have no idea what the team composition is going to look like. Ascent is a map where you can be a little avant-garde, if that's what you want to call it. You can have a couple of flexes here and there. One Sentinel is a must.
Yeah. But sometimes Global Esports even pick up a triple initiator on Ascent. That's a bit risky, but yeah, but it worked for them last time.
It could completely work. On offense, if they start with triple initiators, I could see it working. Have a Sky there, you got some heals running, Sova, a must, and maybe the Kaio. Yeah.
All of this can
Chat,
work really
if it's
well.
Kaio, please put a 1. If it's KO, put a 2.
I'm going to spam 2 right here.
KO.
KO.
Okay. Okay. Noted. 2. 2 it is.
That's the number that OG wants. They want this 2-0. Can they get it? Ascent is on the cards and defeat looming around for Global Esports. Can they bounce back from it and take us to map number 3? Can we go the distance? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your boys. They're about to face off once again against this new team who has, in such a short period of time, created a very, very massive amount of impact. This is it.
Global Esports and Orangutan, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see a quick 2-0? Or is this going to go to the distance? Enigma, they made it look very easy versus Velocity, a very cohesive team. Can the boys over at Orangutan put together that same teamwork, that same firepower that we saw earlier on in the day? Well, this guy thinks they can. 2-0 is the call.
Let's establish some win conditions over here from what we noticed in the previous game. Keep in mind that every time Orangutan was splitting up, Global Esports was able to deal with them. But the moment they tried to go for those 1L brute force executes, it boiled down to 2v2s, 1v1s, and trade battles. That is the gamble. And
One
if we
second,
get to see
Crips.
that ascent again, then maybe Global Esports have a chance.
Yeah, will Global Esports have a chance? Their fans look a little bit deflated. You didn't hear the crowd. You were listening to our voices. But the boys over in the Orangutan camp were actually just yelling 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. This is fanfare at its favorite. Will Global Esports respond with the dole? Will the ball shiny dome of Jaideep Sood enter the arena? All this and more as we watch SCS.
Wow, you really seem to like that guy, don't you?
I love him. A LAN is incomplete with him. Reflecting light.
Oh my god, I get Well, let Global Esports reflect on their own inner strats and see what they come up with this time around. I do expect them to be far more aggressive than they were in Breeze. It's surprising how, on the defensive side, Global Esports didn't take as many risks. Sure, they would sometimes peek out of B main and A main, but I didn't see too many mid pushes from them, except for that one time when Lightning Fast tried to go for a solo mid push and was detected by a chamber trademark. And while that would have been a great flank, what happened was the site was left undefended by him, and his teammates were not around either. So the backstab failed because of the utility, and at the same time, the site fell because of lack of members. And that's exactly why flanking a team like Orangutan is so damn difficult. Truth be told, even Global Esports, they have been securing their backs quite often. Out of all the rounds that we saw on Breeze, only once was Orangutan able to successfully backstab them, and that was courtesy of Vibor and his game sense and his timing.
Vibor, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But you don't want to do it too often, right?
You don't
if
need
you do
to
it
do it too
once
often.
when it's really crucial.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was crucial, right? That was the round that broke Global Esports' economy.
Yeah. The next round, Global Esports, their money was in shambles. And Vibor, a little bit like Enigma. Enigma like to push the numbers. The numbers here are VIBHORR. And it's that man who takes the place of many and does the damage of multiples. And great stuff coming out from them in map number 1. The agent selection screen is a little bit like an episode of a quiz show right now, because everybody is using the phone a friend, all the hotlines that they have, they're taking their time. They don't want to jump in yet. We'll know the answer soon enough. It's one of the above or all of the above. But map number 2, we saw some of the G supporters in the audience say Global Esports will respond in the server. And Hellranger walked into today very calmly with a lot of composure, just saying, well, Mamba, it's our job to win. We come here to win. We won yesterday. We'll win today. And after map number 1, they didn't look too frazzled. So in their head, the narrative that they're running with is that, hey, we made a couple of mistakes, nothing that we can't fix. They aren't outscaling us or outskilling us, majorly. This can be tended to. We can address these issues, and we know we can take the series. More screens to read. I love this.
Meet the interns.
Hey, shout out to interns.
These guys have hijacked the Global Esports Instagram page, and they're putting up some damn good content over there.
If it is an
So go ahead and
unpaid
check it out.
internship, press 1. If it's a paid internship, press 2.
I don't think those are details that they can reveal, but they seem pretty happy with their jobs, and I'm happy with the content they're putting out. So shout out to these boys.
Shout out to all these teams. The Orangutan guys, fantastic content and energy. The Global Esports guys, amazing content as well, guys and girls. And Orangutan, in addition to content, they also do physical exercise, which is such a new angle to esports. I don't know what to make of it.
I mean, speaking of physical exercise, this guy, Salty, how many did he do? I think somebody from the audience or maybe the production needs to give me a numbers. I'm hearing 69, but I kind of find that hard to believe, but fine, I'll take your word for it. Either way, the big number that people are looking for here is the 2-0. I personally don't think that can happen. What do you think?
1-1.
1-1? We're going to map 3?
Yep.
All right, so our predictions are here. Let us know if you agree.
What's your
with them.
prediction? 2-0?
No, my prediction's also 1 each. I think we're going to map 3.
Okay.
So we kind of on the same page here with the predictions. Obviously, people will disagree with us, but that's our job, right? To go the extra mile and go ahead and disagree with the rest. But the agent selections are here, and
yeah, I asked for an Astra. There's an Astra. There are 3 initiatives which we discussed earlier. Crips, why are we getting so many things right? This is worrisome. What's on the other side? There's an Omen, there's a Jet, there's a Kaio, pretty standard. There's a Sova and a Killjoy, which we also discussed. So we got something right today. Let's see if Global Esports can get their plays together and get a lot of things right to tie the series at 1-1. Because that is exactly what they need right now. Global Esports versus Orangutan. The team with structure, with discipline, with experience, with a coach versus a new org with firepower, many nationalities, and apes that like to run the zoo wild and crazy. It's Orangutan versus Global Esports. Tremor and Leg Day will take it away.
I'll tell you who, Harry. I'll tell you who. That's SK Rossi. This man, if he's shown up, Global are taking us the full series. If they haven't, though, and if Orangutan are playing just even slightly less, you could say, than how good they were playing on Breeze, then we are in for a 2-0 upset. And I say upset, if you're against Global, it's going to be an upset if you win. But right now, Orangutan are making it look like these guys have been rivals. These guys have been counterparts for years. That's how closely locked these guys are in their rivalry. I can't wait to get into Ascent.
Orangutan on top right now, Kremer, but they have thrown their net further afield when searching for talent. We have representation from all across Asia, Koreans on this team, Persia, formerly a professional in the game that shall not be named, but one that I am intimately familiar with. We've got 2 people from India, I believe a Pakistani, and someone from the Philippines.
That is a star-studded lineup, isn't it? And I need to allude us back, Harry. We've done Valorant tournaments before. We've done Valorant tournaments in APAC. We've cast Tesseract before. And while casting Tesseract, we said that he is one of the best, if not the best Sova in SEA. He's now over in SA. This is a new ballpark, but can he bring the same skill? Last game was just a duel, an absolute duel between the Vipers, between Vibor and Skills. Viper's no longer here. 100%, baby. But Vibor, what's interesting is Ghost and Vibor, they alternate who plays the KO quite a lot. When Ghost has the Omen as an option, he's on the Omen. If not, then he's on the KO. And so what it means is that Orangutan, a lot of their strategies on all maps involve a KO. Luckily for them, they play KO pretty bloody well.
10 players in the lobby. And 1 duelist, Kremer. Global Esports have a triple initiator right now, so they're going to be all about moving in onto these zones. Vibor, once again, is starting off strong, and what an excellent round that they had over on Breeze, but Skills just as deadly. Viper Extravaganza versus Viper Extravaganza moving over now onto the point. Still no spike plan. It's all about trying to get this territory itself. Lightning Fast is wrapped around the back. A triple-pronged attack now. A Shooter has found themselves their first victim here on Ascent. A second, maybe, yes. The spike hits the floor right down next to the breach. It's not supposed to be this hype this early in the map, but here we are with South Asia delivering once again. I am ready to see them thrive. I am ready to see them rise. And I am ready to for Orangutan.
Shooter, he comes out the gate swinging, and what a haymaker he delivers onto Global there. He's able to jump straight off of Heaven, avoid the first player, take down the second, alternate back to the first. It is just incredible how maneuverable Shooter is on this jet. This is before he even uses his dash. He attempts to use that in the clutch, doesn't even need it. That's how good he is. Global, they drop to an eco, but SK Rossi goes for a full buy. I quite like this. SK Rossi's very good at the game, so why not give him guns and give him a chance to go for a hero play?
SK Rossi, like you said, a chance to be a hero, a chance to redeem for last map. The Spectre unexpected, but running straight into the paranoia. The eyes were taken away, and so too was the life. The mitochondria have been silenced. The powerhouse of a cell has been claimed. And now it's going to be 4 versus 3. The owl drone rolls forward from Tesseract. Not quite the same who, but more of a who.
What way does it go from a who to a he?
Out of charges. I don't know what animal makes for he. I know the orangutan who. I know the owl who.
I was destroyed a fire alarm by jumping up, going Yahoo! And punching my ceiling so hard I eradicated a fire alarm.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
You built different, Kramer. You built different.
I
And
built
so to
tall.
Orangutan, 4 players survive. Only 1 of these players has fallen. And that should be an easy upgrade in the forthcoming round, which will give a little bit of teeth to this bonus.
It truly will, but as you mentioned, it is just a bonus. Having the Vandal, it will help, but the reality is Global are going to outgun Orangutan here. And while Orangutan have been kind of distributing their frags relatively evenly, it means that we're not going to be seeing any ults come online. You look over to Global, lightning fast, just 1 away from the Snell command. If we see this used in kind of synchronization with an afterplan, it could mean Orangutan have to depend without utility on the already aforementioned guns, which will be weaker.
Oh, nice bounces right there. Instantly eviscerated. Shooter moves on out, sees far too many weapons arrayed to stay there for long. And so Shooter gets out while the going is good. And Vivor simply peels to himself, tries to waylay the owl drone indeed. It will not be a huge amount of land grab here, considering the significant investment of Global for it.
Bit of early noise made in mid here, but it's all a ruse. Global, they've set their gaze to wait. Ghost is on the shoulder peak here, so he is going to hear the aggression, but he doesn't know how many. Instead, Breach keeps him back, and that's the advantage of having 5 controllers who have a plethora of utility to get this and garner this early control without anyone seeing.
Tesseract's rolling out here. Hello, that's an Astra. Chilling in
moment.
the void, is it? Well, I'm afraid you don't have paid leave as an Astral Queen. It's a 24/7 job, baby, and the overtime's unpaid. Ghost wrapping around the generator now, but it's Hellranger who delivers the whole power of the Vandal against the little shroud that could. Coming around the back. It's an ambitious move from Tesseract, and ambition is rewarded. The anti-eco could be completely ruined. Hellranger needs to win this, and you bet that he will. A 4K for who I believe might be the shot caller. It's Big Brain and Big Frags.
Big Brain backed up by Big Brawn. What a round by Hellranger there. Bear in mind, though, that was the full buy. Losing that round would have been cataclysmic for Global. The fact that they're able to convert it, yes, you take a lot of damage against a bonus, but it doesn't matter. You converted it. That was the key there for Global. Getting a spike plant as well certainly will help. And now as they move into the full bite of Orangutan, remember, Orangutan already a map up here. Can't be given too much space, otherwise they will run away with us. I think Global, aware of this, going for this mid control, setting up once again for what might be that final destination of that A site.
And that breach now, off that clutch, has owned themselves a Rolling Thunder. Time it might be to use it early on. Vibor
Off your feet!
falls as here comes the Rolling Thunder. A weather storm has approached. SK Rossi, not the cleanest there, but still in the end is going to be the kill. Shooter remains alive as Lightning Fast moves on forward. Shooter still going. Unbelievable, unstoppable for the moment, but Skills hunts them down in the end. And Orangutan's buy has been dismantled by Global.
That was really, really strong from Shooter there. And what I really like from Global particularly is that round could have very easily spiraled out of control. Allowing Shooter to be alive in the back line, having the Sova sort of rain down utility on your A assault really could turn on its head at any given moment. The fact that we were able to see Global keep control of the situation was absolutely perfect. You look at what it's done to the Orangutan economy. They dropped down to Sheriff. Yes, there's a Blade Sword for Shooter which was brought out, but is that enough? Global set the gaze to be. They're ready for an assault of this site. Yes, it's stacked, but does that matter?
SK Rossi rolling forward. Shooter doesn't really get anything there with the Blaze, despite many of them moving the way of the Global Esports Raiders. Tesseract rolls on in. Yes, the headshot is good, but the Vandal is better. Hellranger still ranging forth, and I'm afraid you're on the ranch now, suddenly nothing but cattle meat. And that's going to be GE rolling ahead.
We found our Cowboys, Harry. Yeehaw! And for Global, that was a lot more enthusiasm than I was able to muster as Global. They're ready for another full buy for Orangutan here. I really want to see Orangutan bring out an early operator. I think being able to get the player advantage when you're against a composition without duelists, trying to refrag can be really, really difficult.
I don't have a chant for Global yet. I don't know what noise a globe makes. I know what noise an orangutan makes.
Are you sure? Because it's not who.
How do you know, Kramer? Have you gone to live with the orangutans?
Well, I'll have you know I'm like 80% ape.
That's true.
I communicate to close friends and family in a series of whistles, grunts, and groans. And that's close enough to ape that I could... closest to ape that I would really care to mention, actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man paid to speak.
Yeah, I use all my energy speaking. Like the second
You need to hibernate afterwards.
Exactly. I tuck up in bed with my bananas, and that's that. Yeah.
I had a banana today. What a time to be alive.
Did you think of orangutan?
I didn't, for shame.
Then that banana won't be your sweet.
If I thought of orangutan when I ate that banana, I would be a biased caster, Kramer, but I am entirely professional.
Entirely professional. Entirely professional. As orangutan. They have no advantage going into this round, and here's that early operator on Shooter. Going for a peek onto SK Rossi, who's at a very close angle here.
Oh, Shooter. Oh, Shooter!
Clean shots.
And shoot he do, Kramer. SK Rossi finds that out the hard way by hook or by crook. He ain't coming back this time. And remember, Global Esports, they are triple initiator. So they're kind of relying on these initiators to buy the space, or at least buy the information, but claiming the space is a touch more difficult because of a lack of mobility options for Global when it comes to actually breaching these points. If Persia can avoid being flashed, you have to still run in against these defending players. And at this point, I would like to see Orangutan be a lot more reserved in terms of like, go on, just sit on the site for a while. Because how are they going to close the gap to you?
Something else I want to highlight is that Cosmic Divide available for Global. The issue we find quite a lot with Cosmic Divides is it needs to be used with something. So usually Cosmic Divide lockdowns quite a lot, or a Rolling Thunder to go through it, or anything as of such. Here's that Divide. Where's the follow-up here from Global?
There's a follow-up. Here it comes, a blind onto Ghost, but still surviving for now. Never mind, lightning fast is absolutely not Persia. Once again, the ancient...
Revealing area.
Oh, that's a super div.
Poor Tesseract just wants to get his ult out, unable to do so. And Persia, with a 4K, will deliver Orangutan their equalizer. 3-3, operator retrieved, confidence restored, and order sets out in our map of ascent. For Global, how do they respond? Because this is, for the most part, the one round to break the 3-round streak. Ball is very much in Global's court here, and I want to highlight, because they've used timeouts so early on, this half now has to entirely come down to reactionary work. We can't see it. Oh, Crips. The heartbreak. The heartbreak.
My heart does weep for them, Kremer. Shooter. Oh, do you dare take the blind shot? Do you dare escape? Oh, something ventured, but nothing gained. No more tailwind, Kremer. No more freebies. Every time you take a peek now, you take a risk. And risky Shooter may be. No need to stop the disengagement. Oh, going up high. This is cheeky from Shooter. The operator can easily score Fader here, but Ghost is unable to do it with the small arms. Shooter gets impatient. He's going to be shot in the back of the head. Kappa certainly more patient themselves. And SK Rossi has leveled the operator against the opposition. Persia faster on the moves. And I don't think there's time to resurrect the KO here. You simply have to watch your friends die. Oh no. V-Ball's been returned. Unbelievable clutch from Persia here to keep Orangutan to 2 versus 2. The spike's going to be planted on B, and there's plenty of time here to get a wide berth of post-plant positions, including a wonderful setup for that Hunter's Fury.
They're able to do that charge. That dagger's going to be beautiful. They know full well Kappa's on the flank. Interesting use of the Killjoy ult, though.
Last player remaining. Pulling them in.
Skills. Persia just eats it. Sits in the middle. Vulnerable for the moment. Oh, would love to get the kill here on the skills. However, Kappa comes in with the backstab. I think that might have been through the boathouse, Kremer. And most importantly, that was 2 players saving their weapons and the ult saved as well. That's another major tool in the next post plant.
Yeah, you force out that lockdown. Orangutan now really struggle in getting these ults available. If we look over to Global, you now have money. You've shut down the momentum of Orangutan, and more importantly, your ult management has taken a lead, which means you are well equipped to anything Orangutan may have to offer, provided you can stay alive for the early round.
Are I saying monkey?
Is that monkey? OG.
Oh, OG.
I suppose it also works, right?
No, orangutans are apes, Kremer.
Overarchingly, they could be called monkeys, though.
Nobody listened to him. Monkeys are different.
You can call an ape a monkey to anyone but you and get away with it.
Unfortunately, Kremer, you're stuck with me today.
How long's this match got left? God, another 2 hours. Oh,
Kremer, you suddenly hoping for a 2-0? Yeah. I don't. Yes, Kremer, you don't know what sound a globe makes.
What? I didn't
you
say
dummy.
That. Chris sabotaging me here. Oh, this is.
This is the bonus of being the unknown factor.
I realize our duo now is at a stage where you could do anything wrong and it's me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Global aren't doing much wrong,
I'm about
though.
to go make some real questionable tweets.
Please don't. Oh, God. So the highlight, in fact, is Global aren't doing much wrong. You know, having lost the pistol round, they just sort of recovered from that once they get their rifles out. They've done a very good job at feathering their ults. Their map control, we haven't really seen, because what we're seeing from Global is just constant fighting, as mentioned by that phone, once it gets back around. But still.
Go GE. Let's go GE.
Get GE
fighting.
GE fighting. There we go.
Oh man, they're scrolling too slow, Krem. I don't know how to read. Welcome to the jungle. Yes.
Jungle. Oh.
Excellent predictions.
We've got IRL predictive text. How does it feel to have your missed opportunity to be just human predictive text?
Oh man, would you have me as an AI assistant in an iPhone, Kremer?
No, you know too much.
Siri, wipe your memory banks now.
Yeah, I need everything within like last 8 months. I need you to delete it, purge it, get rid of it, get it out.
A little bit of a tech pause here, so we're having a little bit of a chin wag, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we hopefully we can fix it as quick as humanly possible. Unfortunately, we don't know how long it'll be, so I guess you're stuck with us unless production decide to mute us, which is actually a very real possibility.
Prudent.
There we go. We're back into it. Global against the fullback, against the anti-eco for Orangutan. Yes, Ghost does have that from the shadows. I doubt we'll see it used unless we're in a very situational circumstance where it can secure a spike plant. But even then, he may just hold on to it. For Global, the money's looking good. If they lose this round, it doesn't, but assuming they win it, they're going to be able to start crafting a little bit of a bank to sort of rest their laurels on. Maybe even a bit of a lead if the tide fares their way.
Classics here. Small arms for Orangutan. Yes, their bank has been completely decimated. Bounces and a fragment to hold Global at bay. Oh, that's a huge flash cram, but it can't be followed up on. Here come the slow bros, and the slow bros frag fast. Persia burned away by the breach. SK Rossi. Oh, my classic did get a kill. Go figure. However, this is now a very much exposed area, so reclaiming that weapon is going to be pretty hard. Hellranger here, a 1 versus 2. Out goes a concussion. It does indeed get delivered. A friendly flash, I believe, potentially there. Shooter can't stick around for long. Skills gets this broken in front of his face to make sure that he's not mid-spray when making contact. And now going And the 1v4 clutch would be a lot to ask for here, Crum. And it did too much. Global Esports Slaver Eco.
We're seeing now a bit of a lead get crafted by Global here, and for me, the biggest thing is going to be how they keep adapting. I don't want to see them get complacent. I don't want to see them falling back on the same strategies, because Orangutan will adapt, and it's something we saw them do in their game against, I believe, Velocity as well. Oh, that's cute. In their game against Velocity as well, where they were down for about 90% of the match. By the time they ended up in those final 5 rounds, they just woke up. And they looked incredible.
You want to play?
Global, they
Let's
definitely
play.
watched that game. The question now is, how do you make sure they don't get complacent? Tour de Force comes out from SK Ross in real danger here, caught out by the utility, and that was some magnificent utility usage.
And that is check and mate there, Kremer. The big threat of Orangutan shooter. Shot down in his prime, and now that's an operator that will be very hard to return. SK Rossi didn't need to buy an operator this time. I got this one for free. I earned this one. It was my bonus. Out comes the Rolling Thunder, racking the nerves and frying the brains of multiple Orangutan defenders, but they're only here as a distraction. The spike itself is moving, scurrying. It's a rat race towards A, but this could end up being a fake Kremer. Still, KO controls the garden. The knife will be demolished, but that does at least confirm the presence of one. No more than that, however, his skills are going to try to go for the plant. Ghost might want to try and find this one. However, it's Vibor who moves in first. Ghost joins and Persia with the backstab. And now a 3 versus 5 has become a 3 versus 2. Hellranger evens the numbers. Once again, it could be the clutch. The IGL. As the half is reached, up close and personal, Persia can't get to Hellranger. He's built different.
I was ready to make a testament as to how bloody good Orangutan was when he came into that retake. Literally just Vibor, Ghost, all of them getting these openings instantaneously. It goes straight down to a 3 versus 3, and it looked like Global had actually lost that round, but we see perfect reaction, absolutely perfect reaction from Hellranger. Shuts down, isolates the 1v1s, and completely wipes the floor with Orangutan on that retake. Really, really strong stuff. There you go, Harry. Ape friendly. That's a title to be proud of. You've earned it, bud.
Leg day, great ape. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You should start doing that to random people as well.
Just in the street. I'm on the bus. I'll give him a hoop.
So I do that anyway.
Unfortunately, at the moment, Kremer, OG ain't who would know more.
They're not, and it's not that they're playing particularly badly. It's Global, particularly, I believe Hellranger is the IGL of Global. His decision-making has been on point. Right now, we haven't seen a single missed call from Global. And usually, it's on your attack is your kind of stratagem really tested. The fact that this has been flawless thus far, for me, is a really good sign of a third map, essentially. I think for Orangutan, there have been... Don't get me wrong, Ascent is still a map they are very good at, but it comes down to these initial duels, particularly from SK Rossi, who's been nuts on these openings, but from Hellranger as well. Winning clutches, he really shouldn't be.
Another eco from Orangutan for Global. This should be farming. The question is, how clean can they make it? These are the kind of rounds we look back upon and expect discipline and very solid playbooks. Timmy notes present. An array of utility is brought forth and Persia instantly slain. Orangutan now with a mad dash towards A. The reinforcements will rejoin them. And indeed the chamber here could be outnumbered as he does foray towards mid.
Spike planted.
Chamber noted. Flash given. And potentially an isolation here of a chamber as he tries to counter-rotate. We still have Shooter with the knives though, so this is by no means a freebie now for Global. That's one well-maintained door. Anything further than this, a full blind for Shooter. It's going to be wrapped upon right now. Moves on out, another headshot. Surely it's too much to ask. And indeed it is, but this is no freebie for Global Esports. Poke the bear at your own peril.
that was a hell of a round from Global. And even though it's against Nico, you still see that not having a duelist is either a death wish or something that works out beautifully. And in this case, Global, they're using their utility to such a strong effect. I really want to highlight as well the attempt from Shooter. You tell he's confident. We saw that dive out of Divider there to try to take on 3 players at once. And that confidence is really what's going to allow Orangutan back into this if Global take their foot off the gas. Operator comes out for Shooter. No other operator from Global here. So SK Rossi, it may be a little bit tested for these initial angles.
Oh, the one way. It's cruel. That's not the greatest guy. Actually, I think it was actually body blocked by the Omen.
Shadows traveling.
If anything, that was a speed cuddle, Kramer. Oh, that's not a one-way either. Okay, things are starting to slip through the cracks for Orangutan. I think they need to take attack pause, Kramer, even if they win this. We're seeing a couple things slip. And that is... but Shooter's aim ain't slipping. Call an ambulance, but not for him.
He's going aggressive as well.
And he's going into a double here as well. There's a flash.
Oh,
no! Interesting choice. Skills with the Phantom has gone deep. It's a good trade. Vibor removes lightning fast. Global Esports. If they can clutch this one, Orangutan are going to be back to yet another eco. Maybe they can even confiscate this operator that has caused so much trouble in the hands of Shooter. And guess who's still alive, Kramer? The 2 most clutch members we've seen today, Skills and Hellranger. If you were going to take a 2v3, these are the 2.
Such a strong spot. He's just able to avoid it though.
Oh no!
He won't be able to avoid that though. Hellranger, he's so smart.
You are divided.
He knows it
the
all.
fault line's gonna hit as well.
10 seconds left.
There's the Cosmic Divide.
One enemy
Trapped
remaining.
in the underpass. Skills moves on out. Tesseract had no idea. And now the plant is in good hands. Persia dives through, but dies to Skills. You can try to breach into the void, but the void breaches right back.
What a round. That was phenomenal from Global. Some of the best mid-round reactions we've seen today. Skills, the fact that he knows his position's understood. The fact that he knows full well that the rest of Orangutan heard him drop from heaven to commit that Cosmic Divide. Let's replay further. Let's go to that Grevwell and that Aftershock from Hellranger. What a spot of decision making. And Orangutan don't stand a chance. They're trapped in a corner. That cover has become their prison. And now SK Rossi on the opening. Global are looking unstoppable.
Unbelievable. Hey, this operator's pretty cool. Do you miss it? SK Rossi. We talked about SK Rossi's consistency. This has been his map. I mean, he would have been able to get even more done if Hellranger wasn't just completely constructed alternatively, Kramer. Hellranger's made of some mythical mix of Uru, Vibranium, Adamantium, and pure Chadium. The rarest of all the elements.
With a little zest of copium as well. just a spread dusting.
Truly all of us are made of copium. Deep down.
Goes sat back for the time being. It's a very passive angle as he awaits the attack from Global here. There is a from the shadows, and there is still a little bit of utility available for Ghost here. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Orangutan have read this attack, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can stop it.
Last round of half as well. This way, Global Esports with their triple initiator composition. They make their entries, they claim the space. And from far away, oh hello, lightning fast caught. No one pinged by that last Persia. Ready to go. However, this is a good way to force out the post-plant utility. And Persia also avoids that. In comes a paranoia, multiple people on the inside. Tesseract needs to get this kill. You can't. No! No way!
The knife kill! The knife kill!
I can't believe it!
No! John! What's happening? John! How is SK Rossi alive? How did he survive that?
SK Rossi has been born under a fortuitous star, man. Is Mercury in retrograde?
And now Global, they've got themselves all the momentum in the world. Right now, Orangutan are categorically on the back foot, but we've seen them recover. Can they do it again?
Well,
I think that was GE fighting from Crips there.
SK Rossi just giving a gift to the G social media manager there. It was a 4K as well. I just could not comprehend the jamminess of it, Kremer, to steal a British term and place it in here. That was bloody jammy.
That was pretty jammy. SK Rossi on the headhunter. Let's try and stop this opening. Not if I hit the first player though. Backs off. Orangutan, they desperately need this pistol around Harry.
Oh, he's still Rossi.
Yeah.
And don't you dare mid-Crossy. Kappa. Yeah, I know.
Revealing area.
And that was a little bit of a linguistic crime right there. What can I say? I'm felon at heart.
I was hoping it'd move faster actually.
Oh,
Kappa, how's he gonna kill the shorty at that rate?
I don't know.
And then that's a point blank. It's a sniper rifle.
Tesseract, still the best when it comes to the solos, right guys? Runs into the concussion here. That's a brave one from Persia, but Tesseract has got their third. Could be on for the ace here. And in fact, on top of all of this, there will be the spike plant, but it's Vibor who will be responsible. Fleeing away from default to avoid the fragment, Tesseract may well opt into a door here as they've noted skills approaching on the Astra. Could be all out of utility, but no, moves into the Astra form. The counter rotation here should be easy. That's another. And now Tesseract is on the edge of an ace to try and rescue Orangutan. Never mind. Lightning fast! That's gonna be 10.
I realise you sort of locked yourself in place with the Who's there. Tesseract then needs to win it, otherwise you're gonna look like a twat. And what happens? You look like a twat, because Global are just built different. What a round from Lightning Fast. And with that Global, they go 10-3 up now. We saw a close breeze, but right now this is decimation on Ascent.
Yeah, this is a very different story. Breeze, it was a story of two teams. Here, Kramer, this is the story of the zoo. And suffice to say, global esports are the zookeepers, and Orangutan aren't quite smart enough to be reenacting Madagascar right here.
Touched hearts, that did.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Narrative
global.
maestro, Kramer, narrative maestro.
Yep. Going to be up against the eco of Orangutan here. A couple of sheriffs to wield. Remember, Orangutan, they still have some spot of aim on them. SK Rossi has to be that bit better.
Here we go again.
One enemy standing.
He's the shotgun sniper. And then there was one great ape. A lesser spotted shooter. Armed with the marshal approaches A main. Unaware that there is indeed an astral predator hiding in wine. A well-timed gravity well here could change everything. But Shooter is running out of patience on their dash and may have to forfeit it, as they have indeed claimed A.
A spike plot here would be perfect, and I think that's all Orangutan are really hunting for here. I just want to see Shooter commit to it. Particularly once that star goes from Astra, you're going to end up with no real cover from main. You're probably dying after you plant
30
anyway.
seconds
So
left.
I want to see Shooter just get the spike down. You need the cash.
Oh, Astra's getting antsy. Skills, desires, blood. Noise made. Skills. Begins the approach.
10 seconds left.
I was
Spike
here
planted.
for time, waiting for the smoke to clear. They move on through, and Shooter is filled with holes. Global Esports easily hit 11.
11-3. Right now, Orangutan, they're running out of chances. Yes, they get a full buy before Global hits map point, but can you go an entire half perfect, flawlessly? You've lost all you can afford to lose now, and unless you're gunning for overtime, we need to see some of the best Valorant we've seen in a very long time. Now, if anyone can provide that, Harry, if anyone can provide it, Orangutan can. But the pressure's on now, and it's going to start building.
The thing is, Orangutan have looked at their best today when there was an op on the field. And when you've only won 3 rounds, getting an op becomes bloody difficult. A quick movement in here. Kappa tries to waylay any who might try and punish. This is a much more manic approach. Kappa with the shorty that he's known for, but Persia. Has had enough of these shenanigans. Shotgunned out for about a second, lightning fast with 1 HP to play with. No plant here though for Orangutan. That's a denied alt pip and the additional credits.
The additional viewer from Orangutan as well in the form of the ape currently watching as well. But you need to highlight particularly is Persia. He just put his foot down and went God mode. Anyone on Orangutan can do that. And that's why giving space to this side can be such a death wish. Global, even though you're on the defense, even though you're so far in the lead, you've got to be careful. And SK Rossi going for the glass cannon operator on an eco is certainly not careful, but I tell you what, it's so darn crazy it might just work.
I can't use that.
You're speaking nonsense, man. Maybe B is the best hope after all. Global Esports seems to be the first time in years are now on an eco, but Hellranger still manages to get the frags. 2 with the classic. It's irresponsible. It's irrefutable. It's brutality. SK Rossi has moved forward with the op, and you have never seen Shooter move so fast in his life. Give me that cannon.
And Shooter lunges to it, gets that big scary gun, and now with Orangutan building some momentum, they've got to have the comfort of the eco from Global, but now the big guns come out, now the full buy comes out from Global. The solace they can take is the fact that because SK Rossi went for an operator that round, his money ain't great, and so he's probably going to be on a Spectre. You can sort of take a bit of momentum from that. You look at the ult management as well, it's relatively in sync. 2 players on either side have their ults, 2 players on both sides about to get their ults. So even if this round goes ultless, we're seeing 4 ults next round, and for Global, particularly if they're down to pistols, that's going to be so crucial into trying to make up for the lack of firepower.
Sight.
Oh, Cranmer. It's a long path ahead of Orangutan if they want this 2-0. Though not an impossible one. However, every time you enter one of these rounds, you have to deal with Kappa and his bloody shotguns, and Hellranger and his ability to curve bullets into your skulls. Lying in wait. Oh, it's a 1-2 as well. This could be brutal. It's a bait, Cremor, and the bait works out for a 1-for-1. That works just fine for Kappa. A little bit of friendly fire there. No biggie. A couple of pings, a couple of frags as well. Hellranger now taken down. That's a huge frag to get rid of. SK Rossi unable to TP away, unable to secure a frag as well. Vbor continues to maraud on forward. And Global Esports figure, hey, we've got plenty of breathing room here. All we need to do is remain a threat. And to do that, we need gunnies.
What I quite like from Orangutan was the reaction to the KO ult. They just counter KO ult with their own, started the user ults later. It has already brought out the Hunter's Fury, so Orangutan knew the players from Global on this beast site would be separated regardless of what abilities he used. So KO ult, KO ult, and now for Global, a bit of a save. Global on characteristically are on the back foot here, Harry.
Yes, the back foot, but for how long? The hunt here being opted into. Orangutan know that they can't afford to allow Global to continue presenting rogue threats in these rounds. I don't think they managed to shave off any shields there as well, so that's also quite the economic boon.
Something to highlight is, right now, Global, they only need to get lucky once. And even if they don't get lucky, they need to play well once. And that's it. That's map points. Use that momentum. Series. Yeah, we're going to a third map. For Orangutan, everything needs to be perfect. The second they make a mistake, particularly against talented IGLs like Hellranger, who A is playing out as a mind, and B hasn't missed a call all game. The second, even if your strategy makes a mistake, Global are going to be all over that, and they're going to punish it instantly. Orangutan looking to list over to this A site now. Unfortunately for them, it's a site which Global have a fair bit of presence.
There has been a bit of a list this way. The senses of Global are tingling. They smell orangutan fleas on the air. And so the orangutans once again disperse to their natural habitat of the attacking spawn and allow the Diaspora to amuse itself on A.
Lightning fast on the shoulder peek from Generator. Hoping, inviting one of these players to take a duel with him. Remember, Harry, for Orangutan here, if they end up even misusing these ults, they're not going to have anything for a good while. These three ults are on cooldown.
A knife prepared.
So it comes out. There's the opening.
Noted here. There's the Hunter's Fury forced into the corner, but Kappa isn't able to secure the kill instead of Skills who makes it happen. The Rolling Thunder dodged here by Shooter. Come into my domain, they would scream. Skills and Hellranger both slain. And now, in the 3 versus 2, the remainder of Orangutan only just turned up. It's been only Shooter thus far, and maybe Shooter's all that they needed, Crema.
Spike planted.
One for all and all for one as Tesseract grabs the 5th. 7-11. Oh my.
4 rounds in it, Harry. 4 rounds. And when you look at Global's economy, that's 2 or 3 buy rounds. You have the bonus. You have the comfort of the fact that the global economy, it's not lasting. It's not lasting your comeback. It will break eventually. And if Orangutan continue to pummel, to beat, to pound down on the cash of Global, the one thing that keeps it going, they're in huge trouble. We've seen how good SK Rossi can be with an operator, but without one, it's like you've declawed him.
A certified moment. And look at this, Shooter with great responses to that ultimate. Knowing that after that ping that discovered him, needing to use the dash to get to a new location, otherwise he'd be pre-aimed off the charts.
Yeah.
Now it's a tactical timeout once more.
Yeah, I really like the fact we're using the tactical timeouts now. And if I'm on Orangutan, my response this timeout is instantly call a timeout of my own. Just so that you show Global that you're still in their head. Regardless of what they have planned, you're still in their head. And trying to vex an IGL like Hellranger certainly is going to take some effort, but there's a real good chance here for Orangutan to come back. This is not set in stone. In fact, I'd argue it's a story among the stars. It's with an ult advantage. SK Rossi gets the opening.
Written in the cosmos, Kramer. Tesseract throws forth the drone, if nothing else just to buy himself some space after having lost out on a compatriot and of course being pinged multiple times by that recon arrow. However, look at this Shooter making the entry happen on A, and once again Skills with only a classic in hand waits within.
This spells danger now for Skills. There is only so much utility this Astra can hold. Ibor already sort of flanking around in mid. Orangutan have gone quiet. They're wary of the fact that Global have stacked it, and this may play against them.
It may be a trap, Kramer. Oh, Skills is going out on an info gather, and this is a bodily one as well. Taken by the Radianite box, but Tesseract is simply too quick. The stack on B now begins to worry. Doubt sets in, fear, uncertainty, the next to come, of course.
You should run.
And A, oh, this is a huge
30 seconds
investment
left.
against an eco. Kramer, Orangutan are willing to buy every round for $1 more billion if they need to.
Player advantage, Vidal leading the charge here, doing the odd bit of damage where he can. Unfortunately, it's not on 2 damage. Global may have to just set their gaze to exits at this point, Harry. This could really be a dicey predicament for Global. Orangutan are really starting to close this distance. We said a comeback was possible, but that doesn't mean probable. Remember, Global, they struggled to get out of these groups as well. They were on the verge of being eliminated at one point.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
road to recovery.
Okay, that's a confidence play. That's a play, Kremer, that says 3-11 means nothing to me. I am Shooter. I am Ape. I am Batman.
what a game. What a game we have, Harry. Orangutan, they're not even out yet. This is a team now that are on the up. I don't think we've actually seen Orangutan at full power yet either, which is both exciting and horrifying at the same time, considering they're level-headed with Global right now, with only 2-3 rounds separating them. You look at the ult management as well, it's still in favor of Orangutan. They've feathered these ults beautifully, and now for Global, Cosmic might have helped with a retake, but by the time retakes have come through, they've usually been 2 players down already.
Bait and switch, and that's 2-3 easy frags. Oh, you may be Batman, but the Joker wins this one every time, baby. Didn't you read the script? You missed the comic book. Mint condition wins and mint condition dubs for Orangutan. Vibor forced to flee as they flash themselves away. This is dangerous, dirty dancing on the one-way. In a 2 versus 4. The backstab is not forthcoming, though. The escape is free for Orangutan.
Still winnable for Orangutan. We've seen Global recover these circumstances before. In fact, many a times before. All it takes is a swift opening and a head to depart from shoulders. We find Global panicking.
Is that another shotgun there, Cap?
One enemy remaining. Spike
well,
down
there you go.
A.
That's white.
Yes, it is. It's another shotgun, Kremer, and now this is a looting round as well. Upgrades galore. Upgrades, people. Upgrades.
Why be you when you can be new? And in this case, it looks like Global are sticking to the old ways and it's working. 12 to, I believe, 8 they currently sit. But take it with a pinch of salt, because Orangutan are still mounting a comeback. They still have cash, they still have momentum. As we said for Breeze, overtime is a very likely possibility. As we said for the games between Velocity and Enigma, overtime is a very likely possibility. There is not much that separates first place and even 8th place in SA right now, and that's got to weigh heavy on Global's mind. Orangutan, they call for their timeouts. They have a bye. What do you want to see them do, Harry, to try and break Global here?
Oh, to try and break Global is such a difficult thing to do when they are... Global is getting so much value out of the shotgun cheese that aggressive plays have kind of been conditioned out of the viable playbook for Orangutan. Because every blind corner you take, you're like, Kappa's going to be there with a shorty, and he's going to kill me, and I'm going to get tilted, and I'm going to break my keyboard, and Father Orangutan is going to have to buy me a new one, and he said I only get 3 a year.
I think going for 3 keyboards a year, to be honest, is impressive, regardless of how and where they go out. Orangutan, 4 rounds on the bounce. Both teams have proven in both halves that it's doable. But will it happen? An ult advantage still with Orangutan. Global with the comfort of knowing they're 1 round away from our deciding map here.
Shooter. On board with the hero. Not the greatest frag, just a touch of friendly fire. The door closed behind him, and guess what? SK Rossi waiting in the boathouse now. A teleport in, or at least a little bit of information gained.
Spike down B.
And KO's traded. Look at that! Shooter's so damn fast with the movement. We get closer, and we get closer, and Kappa, despite their greatest efforts, cannot stem the tide of the Orangutan seas. 10 to 12.
The second shooter gets his confidence, Harry. He's insane. It's like we see these like flashes of brilliance. It's like lightning going off out the window. You don't really know what it is, but you see the destruction afterwards. And it's just, right now, Global, they're trying to slow the pace as much as they can. And without a duelist, they have the utility to do so. It's just shooters outmaneuvering it. You look at the investment from Global here, this is a buy down to 0. SK Rossi's on a glass cannon. If this fails, then Global are up against it, and Orangutan show no signs of unrelenting.
One buy to rule them all. And SK Rossi will not be the Dark Lord who binds them. So low already is the KO, there's no healing available. There are no second chances. You kill or you die. As Global Esports have to once again reconsider their chances. Skills, admittedly, has made a productive foray down A. Oh my goodness, you can't be missing those. Global Esports mental might well be broken here as Tesseract is stunned on their way in. Lightning fast so close here. Noted and suppressed as they exit shore. Once again, Kappa gets at least one in their anchorage on B. But still 4 members of Orangutan stay standing. And Global Esports, as fragile as their economy is, Kramer, I think this one's going to be a tale of a save.
Very well could be. The silver lining for Global here is that they are able to keep the operation. Oh, I say that.
Oh,
Tesseract falls. Okay, they're keeping this. And for Orangutan, they have cash to hunt. They really do. Whether or not they commit to it is entirely going to depend on whether or not Shooter survives it.
I punish you.
And with that, we're not going to be seeing a hunt. But what we are going to be seeing is Orangutan hitting 10 rounds. And that alone, I think, for Orangutan, regardless of weapons your opponents have, is going to be enough to embolden them to really try and at least 2 rounds, Harry. You've done it in ranked, I've done it in ranked, everyone here's done it in ranked. But for Orangutan, they've done it in scrims. Can they do it on the stage against Global?
You want to see an ult dump here, Kramer, from Global? Just be like...
Get it over and done with. Here's the thing. It didn't really work for them last time. We saw a huge ability, not ult, but ability dump. And that just didn't work. So
did they just dodge it and say, nah?
Yeah, so I would really like to see from Global here. Yes, I want to see an ult dump, but not all at once. I want to see them sort of feathered. I want to see a retake setup potentially on A here, and then just see them come out with an ult command, come out with the Kill Speed Divide, come out with the Hunter's Fury, and then start really rolling everything. Even the Rolling Thunder I'd like to see, just in that retake, and then just get it over with. But for Orangutan, they have counter ults. They have a null command. With 2 rounds left, that null command used next round is going to be so important, particularly because it means we can't see an ult dump from Global. It just won't be an option.
I asked about these teams, Kremer, and I was promised a war. 2 avatars of unrelenting power. SK Rossi and Shooter. Those who South Asia looks to when they need to prove that this region can frag with the best of them. And currently they top their team's scoreboards respectively. And Orangutan, they have momentum on their side now. Global Esports barely ahead when it comes to the ultimates. Yes, there's one more. But how much is that one worth? And you see that now they're even. The KO picked up an orb. The null command stands prepared.
Utility all ready to be dumped on this site, and execution prepped and ready. And Global have a 3-man commitment to this B site. They're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now SK Rossi may have to face the repercussions of this.
Oh, SK Rossi, the repercussions are all mine, baby! Hit down by the fragment, and Vibor can still be resurrected here, potentially. Shooter, oh no, that's a little bit dirty, and now the removal of themselves from that area has to be finished. Vibor, yes, got raised, but instantly taken back down by Kappa. There's the plant coming through from Orangutan, and Global Esports now have to move on in and try and siege on through. That's a double, that's a triple! Unbelievable, they fall apart before our eyes! Global take off their headsets, they're calling this one done, and that's gonna be 1-1.
I tell you what, Harry, for a moment they looked like they were in trouble, but it's that utility usage, Hellraiser. What a game from him. We rarely see Breacher's frag, we rarely see IGL's frag, we just saw both. Absolutely incredible from Global there. They show us exactly why they were regarded as rank 1 in SA. But Harry, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. We still have our 3rd and final deciding map of Haven. Before we jump to that though, we can quickly throw you back to the desk just to quickly say and see what both Chris and Vivek have to think about this. We'll be right back.
This series, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of one. This series, the story of one. One man with one operator. The series now tied at 1-1 because of one man with one operator and his heroics when the score was at 10-12 and Global Esports had a buffer of barely a round before overtime. SK Rossi, ladies and gentlemen, has pulled off a miracle once again for Global Esports as GE are indeed fighting. We're going to a Game 3 Crips this night, this day. Couldn't get any better.
My goodness, this is incredible. You know, Global Esports, I really thought SK Rossi is dead there in that last round. Nobody else from Global Esports was on the A side except for SK Rossi, and he's playing from hell. The only way he can get back is by teleporting away, but the moment that null command gets popped, he's trapped over there, so he has no choice. He has to go down fighting, takes a swing, and that swing makes all the difference. Global Esports are still in this game. They're still fighting, and honestly, I did not think this day would come. The way they were able to bring this game so close, I really thought Orangutan will be able to send this game into overtime. It was difficult, it was labored, but Global Esports do it in the end regardless.
Great stuff coming out from Global Esports. I just want to point out one thing. At one point in that last round, SK Rossi gets a numbers advantage. Null command committed, the KO gets taken down. KO, whatever you want to say. He gets revived. And for a second, it looks as if Orangutan can almost pull back the round. But then immediately, Global Esports are so quick, so fast with the trades. The friendship runs thicker than blood in this team. And they pulled off a miracle. And they needed a miracle, Crips. Otherwise, it was all the way down to the lower bracket for them. This is truly a treat. This series is one of a kind. And I have no idea how Icebox is going to go. You've seen Orangutan a little bit more than me, Crips. How are they on Icebox?
So, to answer your question on Icebox, I'm first going to have to take a look at this map. Let's draw some tendencies out.
Okay.
Orangutan fight way too much. Let's take, for example, their approach in the second half. While they're attacking the B side, they don't usually just take control of the button region and filter in via lane 1. They go all the way towards the defender spawn entrance, enter from lane 2. When they're taking the A side, they don't always just dash into the generator and go for the plant. They take control of tree, they go beyond it and fight near window on several occasions. Orangutan are not the kind of team that will take the side, just go for the plant and fall back into a post-plant scuttle, into a little cave from where they can be shot down. They will go and try to extend the line of control even further and further, push that line deeper into enemy territory, especially this guy's shooter. So many rounds based on just his individual brilliance. I mean, the first round itself, he gets a quad kill. If it wasn't for him, the pistol would have gone the way of Global Esports and the entire half would have been so different. That being said, Global Esports, sure, they made it 9-3, and it was indeed a great half from Global Esports, but on the attacking side, once again, it's shooter pushing the edge, pushing the envelope every single time. And if it wasn't for him picking up those fights deep inside enemy lines, his team would have never found the room to be comfortable, or forget being comfortable. They wouldn't even have been able to enter the site. They can't set foot inside it and plant if it wasn't for shooter creating that space single-handedly.
Yeah, he did have his issues though. I do want to point out one thing about Ascent and the way Global Esports played it. I was just thinking about the triple initiator lineup. On paper, it kind of sounds kind of nice, but it's also got a lot of issues because it needs a lot of coordination. We saw that phenomenal coordination coming out from the side of Global Esports. I want to point towards that one round where Shooter progressed towards A shot, towards Cubby, and thought he was not noted or nobody from Global Esports saw him, but there was immediately an aftershock coming in from the other side. His shoulder was on fire. He had to swing. I'm not quite sure if he had the dash equipped or not. He didn't dash. He just slow peaked. And SK Rossi towards B mid was waiting and ready to take down Shooter. Great stuff coming out from Global Esports. All these initiators working in tandem, showing us that, hey, maybe this could be the future of Valorant. Maybe 3 initiators is something that's a very viable pocket strat and something that other teams will have to consider when they're preparing to play against Global Esports. These are some of the highlight strips. I want to say one thing though. Kappa, he did his bit. It's a very difficult role that he plays in this team, right? Because nobody is setting up for him. If anything, Hell likes to lurk a little bit. Kappa gets no friends on the map, but he still manages to look effective with his recons, with his Hunter's Fury, and both the Sovas really phenomenal on Ascent, in my opinion.
And it's not just the Sovas, even the controllers for that matter. Let's take for example skills. In third round, the only time they push up A shot and fall back, they leave skills down there near the bottom of mid. And I assume he's gonna go for like a mid flank or something while the rest of the team hits A. He gets caught out. And I thought, that's it, the round is done. Hellranger pulls off the clutch. And because that one split push from Global Esports was revealed, they never did it in the rest of the half. The entirety of the first half, Global Esports always focus on A shot, A main, and B main. They seldom go towards mid or crunch from market. They barely ever do it. And this keeps Orangutan on their toes because they emphasize mid control so much. Meanwhile, Global Esports don't care for it at all. They only go towards that area as a late lurk. And in this round, I really want to point out, look at the positioning of these players. It faded away, but there was Hellranger towards A, long skills all the way towards defender spawn, pulled off a cosmic divide, and then they were able to flush out shooter from Winery. That kind of stuff, that kind of coordination, it comes through only once in a year. That's how rare pulling off rounds like that is.
Yeah, speaking of coordination, a lot of synergy on the side of Global Esports between skills and the breach. We saw the aftershock along with the vacuum, along with the concuss every now and then, primarily with the vacuum, excuse me, but great stuff coming out from them. I also want to point out that if you had to pick a clutch, a Red Bull clutch of the day, it had to be SK Rossi with that operator. Stuck in nowhere, his teleport disabled, and him still finding a kill and staying alive long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Now, you mentioned tendencies, and you mentioned how Orangutan likes to take control of deeper parts of the map. It's not just getting onto generator on the A side for them. It's not just taking highway. They want to get into defender spawn on B as well. They like to take deep control of the map. This is something that's going to pay them dividends with Icebox, because if Trips, if I think I'm correct, they're going to be fighting a lot for tube control. I personally sense that they're going to be fighting for tube. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not quite sure about mid. I don't know how mid is going to be played, but the Sages, they have their work cut out for them. Tube is going to be heavily contested, and I'm expecting a jet to every now and then updraft and maybe peek off some information as well.
Yep, that definitely is going to be the case, and that's going to be such a different vibe from Ascent, you know, because in Ascent, Global Esports were focusing on A main, B main way too much, and on Icebox, we can't afford to do that. Unless your set piece executes are so flawless, so uncounterable, you have to take mid control at some point or the other. If not take control, just keep tabs on it, man. Keep an eye over there, send a look, maybe disrupt their opponent, maybe draw out a few rotations, and just play mind games in that region. You cannot afford to go for vanilla executes like you did in Ascent. Sure, they work out in a map like this, but on Icebox, it's going to be nearly impossible to pull off stuff like that.
Again, on Icebox, I'd like to stress the importance of one agent and one role, and that's the controller. It's going to be the Viper primarily. We want to see what skills can do. More so on offense, because if he does manage to get himself into an advantageous post plant scenario, it's going to be hard for the side of Orangutan to push and pull off retakes. They've got to push first, find the Viper, stop that poison, that post-plant poison from coming in, the way Cancer, the way Bane of all our matchmaking, and if competitive play, the post-plant meta that is so strong with Viper, shut down the Viper first, and then probably try and get a defused if Orangutan will even let them. Orangutan, they look phenomenal, Crips. I mean, everybody knows G, right? I mean, they're a known brand, blah, blah, yada, yada, but Orangutan have impressed us, and how we had a prediction at the end of game one. You asked me, Crips, how's the series going to go? I said 1-1, you said 1-1. Then they muted our mics and he said, no, Vivek, I think it's going to be a 2-0. But yeah, now we're back.
I changed my mind, but...
yeah, you changed your mind. I didn't. I'm going to ask you for your prediction again. What's your prediction for Icebox? Well,
for Icebox?
I'm going to... yeah.
Okay, so Icebox has a certain win condition, right? And the win condition is once again shooter. Of course, he's the MVP in this game, no doubt, because it was his individual brilliance that was helping Orangutan clutch out certain rounds. Now, on Icebox, this man loves to play in a very aggressive fashion. He's the guy who, even on the defensive side, will be picking up fights towards A belts, towards A pipes, sometimes all the way towards the bottom of B greens. So if you set this man up for success, he's always going to get you picks, always going to get you that man advantage and buy you the space that you need. But at the same time, you got to make sure that Orangutan, they need to exploit their split push to the maximum. I know that I said that at the start of the series, that they're the kind of team that loves to split push, but they've shown that they are capable of uniting and hitting the site together as well. So they need to be alternating that really often.
Yeah.
And more so than that, I think that Global Esports are the kind of team that have the potential to rotate quickly if need be, but they also are the kind of team that will slow down their own rotations if they think that you're going for a fake, if they think that you're going for a ruse. So it's not easy to bamboozle Global Esports.
Yeah.
You can't afford to just rely on the fact that you will hold an entire minute, Global will make a mistake, you get a pick and then you move in. Global will starve you. They will make you work for it. There will often be situations where an entire minute has passed and you're holding defaults, but Global Esports hasn't given you an inch. And now you're left with no resources, no time, and no considerable advantage to move in. All that much pressure adding onto your shoulders makes it difficult for you to operate.
I agree. You mentioned shooter. I just want to point out 3 more players that have a big role to play for Orangutan. It's going to be Tesseract, Persia, and Vibor. Vibor is probably going to be on the Viper, Tesseract on some sort of an initiator. I think one can still make a case for Sova on this map.
Yeah, of course.
The Owl Drone is still useful. Maybe its distance is not the same, but the shock darts, damage reduced, still very useful towards the A side. Sova, I think, will definitely be the initiator of choice. And Persia on the Sentinel is equally important for this lineup. You mentioned split push and all of that and selling fakes and forcing out rotations. There's another very important aspect of Orangutan's game that's going to make the difference here, and that is pushing on defense. If Vibor can be sneaky, if he can push for information like he did on map 1 on Breeze, on a big map, if your Sentinel is caught snoozing even for a minute, you can be punished and how. Valorant is the kind of game where you get shot in the back of your head when you're least expecting it, and that's what we should be expecting from Vibor.
Yeah, and Vibor's going to be crucial. We already pointed out that this guy, being the Viper, has a key role to play, but another really important player is going to be Ghost. In most circumstances, he's going to be playing the Sage, and we know how difficult it is to go for spike plants or diffuses without a Sage on your lineup. There are several times where the teams base their entire strategies around destroying the other opponent's barrier or before the plant happens, and then they're left very vulnerable.
Yeah, you spoke about the importance of the Sage when you're going for the plant. Thank goodness you can't spam that box towards B, otherwise you'd be dead. It is so tricky sometimes to just get a plant down towards B. You're pushing, they're holding, you're pushing, they're holding. And then eventually kind of boils down to whether you can get control of kitchens towards tube.
Yeah.
If you do manage to pull that off, it's a big win. Here are some numbers, but I don't think these teams care about the numbers. Anywho, we'll take a look. Global Esports doing a fair amount of damage. The headshot percentage, it's like copying my homework, but make it a little bit different. 0.80 is all that's separating them. 10-6, 10-8, excuse me, in terms of frag wins and objective wins, they're equally close. So I don't think the numbers are what really...
it's not that different.
It's not about the numbers. It's about gut and intuition and SK Rossi and Shooter.
Yeah, Shooter and SK Rossi, man. These guys, they're the tip of the spear for their teams. These guys are going to be responsible for not only opening up sites, but at least in terms of Shooter, he doesn't have any other responsibilities other than being the tip of the spear. If SK Rossi continues to be the chamber on this map, he's going to be responsible for not just being the aggressor, but also sometimes being the primary rotator of the team. And I'm not sure if that's something he's ready for on a map like Icebox.
That is a very good point, but I just want to ask you something. I have never seen Lightning Fast play Chamber and Rossi on Jet. I have never seen them switch things up. I don't know if they have, and I don't think they'll consider it. But again, I'm going to toss this in your direction. Can Global Esports pull off 3 initiatives on Icebox?
Oh, no.
You need
Icebox-
to do...
So any map which involves a Viper, let's say Icebox or Breeze, you can't afford to mess around with the agent composition too much. In other maps like, let's say, Ascent, Bind, Split, that's when you can really start experimenting all that much. But any map in which Viper is a staple, you can't afford to mess around too much. You need that SOA because you need information through that massive green toxic screen, and you need to be able to see through stuff. Often teams will rely on getting a well-timed, difficult-to-destroy recon dart so that they can get a couple of free kills through the green stuff. And that's what Icebox is all about. Sure, you can have a little variation in terms of your duelists. Let's say you may or may not go for a Jet. Sometimes people like to pick up a Reyna as well on Icebox. You can experiment with that. You can experiment with maybe a Killjoy or a Chamber being present in your team.
You
but
made a very
you can't
valid
afford to mess
point.
with the Viper, Sova, and the Sage.
You made a very valid point, Crips. You said on maps where Viper is a key part of the agent composition, you can't mess around too much with the other agents.
Yeah.
We're going to be jumping into Haven. Can you flex around the Viper? It is something that we will have to ponder upon. As Global Esports will be heading into map 3. We are going to take a while, ladies and gentlemen, because both teams want to prepare. They want to figure out how they're going to be jumping into this deciding map. Now, I do want to remind you that their run in the tournament is at stake. If Global Esports lose this, they're going to be dropping to the lower bracket, and I do not think they want to be there. Sure, they have the composure, the firepower to make a lower bracket run. For now, speaking of firepower, let's look at a head-to-head. If you're wondering how the heck did they get 230 kills, this is for the entire phase of the tournament. An impressive KD ratio coming out from Kappa, but an even more impressive KD ratio coming out from Tesseract. This man does a lot of ACS and damage, and what I want to point out about Kappa here is he's getting more first bloods. He's been taking risks on the map. He's not the kind of server that says, hey, I threw my recon, I'm flying my drone, you guys go figure out what to do next. Kappa takes initiative on the map.
Yeah, and he takes initiative towards different parts of the map too. He's more than comfortable playing along with the team, but if you put him in a responsibility where he has to either watch the backstab or come in late into the round, he can more than easily pull that off. Although Tesseract is most likely going to be sticking with the team. He's not the kind of guy who goes on the hunt all by himself, not the solo prowler.
Yep. It remains to be seen what I just want this graphic to be updated and we find out what Tesseract's next most picked agent is.
I mean, so far he's only picked the SOA, really.
Really?
And Orangutan, they haven't really messed around with too many rogue changes.
What does he play on Split or Fracture?
Probably he'll be switching over to something along the lines of a
Breach.
Fade or maybe a Breach. I mean, we'll
Yeah.
see when we get to that. But
their first ban is Split. I think this is, if you are a supporter of every team other than Orangutan, and that's kind of vicious, please note that their first ban is Split. Try and get Split somehow, and maybe in a best of 5, you do have a chance. We've got the map vetoes coming up on our screen. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 3, the decider, it's Haven. It's Orangutan starting out on defense, and Global Esports, they started out on offense, on Ascent. They seemed good. Can they pull off more of that Global Esports magic on Haven, the decider?
Haven is going to be an absolute blast. Every time Global Esports play Haven, there has been one red flag. Their garage area is something that they can't really contest all the time, at least not on the defensive side. They love to take it when they're retaking. They love taking control of that region first so that they can go for a two-pronged approach from both CT and garage. But hey, not losing it in the first place is going to be a much better option. And that's a red flag that Orangutan must have identified already. Maybe they can exploit it.
Yeah, luckily for Global Esports, they're going to be starting out on offense. So it remains to be seen what Orangutan's defense is all about. Now, you and I, we've been given the unfortunate task of making predictions. I'm going to make a prediction.
Go for it.
So my prediction is if Global Esports manage to close the first half with a lead, they'll take this map. If they pull off an offensive side with a lead, they'll take this map. But even if they tie at 6-6, my prediction is going towards Orangutan.
Oh, so that's a condition.
It's a qualified prediction, yes. I'm qualifying it with a condition. But let's just say I'm leaning towards Orangutan.
Okay. You're leaning a little bit more towards Orangutan, aren't you?
Yeah.
In that case, I'll take Global Esports side. So we're going to have a little division and disagreement on the desk. That's fine with us, isn't it?
Yeah, this is not ordering Indian takeout. I pick one veg and he picks one non-veg. This is not how it works. This is not how predictions are made. But we'll go with that because it's late in the night. We're hungry. You might be hungry, but most importantly, we are all hungry for some good old Valorant action. It's Global Esports versus Orangutan. The series tied at 1-1. The interns, they've got the flags out. They're going to be making a lot of noise. Their throat spots, they're getting some water. And Orangutan, Salty, sir, I didn't see your push-ups.
Oh yeah, we forgot about those.
If it was not caught on camera, it didn't happen.
Well, those guys might be parched, but Global Esports are thirsty for blood. They want vengeance. Breeze has been one of those maps which, even if it isn't Global Esports' best map, they don't really lose that very often. And to lose it against a team like Orangutan, who cheese their way to victory, Global Esports are going to be really salty about it. Let's see if they can bounce back in Haven. The lurking game from Global Esports seems to be pretty strong. Once again, we've seen this lineup before from them. It's going to be Hellranger on the Breach, Kappa on Sova, Lightning Fast on the Rays. Meanwhile, on the other side of Orangutan, they've got Shooter on Jet, as expected, Ghost on Omen this time around. Let's see how this pans out. Skills, as usual, on Omen, and SK Rossi on Chamber. No surprises over there. What I am surprised by is the fact that Orangutan didn't go for a Chamber pick. They've opted for the Killjoy. This lockdown is going to be an incredibly difficult utility to deal with, especially combined with the Rolling Thunder. Those are two damn good ultimates in retake situations. And since they're starting on the defense, Orangutan are starting on defense, right? So it's going to be very helpful for them to get these ultimates online as fast as possible.
I'm actually not very convinced about this Killjoy pickup. Now, after looking at the agent compositions, I'm actually leaning towards Global Esports.
Oh, so you changed your mind?
I changed my mind. I did change my mind.
Okay. Well, no harm in that, no foul. What I am surprised by is the fact that it's Vapor who's picked up the Breach. Now, this is going to be interesting. Let's see if these switch-ups work out for Orangutan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the last game of the day. The midnight hour is here. Can the darkness triumph over the light? We will see as this fight goes on all night. Take it away, boys. Kremer and Leg Day, it's all yours.
South Asia. South Asia. Arise. For one last ride. Map number 3, baby. We are here. Between Orangutan and Global Esports in Chennai. My beautiful little Valorant peons. Are you going global? Or are you going ape?
I tell you what, when you said you had an intro planned, I heard like the first sentence, I thought, it wasn't too bad. Second sentence, this is getting a bit long-winded. You got a monologue in there. Bloody hell, Harry. And welcome to Game 3. And on topic of monologue, this has been an absolute marathon, hasn't it? Both teams have had to play out of their minds start to finish. And welcome to Haven with Orangutan on the defense, Global on the attack, ready for a fairly fast assault to this A site. And only 2 players to stop.
Fast boy moves, Kremer. It's anybody's game, 1-1. All sins are forgiven. It's a best of 1 happening just right here. And Shooter's already concussed, but no one's going to be coming to knock on the door. This is going to be Chamber foraying up towards B.
Ooh. Carriage control. As our analyst has said, this was something that eluded Global for so long. That's just my close angle. The bait and switch there. Not quite able to garner a kill. The race. Not quite able to do too much damage either.
Has the Regs become more meta? on Haven. It used to be that like only Australia would really pay a huge amount of raise here on Haven. That's a lovely conflux there of both swings and utility. The Paranoia getting the blinds. Speaking of blinds, the Flash gets rid of many eyeballs that were arrayed towards them. Vibor can't get much more than 2, but in the end, that might be enough as Orangutan have negotiated a 2 versus 3.
One goes down. It's going to make a difficult predicament now for Orangutan on the retake. Limited utility to wield. Able to scavenge, maybe, some weaponry from their fallen comrades.
Hellrangers had a hell of a series, Grammar.
There.
Will that be continuing here in the pistol round? You need to start off with momentum on your side.
There.
A good teleport upwards. There could be a drop down behind lightning fast here. It could be all surprises for the Rays. No one saw where Ghost was coming from, but time is running short, and Hellranger is slain. Persia now holds their breath and holds the defuse too. Grammar, Ghost has just ordained one of the audience members to a whole 20 push-ups in one round.
Whoever it is who's doing that, my heart goes out to you, bud, because Ghost is looking pretty hungry. What's an opening from him? More importantly, that teleport was just perfect, because no one can leave the smoke to fight you, because if they do so, you can take the 1v1. They can't swing the other side, because then the Killjoy kills them. So you end up isolating these 1 versus 1s, and for Ghost and Vibble, it's just a matter of taking those trades, winning those duels, and taking that round. Pistol round in favour of Orangutan here. For Global, it's down to a Force Spy of Spectative, potentially something to catch Orangutan off guard, but remember, when it comes to Force Spies on the second round, it's a big risk. Yes, it has a big reward, but I still haven't decided if it outweighs the risk.
Surprise might be the key factor here as we enter our third map, Kremmer. Tendencies are beginning to show themselves, and variety might be the spice of life that truly is required. Bloodless thus far, as there is an exchange of glances. And all 3 sites still are under the judicious protection of the Orangutan mob.
Global have revealed their intentions with this Force Spy, but Orangutan balls in their court to stop them here. We see a couple of fault lines planned. Isn't going to guard too much control. The main thing to watch out for now is Lightning Fast, who is sort of embedded behind enemy lines here.
Leaning towards A, and then once again extrication. Look at how much the Killjoy will hear, and it's Persia waiting, willing themselves to victory. An unbelievable slaughter, a flawless round.
As we said, Harry, it comes with a big risk, and Orangutan, they punish it categorically. I don't think anyone even took damage that round. That's how effective it was. And as you sort of set your gaze over to Orangutan here, who are primed, locked, and ready to now play against the eco of Global, their economy is sort of just going to fly. It's going to soar. And by the time the full buy comes out from Global, you get to play a bonus on round 4. Orangutan couldn't ask for a better start here.
Round 4 bonus, and anyone who falls here, Kramer will be able to match rifles in round 4 as well. Shooter, stuck on the wall, that's okay. Happens to the best of us, mate. Once again, a reset here, Kramer. Global have to weigh their options with their lesser armaments.
Oh, SK Rossi clean opening. Ghost is able to trade it, and for these Spectres, it's mainly just a matter of stopping a spike plant. They're going to do that admirably. Sort of care for Harry, and I can't help but think that for Global, it was just a matter of getting the round over and done with. Once they have been able to remove it, though, this is now where the full buy comes out. This is where Global are going to look to try and silence the fans of Orangutan, but they do not look like they can be silenced, Harry.
Oh, the Orangutan fans, they are ready to go ape. And it's only going to get more and more loud over in Chennai as the Orangutan summon their energy. Global Esports yet to claim a round, but that was the risk ran by that attempted buy, the force buy upwards, Kremer. Now, finally, the rifles in the raid. Shooters actually...
It's a bit uncomfortable there, but we'll sort of jog it off, pretend it didn't happen. Ghost ready with the bait and switch with Tesseract. With the Spectres, you are trying to invite close angles here. Bit of a risk actually playing on that left side purely because it's something that we've seen global fault line a few times now. But Lightning Fast and Co. They don't want anything to do with the safe side. It's not worked for them. C, on the other hand, charted waters.
C is a fresh, bountiful place, Crema. The Hellranger's bounty has been claimed by Ghost, and what a bounty it was. He can bring you in warm, or he can bring you in cold, but either way you're getting brought in. A well-placed almost headshot there with the paint shell sends Persia coiling back in fear, and coiling even further now as Lightning Fast moves on. Global Esports could finally have a round in hand.
Long goes down. This needs to be as clean as possible. Remember, you're still against a bonus. You want to try and keep as many rifles alive as possible. And Global look like they're doing this admirably. SK Rossi, immaculate crosshair placement, is going to be bringing Global their first round. Orangutan, they're still in the lead, though. That was the bonus. It's a little bit later due to the fact that we were seeing that second round force buy from Global. As we mentioned, now that risk and reward is sort of panned off. The game's leveled out as we hit round 5. Full buy versus full buy.
This is where it all gets serious, Crema. No more mulligans. Shooter. You know what Shooter's going for every single time. The operator loaded up the bank, emptied the caliber wide.
It's a highlight. Going for an operator on your first full buy means your economy's at big risk, but it's the same sort of risk reward we saw from the second round force buy. A little bit less of a risk because your teammates are still going to be fairly healthy, but for Global, if they're able to identify, isolate, and kill this operator, then they're going to be able to pick it up, give it to SK Rossi, and we've seen how scary good SK is with that operator. And for Lightning Fast, a flick to disappoint Shooter.
Well, the thing is now, Rossi gets an opportunity to loot that operator. If it gets noted, there could be a concerted effort here just to take A, and then that ramp will be freely distributing the most expensive weapon available. There's a world where you could try and juggle this out, but you're under so much pressure here as Tesseract that it seems unviable to do so. You just have to surrender the weapon over. Think about what may come later. Vibor blinded, sends one out of their own, tries to swing on through. Kappa simply too fast. Tesseract strikes back
30
quickly.
seconds left.
A 3 versus 4 is more than doable, but standing within the dark cover is going to mean that Tesseract's options are highly limited, and the remainder is compatriots. Still have some time to move on through here. In fact, it's going to be a long-winded approach from the Killjoy, who takes her sprint through B to go towards the connector and lay down this most important of breaching tools. And it is going to be taken down by the breach, unfortunately. Still alive, the aftershocks are able to take it down. That's all good distraction there from the lightning arrow. Ghost sends out the paranoia, near sight for everybody, but it's bullets between the eyes as given over by Kappa. 4K, I ain't capping on Global Esports' chances to even up this scoreline.
What a round from Kappa to be able to... Bear in mind that Kappa, he's aftershocked, he's hit by everything that is available, frankly, for Orangutan there. But he's still able to isolate 1v1s. He's still able to take each duel as it comes, and he wins every single one of them. Now for Global, you've absolutely shattered the investment of that operator. You handed off to SK Rossi. Actually, they didn't save the operator, so... little bit of question marks over there. Shooter, I like the fact he's not investing anything here. Going for the old sword will allow the Blade Storm to come out here. Unfortunately, he's going to have to duel for this quite a bit here. This may be a bridge too far for Shooter.
Oh, so much has been invested in removing Shooter from this area. Desperately wanted to grab that orb. But Global said no chance, mate. We know exactly why you want that orb. A Blade Storm alongside your classic would be... something a little bit different. One pip away. Kappa, fought lone, maybe a little bit of baiting here. Dragging people into the zone of influence of the wonderful Tesseract. Here comes skills. Bait taken. Tesseract slays. And now this could be a double. None can escape. It's a full flub from Lightning Fast. A concussion given over. And dare you penetrate through this cloudburst now. Just call me Nimbus, baby, because I'm going sky high. Shooter going sky high in frag count too. I managed to collect this Phantom. You weren't using it anyway,
One
right?
enemy remaining.
Another player hits. Shooter wasn't even aiming for him. Just wild spray, it seems. Either way, Hellranger falls, and it's a good day to be Shooter.
Shooter, the second he's able to like wake up, Shooter isn't as consistent as, say, SK Rossi, but Shooter, his consistency varies a lot more frequently than SK Rossi's does. If SK Rossi's doing well, he does well for a series. If he does bad, he does bad for a series. For Shooter, it's like every round as it comes. And for Shooter, this happens to be one of the rounds where it came. Incredible 4K from him to respond to Kappa's 4K earlier as well. Anything Kappa can do, Shooter can do as well. Of course, the jersey there to pay homage to the fact he was unable to get a visa for this LAN, so a heart does go out to Shooter. For the members of Global now, a chance to reconvene, recuperate, and what I'm now really interested in seeing from Global is either an early timeout, well, there you go, an early timeout, or a big change of strategies. Now we've seen the timeout, I imagine we're going to be seeing a change. I would like to see faster plays from Global. I would like to see a proper rush to a site accompanied by util usage. If you have Spectres, awesome. If you have a full bite, even better. But right now, Global, the best case scenario is to just catch out Orangutan. Don't allow them to set up for a retake, which is where they're looking ruthless.
With what Shooter's managing here, maybe it's time to augment the Orangutan chant. From who to shoo. 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 Because damn, Gary Chu. No, I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'm going to assume it's Gary Chu.
Gary Chu? Chu?
I appreciate all of our audience here in Chennai. I hope you're having a wonderful late night. We have gone the distance today, and all of you are hanging in there, and you are warriors.
Absolutely. So when it comes to Warriors, we need to talk about Orangutan now, who are looking to withhold the tour de force coming out from SK Rossi, accompanied by another sort of collective, a sort of youthful gang of thieves, maybe, lurking outside of mid.
Like a gang of raccoons, ready to raid the dumpster.
Two things about living life as a raccoon. Number one, the world is trash. Number two, trash is delicious.
That's a man who knows how to live life.
Yep. Global. A very slow start, actually. I think they're awaiting Orangutan to aggress. They just don't know where from. Orangutan, they've done their aggression. We see it from the shadows get brought out here from Global Skills. Actually going deep behind enemy lines now. Actually committing to the heaven push. You see the rotation now coming from the breach. Vibor knows exactly what Skills is doing, but can he stop him?
Surely Vibor's read this. Yep. Easy reads, but still no dislodgement. Vibor actually catches some incoming damage, and Skills dismounts.
Spike planted.
It's a well-placed spike plant, and not a huge amount of damage from that shock dart. Just a little bit to start bruising on up. Lightning fast, and Skills both easily avoid that breach utility. And hey, Orangutan say you ain't getting these guns, mate.
I really like this. A four-man save? Absolutely. Bearing in mind that you're against the tour de force, you don't even know if you have heavy control. Why risk a full buy in a round where the odds are against you, kind of 70, 80 to 1? Really, really nice bit of decision making there for Orangutan. I love that a bit. And also, you keep the operator alive on Shooter. You now have something to... You now not only force SK Rossi to invest in operator, but even if he doesn't, you then have that up on him. And you only have to reinvest onto one player. Really nice economy management from Orangutan here. And maybe this could be one of the unique strats they may have had planned.
Play the long game for the economy in the end, Kremer. At 1-1, it doesn't matter how fast you win, just that you do. And remember, Haven is a map that could be considered a little bit attacker-sided. 3 sites, 5 people to defend them. The attackers are almost always going to be able to negotiate a man advantage before a plant.
Shooter, now no longer interested in Ultorvs, instead interested in going ruthlessly aggressive up for a long here. And this is a huge info grab as well. Orangutan now, no, this is either a hit completely up C or they're in mid. They only have static util in mid, it's probably mid. And now you have a huge amount of info, which Global don't have.
Timmy, executed. SK Rossi in the corner. Good turn away and a good frag after that. A second, yes, you better believe it. India's gift to esports continues striking true. 3 and a 4 this noted. And lightning fast, hang on back, mate. This one belongs to me. I've identified the target of Shooter, and SK Rossi certainly wants it. But at this point, once again, it might be a forced save. Persia taken down by SK Rossi. Oh, India's gift to esports. Ace.
We see an ace coming here. Pure panic for Shooter here.
Oh, lightning fat. That's a paddling.
That is a paddling right there. And SK Rossi swift to take up that operator. And for Orangutan, yes, you were able to save last round. It has helped your economy, but it won't save it. You still have to reinvest on the rounds you lose. And now with it level pegging, Orangutan, the ball's in their court. They need to react, and they need to react fast. Otherwise, we will see a complete repeat over a percent where once Global were feeling it, they were unstoppable. Once they have that momentum, they couldn't be stopped. And for Global, they're dangerously close to finding that circumstance here. I like the fact we're seeing the timeout sort of used now by Orangutan, realizing the importance of momentum here.
Some time to...
Not a pretty buy by any stretch of the imagination. They do have an out advantage. A blaze storm can come out from Shooter here. He's going to aggress off the back of it.
They found my trap.
Ranger feeling confident, but Shooter's feeling even better. I'll be taking my ult back, thank you very much. I paid a lot of money for that. And Shooter, oh, he's remaining frisky, remaining spicy. A turn away from the flash, and Hell Ranger wonders, can we afford to commit the personnel to the rear guard that we need? Kappa. On one side here might be noted, but you can see that Persia's come in to help out with this. Lightning Fast, however, has made the land grab. Annexed is A. 3 players there. Kappa could be isolated in the 1 versus 2, and indeed it's an easy execution for Shooter, who's as clean as they come when it goes to the knives. This is a guy who is taught in finery schools about cutlery usage. He knows the difference between a melon spoon and a soup spoon. And indeed, you're going to be scooping the brains of Lightning Fast off the pavement. Hell Ranger prepared now to use the Rolling Thunder instead. Exchanged maybe with Orangutan. Roll on forth with that. And here we go. It's inclement weather given over. Persia taps upon the spike to try and stress out skills. But for skills, it's blue skies, baby. And maybe with a hint of black for the omen, as overcast weather is going to be inclement of a global point.
Breeze was skills map. He played out of his mind on Breeze. We ended up hitting a set. He definitely quietened down a little bit. He really did struggle on a set, even though the rest of the 2 were playing very well. Now we hit Haven. If there ever was a time to come alive, Harry, now would be it. And the question falls to Orangutan. Who stops it? Will it be Vibble to do it again? Vibble doesn't look like he's having a particularly good game. Can Shooter make up for 2 players? There's only one way to find out. It's going to be Operator versus Operator as we enter our 10th round of Haven here. And for SK Rossi, at least in the last couple of rounds, he's been the one driving this.
Should be moving forward shortly. Might have ourselves another break here. Of course, we do have Shooter playing remotely. That could be potentially technically perilous, Grammar. I'm still so jealous of those chairs, man.
So nice, aren't they?
The global fans still have a modicum of energy within them, but
Do you want to know something funny?
Yes, give me something funny, Kremmer.
We don't have the audio from the arena, do we?
No, we do not.
So we could be getting booed at every given moment, and we won't know.
True.
Maybe these chairs are really uncomfortable, and everyone's currently crying.
That's true. Every time we mention the chairs, the audience are like, paid casters, shilling for the chairs.
Yeah, and the producers, they realise this. They cut us in-game, so we don't get to see the audience sort of wailing and waving their arms and protesting. And it's all conspiracy. Shooter, after being pinged, loses a bit of confidence with that peak. Hasn't revealed the operator yet. However, inclined potentially to go for another pick at it.
Give it another look, you see? Dramas? Orangutan. Now down in rounds after Global Esports did make that early blunder and went down 3-0 because of their force not working out. In fact, getting flawless. A beautiful flash. Persia didn't see that coming. No chance to turn away. However, no follow-up, so all is forgiven, Kremer.
Global have been playing Haven really, really slowly. Usually we're used to seeing kind of the odd fast play sort of sprinkled into it. They've really slammed on the brakes for this map, and it's working beautifully for them. Shooter drops out of heaven, realizing that an assault is inevitable now. And here it comes. Can he stop it?
Keep Shooter suppressed, but nothing will suppress you more than a good lead bullet to the chest. And Hellranger's giving them out like there's no tomorrow. Once again, it's 2 versus 4, and Orangutan might have to invest in their pocketbooks. Hello? Does Breach still have his utility? Indeed he does. I really would prefer Persia to wait until the Breach is dead, or at least until there's confirmed use of that utility before the lockdown. That's twice now that's happened.
Yeah, and it for me, it also is a testament to the fact that Killjoys, they're alright. The static util...
They're okay.
Their ult was a premise is perfect, and static util for me still doesn't have a place in the current meta. This also applies to Cyphers. I don't see them as a very good pick, purely because the fact that Breach is sort of single, well, it's not even single, yes, 2 of them.
Breach is
random
single, can I get his number?
Yeah, honestly, I'll fight him. he gets, one ability which just renders an ultimate useless. That shouldn't be the case, and even if Vibal's going 3 and 7, or sorry, even if Hellranger's going 4 and 6, if he's been able to destroy 2 of Persia's lockdowns, the amount of impact he's prevented in itself is so important, and really cannot be understated.
Yeah, Breach really was a very niche pick for a while, and then of course we had that balance patch that changed everything. It was like when the Fire Nation attacked. And suddenly...
It was when Rito attacked.
Yeah, suddenly Breach could affect in place utility. All Persia, think small, think little.
I think he got away with it.
Yeah, a bit of suppressing fire here, trying to escort Persia, basically. However, C is going to be the site of the battleground. The Spectre wins out against Lightning Fast. A little bit of a flood there, maybe. Skills next up on the docket, and they simply can't get it done. What is this magic Spectre in the hands of Ybor that has once again flummoxed Global Esports, who now... Okay, that was brave. The spike longer in their hands, though, Kremer. This could be a problem.
That was very ambitious. Losing the man advantage, but they have been able to retrieve the weapons here. All of a sudden, for Global, they have to sort of reconvene their attack. The breach is already fairly low on Orangutan. So isolating players here could be perfect. Hellranger just sort of affirming presence here. Ready with the fault line. This is where the attack comes. Will the flank be in time?
Flank should be very well timed, especially against the server. Look at this debate, actually. The Chambers looked around. SK Rossi knew, but it was too tempting a target. You want to hit that archer, don't you? You're like a little Urukai seeing an elf, but I am Aragorn, and I shall slay all who oppose me. The horns of Gondor sound, and Global go up again.
The beacons are lit, Harry. 1, 2, and now the 3rd map for this series. And for Orangutan, they're going to be calling for aid pretty soon, because Global, they take the half, and they do so in a relatively convincing fashion. On top of the fact as well that we're seeing now Orangutan sort of be outsmarted. We're seeing some really nice setups from Global, really nice utility usage, and while Shooter and SK Rossi are relatively well matched, the likes of Hellranger, the likes of Skills, beating them in pure utility, that's an almost impossible task.
It's a toughie, Kremer. Global Esports have finally hit their stride and potentially might be able to exit this half 8-4. And that would be a very comfortable position for the team to try and iterate from on their defense then, if you think about going 9-5, winning a pistol round. Oh, the possibilities, Kremer, the possibilities. And this is from coming back from 3-0. In the last 8 rounds, Orangutan have won 1.
Yeah. Global Legions woke up and Orangutan has been almost stunned.
Euthanized.
They've been like stunned to silence. Euthanized also works. Rolling Thunder deployed is going to hit everyone on this site, and it's also going to trap Tesseract and Persia. Tesseract actually good for 2 despite being concussed there. Really nice recovery. But is it enough? Frankly, is it enough?
I'm not trapped on A site with you. You're trapped on A site with
30
me.
seconds left.
The teleports are back here. Oh, hello, V-Ball. I think he did get spotted. For a little bit. And now Blast, ready to go. The line moving on through. Easy stuff for V-Ball. And now the spike needs to be retrieved. You want that spike, don't you? But no, you may not have it. That belongs to me. These spikes, they are too powerful for you, Traveler. They would kill a mortal man.
Luckily for you, Orangutan ain't mortal. As they sit 2 rounds down. Now, if the comeback on Ascent was anything to go by, 2 rounds for Orangutan is nothing. It's nothing. For Global, they are going to move to the defense, arguably the harder side of Haven, but not by much. I think it's a relatively well-balanced map, despite contrary average opinion. That's right, as well. He's actually getting avoids that. He's hit by the very tippity edge of that Rolling Thunder, but for the most part, he avoids it. That's why he's able to get both kills there, and then Vibble, just the game sense is immaculate, shuts down Global as they try and run. Not very chivalrous, but when you're losing a best-of-3 series, chivalry can wait. Moves the pistol round here.
Oh
Persia
my God!
ruins SK Rossi. What was that?
That was...
What?
That was criminal. Check your PC. Maybe not cheating, but using game deficit, question mark?
Maybe mouse or something. Like, that was insane.
That's something. That is a thing. Lightning fast. Fast to strike back. Now it's 4-4 once more. Moving over on to B. This is going to be the first plant we've actually seen on B, Tremor. Well, it could have been. Warded away. And now Persia knows exactly where the Omen is. You can follow, of course, the trail of that dark cover. Look at this. Up close. Doesn't matter. Skills fast as they move, but can't quite connect the right clicks of a classic. Simply better in this case. And now, that smoke is of limited time. And that time has expired. Now the attackers, their post-plant positions are incredibly strong. Cap considers holding on to this, and as you hold, so too does Ghost. But TP is a thing. But Hell Ranger, surely we don't have time to win this. Oh, backs into the smoke. Yep, no way, bro. That's going to be Orangutan. 6-7.
6-7, and the members of Orangutan realize they may be down entering this half, but by no means are they out. You see the Orangutan crowd really starting to wake up, realizing this is still a very winnable game. And for Global, this is where you really need to buckle up, buckle down, and get your nose to the grindstone. Because Orangutan, they play the bonus here, that's the equalizer, and then a bonus against rifles. The score doesn't matter at that point because you've already got the cash.
So much cash on the line here too. Tremor at SCS. Over $25,000 US. Hell Ranger are going to earn that now on the rollout. The Enraged Sheriff's takedown shooter. However, damage is sustained from the spray of the Spectre. And Global Esports, with their numbers advantage, have a little worried scurry on A, but no one's there to greet them. The paranoia rolls on through, looking for these blinded targets. Persia might have identified at least one. Almost a direct with the nano there. And that's going to send scampering the chamber. 3 members remain, all of them arrayed on the C site. A plant given over. Look at this. The noose begins to tighten at range. Hell Ranger close by with the Spectre. Persia coming up huge. That was quite the 1-2 peak there from Orangutan. I respect it, and the scoreboard respects it even more.
I'm really quite worried for the members of Global here. Yes, that for an eco, killing 3 players, bloody amazing. They did way more damage than they were expected to do. However, for Orangutan, they didn't invest much either. We saw a lot of ghosts in that. There was quite a weak second round buy, and it means that now Vandals come out. And if you're against a full buy, particularly Kappa, he's with a judge. It is a very hit or miss weapon, and right now, you can't afford hit or miss. You need direct hits every time. And players like SK Rossi can provide that, but they need the weaponry, they need the utility to be able to do that. And Orangutan have done a great job at keeping it under control.
Take flight. That's ranked. Forward goes the owl drone. And its call shall hearken upon the defenders of Global Esports. There is work to be done over on C. Shooter moves on in, claiming the space and, well, claiming a bullet to the forehead, but easy come, easy go, Crema. He just shock darts himself, It makes me feel alive.
So Handicap.
No more.
Finishes off the rogue judge. And now in an after plan, we need to see some kills from Global and fast.
Time is of the essence. And Skills moves fast. The counter rotations here around the smoke, hanging out inside his ghost. Can't quite find their target at the moment. The sprays aren't good enough. And the classic is what puts an end to this one. Persia once again alone, backed away by that breach utility. Out goes the Nano Swarm. That'll take away Skills for about a while. Hellranger, do they want to swap one in here? Skills could try and make this happen. No, Hellranger's going to try and hold it. Look at this. He's so brave, Crema. But it's not going to be enough. The Nano Swarm takes his life away.
Did it take his life away?
I think it did. I think I heard the spike explode. Could we go back in game, please? I need to see.
I think the spike did explode. There was 0.28 seconds left on that defuse, Harry. That's how close it came. A micro millimetric between these teams right now. And something to highlight. Do you know how quick a tick is from the Killjoy Swarm grenade?
No idea.
It's sliding. So there, if you got on that spike 0.3 seconds quicker, you'd won that round. That's how close it came there. What's a clutch from Persia. And you look at this as well. There's one bullet left in that. There's no way to spam it either.
Oh man. Persia, the nerves of steel.
I have a theory that may make that even more impressive than it was. I think, when you right click with a classic, 3 bullets come out?
Yes.
I think the far left tail bullets may have scraped Hellranger's knee, and that did just enough damage. What the hell?
I used to be a defuser like you, then I took a bullet to the knee.
That is insane. Orangutan now in the lead, 8-7 global. They buy as best they can, but SK Rossi, glass cannon here, there's a judge with half armor elsewhere. It's not what you want when you're this close into a game which dictates whether you finish this tournament in the upper or lower bracket. It's only day 2, and the games are this good.
Oh yes, there is only more and more to come from the Skyesports Championship Series. It's only going to get better and better, that much I can promise you.
You still continuing...
What?
No, so you still continuing to be deployed. What I really want to see is a From the Shadows from Global here to potentially even just retrieve a weapon.
That would be, that'd be pretty nifty. Got to get the kill first.
Well, easier
that,
said than done.
That'll do.
Rossi's done that.
Shooters down. B claimed rather noisily, if I may say so, and the noise will only continue. Is that a case of tinnitus I hear right here, Kramer? Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh,
no! That's not it. That is not it. What is that, you absolute donkey?
Oh, no. Perch just left in a 1v4. They can do a 1v2. Can they do 4?
Okay, Persia, 1v4. One already taken down to 4 HP himself. 2 nano swarms good to go, but you've got to pick them to throw them. And Lightning Fast still holds the defuse 8-8. Crema, this is the longest day possible.
This is why SK Rossi is given the glass cannon Vandal. That reason exactly there. He doesn't... When you do have a glass cannon, you only have to kill one. You only have to kill one. And then your weapon gets dropped, you got your opponent's weapon, and you snowball from there. But he doesn't. He stays alive. He's able to get that second player. He's able to get out before he... Well, he does die straight afterwards. But then Tesseract's able to get out there. And Tesseract whiffs huge onto, I believe it was Lightning Fast. And that whiff from Tesseract just cost him the round. The silver lining is you still have money to reinvest. You're still unequalized. It's recoverable. But take recoverable with a pinch of salt.
I'm going to call it anyone's game, Crema.
It is anyone's game at this point.
Plenty to work with, including a showstopper. Maybe a bazooka could be exactly what this stalemate needs. However, Orangutan, not working with much. We're low on the tech tree, Crema. Still got our flintlock pistols, and flints, they certainly are locked right now. SK Rossi down to 5 HP. At this point, you call for a little bit of reinforcements. You know what, guys? I've done my job here.
The spike plant may be enough.
It might well be. You can try and play this from far away if the... I want Tesseract to leave. Just leave. Just play for the ult. Just leave. Hellranger. Nothing of the sort, of course. Retaking on the cards here for Global Esports. So Hellranger moves on forward. Will be stuck in here. 39 HP, but it doesn't matter when Persia can't see you approach. A perfect flash. And here comes a Hunter's Fury. SK Rossi taken down. Hello there. Not trying to adjust to take down Hellranger, I see. 4 members of Global Esports survive as they hit 9.
I have a fun fact about Flintlock Pistol. If you'd like one.
Sure, it's been so long since my life has had a Crema gun fact. Hit me.
Flintlock pistols stink. They absolutely stink. Because black powder does not smell nice when it's been burned.
Give it a shower.
I hate casting with you. I hate it here.
In Hellrangers.
We trust. We trust.
100 emoji.
I wasn't expecting the 100. That caught me off guard.
The 100 emoji is integral, Crema.
Yeah, it is. Generally is.
If you're not keeping it 100, what are you keeping it?
That's true. We're a binary. We're either on or off. 100 or nothing.
Oh, it's true. Some people mistake our casting for
educational.
Wild things. No, I don't think we can ever be described as educational casting.
Someone who was relatively delusional earlier referred to us as talented. It's like, they haven't heard enough. They haven't heard enough yet.
Don't worry, they'll come around.
They all do. Right, it's like they call the tactical timeout, and I like the fact we're seeing the timeout here. You've just lost the lead. You still have a bye next round. You might as well call it now, see if you can plan something. On your defense, planning can be a little bit harder. But now that Orangutan sort of have the freedom to attack here, I'm really interested to seeing what the reaction's going to be after this timeout.
New round, new me. New aim. Moving forward now, Crema. Global Esports have themselves not a comfortable lead, but at least that mental stimulation that they are steps closer to victory than Orangutan, and even more so now, the big bad is gone. Shooter shot down. SK Rossi with this operator. That would have been such a prize for Shooter as well. He would love to get his hands on that big boy.
Push out here. Won't quite do so. Instead, actually using a bit of utility to help Orangutan get this garage control. Try and fight it off of Kappa here, so try and wring it from his hands. Slightly Fast is going to hit all of this.
Lightning Fast. 1 second. Oh, a direct bazooka maybe just below him. Unfortunately, it simply boosts him up in the air. Makes it an easy target. Kappa picks that one up, and Crema. The orangutans, all the animals are leaving.
It just might be you and me, but do you really need anyone else? Well, God. You're right, they're going to hate us fairly soon.
I've been at this PC for this event for 13 hours now.
That's true. It's been a long day, so these stamina's really going to have to start showing for these teams. You look at Global, they do have an ult advantage going into this, and against the eco of Orangutan, this could be Global's chance to start inching closer to trying to close out the series.
SK Rossi holds his nerve, but can't hold his bottle. Tesseract claims the laid down weapon. Don't you worry, mate. I'll put this to good use. Wello, a different location for the lockdown, but it's still easily taken out by the sets. Oh, Ghost died to a nade in the middle of all of this. A Rolling Thunder exchanged, I believe, both of the raises. Or rather, both the breaches have made sure that everyone's in trouble. Vibor with the sheriff. He's taken down many.
Oh my God!
I'm the sheriff now, baby.
Oh my God!
That is one heck of an ape.
Jot! What? Vibor absolutely ruins Global with a mere sheriff, but that is all he needs. That is all he needs. I don't even think he had armor there. Just takes one head after another, clean off of the shoulders of Global Esports as they find themselves thrust back into the nail-bitingly close game that was developing in our second half now. Operates on both teams. Odin's out on Kappa. No expense has been missed here from both teams, and that makes this round absolutely crucial.
Oh, lightning fast with the backstab here. Easy. Yep. Tesseract dead. Timmy not slain, but still, once again, it's a party on A. And guess what, Orangutan, they're hosting. Oh, the setups here with the shock darts might make things complicated for Vibor. Damage taken down to half health as well. A drop down here, maybe. But no, it's a full-on breach. Vibor so low now, has to try and avoid all of this, but still Vibor playing from under. He's simply built different, but skills comes in on the flank. The backstab's exactly what's needed. Ghost is noted. Now the crossfire can be generated. A TP away. Forces skills to stop. Even more spam as the hold continues, running low on the bullet, swaps to the classic.
Oh my
and that's
God!
all that he needs.
Again!
Making ghosts of them. Orangutan are the clutch kings.
2 rounds which Orangutan had no business winning. They snatch out of the grasp, out of the grip of Global Esports, who now find themselves on the back foot. Who'd have thought, Harry? And you look at the money of Global as well, which you'll see in just a moment. They can't afford to keep investing these operators, these Odins, these premium weapons again and again. SK Rossi's down to the Blade Storm, but most of Global have gone down to 0 here. It's make or break for the current reigning champions of SA.
Ooh. I'm feeling AP. And so too are Orangutan. SK Rossi, India's gift to esports, needs to save Global with a tour de force. A big boy weapon, but is he a big boy to wield it in this round?
You look at the ult management as well. Orangutan, they have a huge advantage for the execution as well. Rolling Thunder, Blade Storm from the shadows. We may very well see an early use of from the shadows here, just to try and isolate this tour de force, because, as you mentioned, SK Rossi is the one thing keeping Global alive right now.
Persia. Rolling on up, and it seems like that's going to be a Rolling Thunder, not avoided by SK Rossi. TP out. SK Ross actually revealed themselves. What can the Tour de Force do? This is the major weapon, and the major weapon's a raid against Shooter. I heard you like snipers. Well, so do I. Ghost makes sure that skills can't re-entry. 11 surely on the horizon here for Orangutan. The retake would be so difficult to make happen. Concussions given. Ghost forced into the garage, and now here comes lightning fast, knowing where multiple members are. The trades are even 2-2, but Ghost might be able to get themselves a surprise kill, and Tesseract grabs 3 themselves. Orangutan have started stringing rounds together, Kremer.
Suddenly, this becomes winnable for the AP Army. This becomes scarily winnable. And the fact is, even though they are the new kids on the block, even though they have proven in both the group stage and in the qualifiers that they are so one of the best in SA, did anyone think they could beat Global? The rank 1? The winners of the last event? Did anyone think they could be defeated by this? Because it's about to happen, Harry. Right now, Global have a buy, sure, but look at the cash. There's nothing behind this. We spoke about last round being make or break. Yeah, it's a showstopper, but that's it.
Showstopper needs to go big. A huge tag there. Lightning fast already dead. Shooter claims their life. And Orangutan. Oh, smells like match point to me, Kremer. A numbers advantage, an ult advantage. And the economy might force Global Esports into a heartbreaking save at some point as well.
The fact that's even an option should send chills down the spines of Global Esports now. Orangutan hitting the safe site once again. I mean, why fix what isn't broken? Hellranger on a point black angle. This is either going to be a 3K or nothing. It's a make or break here. With a Bulldog, it's not your weapon of choice.
If anyone can do it, it's Hellranger. Oh, the discipline. 1, 2, 3. Kappa's gone big, but can Hellranger finish it? You bet that he can. The economy doesn't matter. The guns don't matter. The numbers don't matter. What matters is that Global Esports refuse to die.
A 1v3 for Persia. Can it happen, Harry? Can it happen?
If anyone could, it might be the Prince of Persia. And the crown is looking mighty shiny. That throne is ready. Hellranger up against Persia, and that's going to be a third. A sigh of relief.
11-11 we currently stand, Harry. A round which is so winnable for both teams. Both teams have money. Both teams have momentum. And now the only thing that separates them is where do Orangutan pitch their attack from? A site has finally broken. A site has finally been held. What can Orangutan possibly do to break Global?
The apes assembled, and their war cries will shake Chennai. But Global, they've managed to dig deep. They have found victory in the jaws of nothingness. And that is a remarkable power, Kremer. Whether they win this match or not, it will serve them well deeper into this tournament and potentially bring them all the way to APAC Challengers.
Both teams could take a place. Both teams could take a place in APAC Challengers and remain there comfortably. You look at the frag count, you know, top fragger, bottom fragger, 18 kills, 13 kills. For both teams, that's how closely matched they are. Shooter brings out the early Blade Storm to accompany the Spectre. Not quite see anyone just yet, though. And once again, Orangutan set their gaze away. The only difference is this time, it's a much faster assault.
Oh, an attempt to disengage. Shooter goes up high with the Blade Storm on top now of their new perch. An attempt to try and take out Kappa. The Tesseract can only do a little bit of damage, and Hellranger once again in the corner. You fell for it again, baby! Hellranger with the triple, but Persia's just as demanding. There's no easy slaying of this now. You're in trouble, Skills and Tesseract. Make sure that you know it. SK Rossi backs away. A 1v2. 0 credits in the bank. Nano Swarm ahead of him and still a full shield. Kremer, you don't want to be saving here. But what you can do Just try and force an error. He joins the fray as well. The first to win the fight. Tesseract, the import from the Philippines, is looking bloody sharp.
Match and series points for the new kids on the block. Orangutan, what has been a monumental effort to shut down the members of Global here, and the fact that it's a still very real possibility is going to haunt them. You look at the money of Global, they are shattered, broken. Kappa has a Hunter's Fury, Ghost is one away from the shadows. That's it, an investment. Even on Orangutan, Spectres have to come out. That's how much these teams have been struggling when it comes to investment. And now Orangutan, they changed the pace, they changed the angle, they set their gaze to Garage. Now Shooter's here, he destroys all the utility, he goes quiet, he wants Global to make the mistake, he wants them to push, and Lightning Fast has taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
Come and investigate. See all the surprises I've got ready for you. A lurk. Over in a lobby is SK Rossi. When he was needed most, the first to be picked. And now someone else from Global. They have to step up. They have to formulate overtime. Tesseract is absolutely not. That's going to be 3. The import from Action PH. After their run in the Philippines, would there be afterlife for Tesseract? Oh, you bet there is. On Orangutan, the orange ape is where he shall reign. Only one player remains. It's Lightning Fast against the world, and the world is simply too much, one would say. But that's already 2 kills. A third won't be forthcoming. Turned into a ghost, and Orangutan will rise. These are the Ape Champions.
What a series. Orangutan and Global Esports, 2 absolute titans, 2 rolling behemoths. But it's going to be a hell of a performance from Orangutan, being able to topple Global Esports. It takes every round Haven can provide, but they're able to do it. 2-1, they take the suit. We usurp the Titans, the kings of SA, and now they are looking to continue and go further. That's all from today. I've been your caster, Crabber 3. I've been joined by the wonderful Leg Day. We're going to throw you over to our amazing hosts who will be able to conduct this interview.
What a back and forth matchup. Nobody expected this to end it this way, but both the teams played their hearts out. Valiant effort on both the ends. Disappointing for Global, but of course Orangutan doing a really good job. But I'm going to need somebody from Orangutan to come up. Vibor. Can we have Vibor? I'll have to actually walk back and get him up here. Come here. First of all, congratulations on your first victory with this team on LAN. How does it feel? Because look, it's not easy. It's no easy task going up against Global. And
It's never easy against Global Esports. It's never easy against Global Esports.
Oh, absolutely. But how are you feeling?
And the emotions are just running too high. My heartbeat is so fast right now. Like, this game was so intense, and like we won so many clutches. I'm like really happy for my team. They all like did not give up. None of them gave up, and they all just like kept hitting their shots when it mattered.
But then again, you don't want to end up winning too many clutches at the same time, because that means that you messed up somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
But you see the red light, that's the camera that's active. But looking at the camera for the audience, for all the fans, do you want to dedicate this first victory to them?
Yes, I dedicate this victory to all my fans who have been sticking by me throughout my career, be it VLT, be it Orangutan. The fans just keep me going, so thank you for that.
No, that's wonderful. Congratulations. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy the high. Hopefully you have a good one. I'll see you around, yeah? I don't know if you guys can hear this, but it's very loud in here. Orangutan fans are absolutely crazy right now. They're brimming with happiness. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we're going to have 2 more matches. It's going to be Velocity versus FPX and Revenant versus Global Esports. But for now, we need to call it a night. For all of you folks who are watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys around tomorrow. So have a good night.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.